Welcome to Bitesized Audio. I'm Simon Stanhope. I'm an actor and audiobook narrator, and I've recorded all the stories on this channel. Classic English short stories, mostly from the Victorian and Edwardian eras. If you enjoy this content, please subscribe, like, share, leave a comment if you'd like to, and thank you for listening. Vintage Mystery and Detective Stories. Read by Simon Stanhope. Volume 3. 7 Stories of Ingenious Thefts. The 8 Mile Lock by L.T. Meade and Robert Eustace. It was in the August of 1889, when I was just arranging my annual holiday, that I received the following letter. I tore it open and read, Theodora Houseboat, Goring. Dear Mr. Bell, can you come down on Wednesday and stay with us for a week? The weather is glorious and the river looking its best. We are a gay party, and there will be plenty of fun going on. Yours very truly, Helena Ridsdale. This was exactly what I wanted. I was fond of the river, and scarcely a summer passed that I did not spend at least a fortnight on the Thames. I could go for a week to the Ridsdales, and then start off on my own quiet holiday afterwards. I had known Lady Ridsdale since she was a girl, and I had no doubt my visit would prove a most enjoyable one. I replied immediately, accepting the invitation, and 3 days later arrived at Goring. As the well-cushioned little punt, which had been sent to bring me across the river, drew up alongside the Theodora, the Countess came down from the deck to welcome me. "I am so glad you could come, Mr. Bell," she said. "I was afraid you might be away on some of your extraordinary campaigns against the supernatural. This is Mr. Ralph Viner. He is also, like yourself, devoted to science. I am sure you will find many interests in common." A short, thick-set, wiry little man, dressed in white flannels, who had been lolling in a deck chair, now came forward and shook hands with me. "I know of you by reputation, Mr. Bell," he said, "and I have often hoped to have the pleasure of meeting you. I am sure we shall all be anxious to hear of some of your experiences. We are such an excessively frivolous party that we can easily afford to be leavened with a little serious element." "But I don't mean to be serious in the least," I answered, laughing. "I have come here to enjoy myself, and intend to be as frivolous as the rest of you." "You will have an opportunity this evening," said the Countess. "We are going to have a special band from town, and intend to have a moonlight dance on deck. Ah, here comes Charlie with the others," she added, shading her eyes and looking down the stream. In a few moments, a perfectly appointed little electric launch shot up, and my host with the rest of the party came on board. We shortly afterwards sat down to lunch, and a gayer and pleasanter set of people I have seldom met. In the afternoon we broke up into detachments, and Viner and I went for a long pull upstream. I found him a pleasant fellow, ready to talk at any length, not only about his own hobbies, but about the world at large. I discovered presently that he was a naval engineer of no small attainments. When we returned to the houseboat, it was nearly time to prepare for dinner. Most of the ladies had already retired to their cabins. Lady Ridsdale was standing alone on deck. When she saw us both, she called to us to come to her side. "This quite dazzles me," she said, in a low, somewhat mysterious tone. "And I must show it to you. I know you at least, Mr. Viner, will appreciate it." As she spoke, she took a small leather case out of her pocket. It was ornamented with a monogram, and opened with a catch. She pressed the lid. It flew up, and I saw, resting on a velvet bed, a glittering circlet of enormous diamonds. The Countess lifted them out, and slipped them over her slender wrist. "They are some of the family diamonds," she said with excitement, "and of great value. Charlie is having all the jewels reset for me, but the rest are not ready yet. He has just brought this down from town. Is it not superb? Did you ever see such beauties?" The diamonds flashed on her white wrist. She looked up at me with eyes almost as bright. "I love beautiful stones," she said, "and I feel as if these were alive. Oh, do look at the rays of colour in them, as many as in the rainbow." I congratulated Lady Ridsdale on possessing such a splendid ornament, and then glanced at Viner, expecting him to say something. The expression on his face startled me, and I was destined to remember it by and by. The ruddy look had completely left it. His eyes were half starting from his head. He peered close, and suddenly, without the slightest warning, stretched out his hand and touched the diamonds as they glittered round Lady Ridsdale's wrist. She started back haughtily, then, recovering herself, took the bracelet off and put it into his hand. "Charlie tells me," she said, "that this bracelet is worth from 15 to 20,000 pounds." "You must take care of it," remarked Viner. "Don't let your maid see it, for instance." "Oh, nonsense," laughed Lady Ridsdale. "I would trust Louise as I would trust myself." Soon afterwards we separated, and I went down to my little cabin to prepare for dinner. When we met in the dining saloon, I noticed that Lady Ridsdale was wearing the diamond bracelet. Almost immediately after dinner, the band came on board, and the dancing began. We kept up our festivities until 2:00, and more than once, as she flashed past me, I could not help noticing the glittering circlet round her wrist. I considered myself a fair judge of precious stones, but had never seen any diamonds for size and brilliancy to equal these. As Viner and I happened to stand apart from the others, he remarked upon them. "It was imprudent of Ridsdale to bring those diamonds here," he said. "Suppose they are stolen?" "Scarcely likely," I answered. "There are no thieves on board." He gave an impatient movement. "As far as we know, there are not," he said slowly. "But one can never tell. The diamonds are of exceptional value, and it is not safe to expose ordinary folk to temptation. That small circlet means a fortune." He sighed deeply, and when I spoke to him next, did not answer me. Not long afterwards, our gay party dispersed, and we retired to our respective cabins. I went to mine, and was quickly in bed. As a newly arrived guest, I was given a cabin on board, but several other members of the party were sleeping in tents on the shore. Viner and Lord Ridsdale were among the latter number. Whether it was the narrowness of my bunk or the heat of the night, I cannot tell, but sleep I could not. Suddenly, through my open window, I heard voices from the shore nearby. I could identify the speakers by their tones. One was my host, Lord Ridsdale, the other Ralph Viner. Whatever formed the subject of discourse, it was evidently far from amicable. However much averse I might feel to the situation, I was compelled to be an unwilling eavesdropper, for the voices rose, and I caught the following words from Viner. "Can you lend me £5,000 till the winter?" "No, Viner, I have told you so before, and the reason too. It is your own fault, and you must take the consequences." "Do you mean that to be final?" asked Viner. "Yes." "Very well. Then I shall look after myself. Thank God I have got brains if I have not money, and I shall not let the means interfere with the end." "You can go to the devil for all I care," was the angry answer. "And, after what I know, I won't raise a finger to help you." The speakers had evidently moved further off, for the last words I could not catch. But what little I heard by no means conduced to slumber. So, Viner, for all his jovial and easy manner, was in a fix for money, and Ridsdale knew something about him scarcely to his credit. I kept thinking over this, and also recalling his words when he spoke of Lady Ridsdale's diamonds as representing a fortune. What did he mean by saying that he would not let the means interfere with the end? That brief sentence sounded very much like the outburst of a desperate man. I could not help heartily wishing that Lady Ridsdale's diamond circlet was back in London, and, just before I dropped to sleep, I made up my mind to speak to Ridsdale on the subject. Towards morning I did doze off, but I was awakened by hearing my name called, and, starting up, I saw Ridsdale standing by my side. His face looked queer and excited. "Wake up, Belle!" he cried. "A terrible thing has happened." "What is it?" I asked. "My wife's bracelet is stolen." Like a flash I thought of Viner, and then, as quickly, I knew that I must be careful to give no voice to hastily formed suspicions. "I won't be a moment dressing, and then I'll join you," I said. Ridsdale nodded and left my cabin. In 5 minutes I was with him on deck. He then told me briefly what had happened. "Helena most imprudently left the case on her dressing-table last night," he said, "and owing to the heat she kept the window open. Someone must have waded into the water in the dark and stolen it. Perhaps one of the bandsmen may have noticed the flashing of the diamonds on her wrist and returned to secure the bracelet. There's no saying. The only too palpable fact is that it is gone. It was valued at £20,000. "Have you sent for the police?" I asked. "Yes, and have also wired to Scotland Yard for one of their best detectives. Viner took the telegram for me, and was to call at the police station on his way back. He is nearly as much upset as I am. This is a terrible loss. I feel fit to kill myself for my folly in bringing that valuable bracelet on board a houseboat." "It was a little imprudent," I answered, "but you are sure to get it back." "I hope so," he replied moodily. Just then the punt, with Viner and a couple of policemen on board, was seen rapidly approaching. Ridsdale went to meet them, and was soon in earnest conversation with the superintendent of police. The moment Viner leapt on board, he came to the part of the deck where I was standing. "Ah, Belle," he cried, "what about my prognostications of last night?" "They have been verified too soon," I answered. I gave him a quick glance. His eyes looked straight into mine. "Have you any theory to account for the theft?" I asked. "Yes, a very simple one. Owing to the heat of the evening, the Countess slept with her window open. It was an easy matter to wade through the water, introduce a hand through the open window, and purloin the diamonds." "Without being seen by any occupants of the tents?" I queried. "Certainly," he answered, speaking slowly and with thought. "Then you believe the thief came from without?" "I do." "What about your warning to Lady Ridsdale yesterday evening, not to trust her maid?" I saw his eyes flash. It was the briefest of summer lightning that played in their depths. I knew that he longed to adopt the suggestion that I had on purpose thrown out, but dared not. That one look was enough for me. I had guessed his secret. Before he could reply to my last remark, Lord Ridsdale came up. "What is to be done?" he said. "The police superintendent insists on our all, without respect of persons, being searched." "There is nothing in that," I said. "It is the usual thing. I will be the first to submit to the examination." The police went through their work thoroughly, and, of course, came across neither clue nor diamonds. We presently sat down to breakfast, but I don't think we any of us had much appetite. Lady Ridsdale's eyes were red with crying, and I could see that the loss had shaken both her nerve and fortitude. It was more or less of a relief when the post came in. Amongst the letters I found a telegram for myself. I knew what it meant before I opened it. It was from a man in a distant part of the country whom I had promised to assist in a matter of grave importance. I saw that it was necessary for me to return to town without delay. I was very loath to leave my host and hostess in their present dilemma, but there was no help for it, and soon after breakfast I took my leave. Ridsdale promised to write me if there was any news of the diamonds, and soon the circumstance passed more or less into the background of my brain, owing to the intense interest of the other matter which I had taken up. My work in the north was over, and I had returned to town, when I received a letter from Ridsdale. "We are in a state of despair," he wrote. "We have had 2 detectives on board, and the police have moved heaven and earth to try and discover the bracelet, all in vain. Not the slightest clue has been forthcoming. No one has worked harder for us than Viner. He has a small place of his own further down the river, and comes up to see us almost daily. He has made all sorts of suggestions for the recovery of the diamonds, but hitherto they have led to nothing. In short, our one hope now turns upon you, Belle. You have done as difficult things as this before. Will you come and see us, and give us the benefit of your advice? If any man can solve this mystery, you are the person." I wrote immediately to say that I would return to the Theodora on the following evening, and for the remainder of that day tried, to the best of my ability, to think out this most difficult problem. I felt morally certain that I could put my hand on the thief, but I had no real clue to work upon, nothing beyond a nameless suspicion. Strange as it may seem, I was moved by sentiment. I had spent some pleasant hours in Viner's society. I had enjoyed his conversation. I had liked the man for himself. He had abilities above the average, of that I was certain. If he were proved guilty, I did not want to be the one to bring his crime home to him. So uncomfortable were my feelings that at last I made up my mind to take a somewhat bold step. This was neither more nor less than to go to see Viner himself before visiting the houseboat. What I was to do and say when I got to him I was obliged to leave altogether to chance, but I had a feeling, almost amounting to a certainty, that by means of this visit I should ultimately return the bracelet to my friends the Ridsdales. The next afternoon I found myself rowing slowly down the river, thinking what the issue of my visit to Viner would be. It happened to be a perfect evening. The sun had just set. The long stretch of river stretched away to the distant bend, where, through the gathering twilight, I could just see the white gates of the 8-mile lock. Raising my voice, I sang out, in a long-drawn, sonorous monotone, the familiar cry of "Lock! Lock! Lock!" and, bending to the sculls, sent my little skiff flying downstream. The sturdy figure of old James Pegg, the lock-keeper, whom I had known for many years, instantly appeared on the bridge. One of the great gates slowly swung open, and, shipping my sculls, I shot in and called out a cheery good evening to my old friend. "Mr. Bell!" exclaimed the old fellow, hurrying along the edge of the lock. "Well, I did not see it was you at first, and yet I ought to have known that long, swinging stroke of yours. You were the last person I expected to see. I was half afraid it might be someone else, although I don't know that I was expecting anyone in particular. Excuse me, sir, but was it you called out 'Lock' just now?" "Of course it was," I answered, laughing. "I'm in the deuce of a hurry tonight, Jimmy, as I want to get on to Wootton before dark. Look sharp, will you, and let me down." "All right, sir, but you did frighten me just now. I wish you hadn't called out like that." As I glanced up at him, I was surprised to see that his usually ruddy, round face was as white as a sheet, and he was breathing quickly. "Why, what on earth is the matter, Jimmy?" I cried. "How can I frighten you?" Oh, it's nothing, sir. I suppose I'm an old fool," he faltered, smiling. "I don't know what's the matter with me, sir. I'm all of a tremble. The fact is, something happened here last night, and I don't seem to have got over it. You know, I am all by myself here now, sir, and a lonely place it is." "Something happened," I said. "Not an accident, I hope?" "Oh, no, sir, no accident that I know of, and yet I have been half expecting one to occur all day, and I have been that weak I could hardly wind up the sluices. I am getting old now, and I'm not the man I was, but I'm right glad to see you, Mr. Bell, that I am." He kept pausing as he spoke, and now and then glanced up the river, as if expecting to see a boat coming round the bend every moment. I was much puzzled by his extraordinary manner. I knew him to be a steady man, and one whose services were much valued by the Conservancy, but it needed only a glance now to show that there was something very much amiss with him. The darkness was increasing every moment, and, being anxious to get on as soon as possible, I was just going to tell him again to hurry up with the sluices, when he bent down close to me and said, "Would you mind stepping out for a moment, sir, if you can spare the time? I wish to speak to you, sir. I'd be most grateful if you would wait a minute or two." "Certainly, Jimmy," I answered, hauling myself to the side with the boat-hook and getting out. "Is there anything I can do for you? I'm afraid you are not well. I never saw you like this before." "No, sir, and I never felt like it before, that I can remember. Something happened here last night that has taken all the nerve out of me, and I want to tell you what it was. I know you are so clever, Mr. Bell, and I have heard about your doings up at Wallinghurst last autumn, when you cleared up the manor house ghost and got old Monkford 6 months. "Well, fire away," I said, filling my pipe and wondering what was coming. "It is this way, sir," he began. "Last night, after I had had my supper, I thought I'd like a stroll and a quiet smoke along the towing path before turning in. I did not expect any more boats, as it was getting on for 10 o'clock. I walked about 3/4 of a mile, and was just going to turn round, when I saw a light down on the surface of the water in mid-stream. It was pretty dark, for the moon was not up yet, and there was a thick white mist rising from the water. I thought it must be someone in a canoe at first, so I waited a bit and watched. Then it suddenly disappeared, and the next instant I saw it again, about 100 yards or so higher up the stream, but only for a second, and then it went out. It fairly puzzled me to know what it could be, as I had never seen anything like it before. I felt sure it wasn't any sort of craft, but I had heard of strange lights being seen at times on the water, what they call jack-o'-lanterns, I believe, sir. I reckoned it might be one of them. But I thought I'd get back to the lock, so that if it was a canoe, I could let it through. However, nothing came of it, and I waited and watched and worried all the evening about it, but couldn't come to any sort of idea, so I went to bed. Well, about 1 o'clock this morning, I suddenly woke up and thought I could hear someone a long way off calling exactly as you did just now, 'Lock! Lock! Lock!' but it sounded ever so far away. It's some of those theatre people coming back to the Will-o'-the-Wisp houseboat, I said to myself, and I'm not going to turn out for them. The lock was full at the time, so I thought I would just let them work it for themselves. I waited a bit, expecting to hear them every minute come up, singing and swearing as they do, but they never came, and I was just dropping off when I heard the call again. It was not an ordinary sort of voice, but a long, wailing cry, just as if someone was in trouble or drowning. 'Hi! Hi! Lock! Lock!' it went. I got up then and went out. The moon was up now, and quite bright, and the mist had cleared off, so I went to the bridge on the upper gates and looked upstream. This is where I was standing, sir, just as we are standing now. I could see right up to the bend, and there was not the sign of a boat. I stood, straining my eyes, expecting to see a boat come round every moment, when I heard the cry again, and this time it sounded not 50 yards upstream. I could not make it out at all, so I shouted out as loud as I could, "Who are you? What's the matter?" But there was no answer, and then suddenly, the next instant, close below me, from inside the lock this time, just here, came a shout, piercing, shrill and loud. "Open the lock! Quick, quick! Open the lock!" Oh, I tell you, sir, my heart seemed to stand dead still, and I nearly fell back over the bridge. I wheeled round sharp, but there was nothing in the lock, that I'll swear to my dying day, for I could see all over it, and nothing could have got in there without passing me. The moon was quite bright, and I could see all round it. Without knowing what I was doing, I rushed down like mad to the lower gates and began to wind up one of the sluices, and then I stood there and waited, but nothing came. As the lock emptied, I looked down, but there was no sign of anything anywhere, so I let down the sluice without opening the gates, and then filled up the lock again. I stood by the post, hardly daring to move, when, about 5:30, thank God, I heard the whistle of a tug, and after seeing her through, it was broad daylight. Well, that's the whole story, sir, and how I'm going to live through the night again I don't know. It was a spirit, if ever there was one in the world. It's a warning to me, sir, and what's going to happen I don't know. "Well, Jimmy," I answered, "it certainly is a most extraordinary story, and if I didn't know you as well as I do, I should say you had taken something more than a smoke before you turned in last night." "I never touch a drop, sir, except when I go into Farley and have a glass of beer, but I have not been there for more than a week now." I confess that Jimmy's story had left a most unpleasant impression on me. I had little doubt that the whole thing was some strange, subjective hallucination, but for a weird and ghostly experience it certainly beat most of the tales I had ever heard. I thought for a moment. It was now quite dark, and I felt little inclined to go on to Wootton. My keenest interests were awakened. "Look here," I said. "What do you say if I stay here tonight? Can you give me a shakedown of any sort?" "That I will, sir, and right gladly, and thank God if you will but stay with me. If I was alone here again and heard that voice, I believe it would kill me. I'll tie up your boat outside and bring your things in, and then we'll have supper. Oh, I'll feel a new man with you staying here, sir." In a few minutes we were both inside old Jimmy's cosy quarters. His whole bearing seemed to have changed suddenly, and he ran about with alacrity, getting supper ready and seeming quite like himself again. During the whole evening he kept harping at intervals on the subject of the mysterious voice, but we heard no sound whatever, and I felt more and more certain that the whole thing was due to hallucination on the part of the old man. At 11 o'clock a skiff came up through the lock, and almost immediately afterwards I bade Jimmy good night, and went into the little room he had prepared for me. I went quickly to bed, and, tired after my long pull, despite the originality of the situation, fell fast asleep. Suddenly I awoke. Someone was bending over me and calling me by my name. I leapt up, and, not realizing where I was for the moment, but with a sort of dim idea that I was engaged in some exposure, instinctively seized the man roughly by the throat. In a moment I remembered everything, and quickly released my grip of poor old Jimmy, who was gurgling and gasping with horror. I burst out laughing at my mistake, and begged his pardon for treating him so roughly. It is all right, sir," he panted. "I hope I didn't frighten you, but I have heard it again, not 5 minutes ago." "The deuce you have," I said, striking a match and looking at my watch. It was nearly 2 o'clock, and before the minute was up, I heard distinctly a cry, as if from some great distance, of "Lock! Lock! Lock!" And then all was silence again. "Did you hear it, sir?" whispered the old man, clutching me by the arm with a trembling hand. "Yes, I heard it," I said. "Don't you be frightened, Jimmy. Just wait till I get my clothes on. I'm going to see this thing through." "Be careful, sir. For God's sake, be careful," he whispered. "All right," I said, slipping on some things. "Just get me a good strong boat hook, and don't make too much noise. If this mystery is flesh and blood, I'll get to the bottom of it somehow. You stay here, and if I call, come out." I took the thick, short boat hook which he had brought me, and, softly unlatching the door, went out. The moon was now riding high overhead, and casting black, fantastic shadows across the little white cottage. All my senses were on the keenest alert. My ears were pricked up for the slightest sound. I crept softly to the bridge on the upper gate, which was open. I looked upstream, and thought I could see some little ripples on the surface of the water, as if a swift boat had just passed down, but there was no sign of any craft whatever to be seen. It was intensely still, and no sound broke the silence, save the intermittent croaking of some bullfrogs in the dark shadows of the pollards on the further bank. Behind me could also be heard the gurgling twinkle of the overflow through the chinks of the lower gate. I stood quite still, gripping the boat-hook in my hand, and looking right and left, straining my eyes for the slightest movement of anything around, when suddenly, close below me from the water, inside the lock, came a loud cry. "Open the lock! For God's sake, open the lock!" I started back, feeling my hair rise and stiffen. The sound echoed and reverberated through the silent night, and then died away. But before it had done so, I had sprung to the great beam and closed the upper gate. As I did so, I caught sight of the old man trembling and shaking at the door of the cottage. I called to him to go and watch the upper gate, and, racing down to the lower ones, wound up one of the sluices with a few pulls, so as to let out the water with as little escape room as possible. I knew by this means, if there were any creature of tangible form in the water, we must find it when the lock was emptied, as its escape was cut off. Each of the following minutes seemed stretched into a lifetime, as, with eyes riveted on the dark water in the lock, I watched its gradual descent. I hardly dared to think of what I expected to see rise to the surface any moment. Would the lock never empty? Down, down sank the level, and still I saw nothing. A long, misshapen arm of black cloud was slowly stretching itself across the moon. Hark! There was something moving about, down in the well of darkness below me, and as I stood and watched, I saw that the water was uncovering a long, black mass, and that something ran slowly out of the water and began to clamber up the slimy, slippery beams. What in the name of heaven could it be? By the uncertain light, I could only see its dim outline. It seemed to have an enormous bulbous head and dripping, glistening body. The sound of a rapid patter up the towpath told me that the old man had seen it and was running for his life. I rushed down to where the thing was, and, as its great head appeared over the edge, with all my force struck it a terrific blow with the boat-hook. The weapon flew into splinters in my hand, and the next moment the creature had leapt up beside me and dashed me to the ground with almost superhuman force. I was up and onto it again in a second, and, as I caught and closed with it, saw that I had at least to deal with a human being, and that what he lacked in stature he more than made up for in strength. The struggle that ensued was desperate and furious. The covering to his head that had splintered the boat-hook was, I saw, a sort of helmet, completely protecting the head from any blow, and the body was cased in a slippery, closely fitting garment that kept eluding my grasp. To and fro we swayed and wrestled, and, for a moment, I thought I had met my match, till, suddenly freeing my right arm, I got in a smashing blow in the region of the heart. The creature uttered a cry of pain and fell headlong to the ground. Old Jimmy Pegg had hurried back as soon as he heard our struggles, and knew that he was not dealing with a being of another world. He ran up eagerly to me. "Here's your ghost, you old coward," I panted. "He has got the hardest bone and muscle I ever felt in a ghost yet. I am not used to fighting men in helmets, and he is as slippery as an eel, but I hope to goodness I have not done more than knock the wind out of him. He is a specimen I should rather like to take alive. Catch hold of his feet, and we'll get him inside and see who he is." Between us we carried the prostrate figure inside the cottage, and laid him down like a log on the floor. He never moved, nor uttered a sound, and I was afraid at first that I had finished him for good and all. I next knelt down and proceeded to unfasten the helmet, which, from its appearance, was something like the kind used by divers, while the old man brought the lantern close to his face. At the first glance, I knew in an instant that I had seen the face before, and the next second recognized, to my utter astonishment and horror, that it belonged to Rafe Viner. For the moment I was completely dumbfounded, and gazed at the man without speaking. It was obvious that he had only fainted from the blow, for I could see that he was breathing, and in a few minutes he opened his eyes, and fixed them on me with a dull and vacant stare. Then he seemed to recall the situation, though he evidently did not recognize me. "Let me go!" he cried, making an effort to rise. "My God, you have killed me!" He pressed his hand to his side, and fell back again. His face was contorted, as if in great pain. There was obviously only one thing to be done, and that was to send for medical assistance at once. It was clear that the man was badly injured, but to what extent I could not determine. It was impossible to extract the slightest further communication from him. He lay quite still, groaning from time to time. I told Jimmy to go off at once to Farley and bring the doctor. I scribbled a few directions on a piece of paper. The old man hurried out of the cottage, but in less than a minute he was back again, in great excitement. "Look here, sir, what I have just picked up," he said. "It's something he has dropped, I reckon." As Jimmy spoke, he held out a square leather case. There was a monogram on it. I took it in my hand and pressed the lid. It flew open, and inside, resting on its velvet bed, lay the glittering circlet of diamonds. I held Lady Ridsdale's lost bracelet in my hand. All my suspicions were confirmed. Viner was the thief. Without saying a word, I shut the box and dispatched the old man at once for the doctor, bidding him go as fast as he could. Then I sat down by the prostrate man and waited. I knew that Jimmy could not be back for at least 2 hours. The grey dawn was beginning to steal in through the little latticed window when Viner moved, opened his eyes, and looked at me. He started as his eyes fell on the case. "You are Mr. Bell," he said slowly. "Ridsdale told me that you were coming to the Theodora on purpose to discover the mystery of the lost diamonds. You didn't know that I should give you an opportunity of discovering the truth even before you arrived at the houseboat. Bend down close to me. You have injured me. I may not recover. Hear what I have to say." I bent over him, prepared to listen to his words, which came out slowly. "I am a forger, and a desperate man. 3 weeks ago I forged one of Ridsdale's cheques and lessened my friend's balance to the tune of £5,000. He and his wife were old friends of mine, but I wanted the money desperately and was impervious to sentiment or anything else. On that first day when you met me, although I seemed cheery enough, I was fit to kill myself. I had hoped to be able to restore the stolen money long before Ridsdale was likely to miss it, but this hope had failed. I saw no loophole of escape, and the day of reckoning could not be far off. What devil prompted Ridsdale to bring those diamonds on board, heaven only knows. The moment I saw them, they fascinated me, and I knew I should have a try for them. All during that evening's festivity, I could think of nothing else. I made up my mind to secure them by hook or by crook. Before we retired for the night, however, I thought I would give Ridsdale a chance. I asked him if he would lend me the exact sum I had already stolen from him, £5,000, but he had heard rumours to my discredit, and refused, point blank. I hated him for it. I went into my tent under the pretence of lying down, but in reality to concoct and, if possible, carry out my plot. I waited until the quietest hour before dawn. Then I slipped out of my tent, waded into the water, approached the open window of the Countess's cabin, thrust in my hand, took out the case, and, going down the river about 1/4 of a mile, threw the diamonds into the middle of the stream. I marked well the place where they sank. I then returned to my tent and went to bed. You know what occurred the following morning. I neither feared Ridsdale nor his wife, but you, Belle, gave me a considerable amount of uneasiness. I felt certain that in an evil moment on the night before I had given you a clue. To a man of your ability, the slightest clue was all sufficient. I felt that I must take the bull by the horns, and find out whether you suspected me or not. I talked to you, and guessed by the tone of your remarks that you had your suspicions. My relief was immense when that telegram arrived which hurried you away from the Theodora. On the following day I returned to my own little place on the banks of the river 4 miles below this lock. I knew it was necessary for me to remain quiet for a time, but all the same my plans were clearly made, and I only waited until the first excitement of the loss had subsided, and the police and detectives were off their guard. In the meantime I went to see Ridsdale almost daily, and suggested many expedients for securing the thief and getting hold of the right clue. If he ever suspected me, which I don't for a moment suppose, I certainly put him off the scent. My intention was to take the diamonds out of the country, sell them for all that I could get, then return the £5,000 which I had stolen from his bank, and leave England forever. As a forger, I should be followed to the world's end, but as the possessor of stolen diamonds, I felt myself practically safe. My scheme was too cleverly worked out to give the ordinary detective a chance of discovering me. 2 days ago, I had a letter from Ridsdale in which he told me that he intended to put the matter into your hands. Now, this was by no means to my mind, for you, Belle, happened to be the one man in the world whom I really dreaded. I saw that I must no longer lose time. Under my little boat-house, I had a small submarine boat which I had lately finished, more as a hobby than anything else. I had begun it years ago, in my odd moments, on a model I had seen of a torpedo used in the American War. My boat is now in the lock outside, and you will see for yourself what ingenuity was needed to construct such a thing. On the night before the one which has just passed, I got it ready, and as soon as it was dark, started off in it to recover the diamonds. I got through the lock easily by going in under the water with a barge, but when I reached the spot where I had sunk the diamonds, found to my dismay that my electric light would not work. There was no help for it. I could not find the bracelet without the aid of the light, and was bound to return home to repair the lamp. This delay was fraught with danger, but there was no help for it. My difficulty now was to get back through the lock, for though I waited for quite 3 hours, no boats came along. I saw the upper gates were open, but how to get through the lower ones I could not conceive. I felt sure that my only chance was to frighten the lock-keeper and get him to open the sluices, for I knew I could pass through them unobserved if they were open, as I had done once before. In my diver's helmet was a thick glass face-piece. This had an opening, closed by a cap, which could be unscrewed, and through which I could breathe when above water, and also through which my voice would come, causing a peculiar hollowness, which I guessed would have a very startling effect, especially as I myself would be quite invisible. I got into the lock and shouted to Peg. I succeeded in frightening him. He hurried to do what I ordered. He wound up the lower sluice. I shot through under water, and so got back unseen. All yesterday I hesitated about trying the experiment again. The risk was so great, but I knew that Ridsdale was certain to see his bank book soon, that my forgery was in imminent danger of being discovered. Also that you, Belle, were coming upon the scene. Yes, at any risk I must now go on. I repaired my light, and again last night passed through the lock on my way up by simply waiting for another boat. As a matter of fact, I passed up through this lock under a skiff about 11 o'clock. My light was now all right. I found the diamond case easily, and turned to pass down the stream by the same method as before. If you had not been here, I should have succeeded, and should have been safe, but now it is all up." He paused, and his breath came quickly. "I doubt if I shall recover," he said in a feeble voice. "I hope you will," I replied. "And hark, I think I hear the doctor's steps." I was right, for a moment or two later old Jimmy Pegg and Dr. Simmons entered the cottage. While the doctor was examining the patient and talking to him, I went out with Jimmy to have a look at the submarine boat. By fixing a rope round it, we managed to haul it up, and then proceeded to examine it. It certainly was the most wonderful piece of ingenious engineering I had ever seen. The boat was in the shape of an enormous cigar, and was made of aluminium. It was 7 feet long, and had a circular beam of 16 inches. At the pointed end, close to where the occupant's feet would be, was an air chamber, capable of being filled or emptied at will by means of a compressed air cylinder, enabling the man to rise or sink whenever he wished to. Inside, the boat was lined with flat chambers of compressed air for breathing purposes, which were governed by a valve. It was also provided with a small accumulator and electric motor, which drove the tiny propeller astern. The helmet which the man wore fitted around the opening at the head end. After examining the boat, it was easy to see how Viner had escaped through the lock the night before I arrived, as this submarine wonder of ingenuity would be able to shoot through the sluice gate under water, when the sluice was raised to empty the lock. After exchanging a few remarks with Jimmy, I returned to the cottage to learn the doctor's verdict. It was grave, but not despairing. The patient could not be moved for a day or two. He was, in Dr. Simmons's opinion, suffering more from shock than anything else. If he remained perfectly quiet, he would in all probability recover. If he were disturbed, the consequences might be serious. An hour afterwards, I found myself on my way upstream, sculling as fast as I could in the direction of the Theodora. I arrived there at an early hour, and put the case which contained the diamonds into Lady Ridsdale's hands. I shall never forget the astonishment of Ridsdale and his wife when I told my strange tale. The Countess burst into tears, and Ridsdale was terribly agitated. "I have known Viner from a boy, and so has my wife," he exclaimed. "Of course, this proves him to be an unmitigated scoundrel, but I cannot be the one to bring him to justice." "Oh, no, Charlie. Whatever happens, we must forgive him," said Lady Ridsdale, looking up with a white face. I had nothing to say to this. It was not my affair. Unwittingly, I had been the means of restoring to the Ridsdales their lost bracelet. They must act as they thought well with regard to the thief. As a matter of fact, Viner did escape the full penalty of his crime. Having got back the diamonds, Lord Ridsdale would not prosecute. On the contrary, he helped the broken-down man to leave the country. From the view of pure justice, he was, of course, wrong, but I could not help being glad. As an example of what a desperate man will do, I think it would be difficult to beat Viner's story. The originality and magnitude of the conception, the daring which enabled the man, single-handed, to do his own dredging in a submarine boat in one of the reaches of the Thames, have seldom been equalled. As I thought over the whole scheme, my only regret was that such ability should not have been devoted to nobler ends. The Adventure of the Red-Headed League by Arthur Conan Doyle. I had called upon my friend, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, one day in the autumn of last year, and found him in deep conversation with a very stout, florid-faced, elderly gentleman with fiery red hair. With an apology for my intrusion, I was about to withdraw, when Holmes pulled me abruptly into the room and closed the door behind me. "You could not possibly have come at a better time, my dear Watson," he said cordially. "Well, I was afraid that you were engaged." "So I am, very much so." "Well, then I can wait in the next room." "Not at all. This gentleman, Mr. Wilson, has been my partner and helper in many of my most successful cases, and I have no doubt that he will be of the utmost use to me in yours also." The stout gentleman half rose from his chair, and gave a bob of greeting, with a quick little questioning glance from his small, fat-encircled eyes. "Try the settee," said Holmes, relapsing into his armchair, and putting his fingertips together, as was his custom when in judicial moods. "I know, my dear Watson, that you share my love of all that is bizarre and outside the conventions and humdrum routine of everyday life. You have shown your relish for it by the enthusiasm which has prompted you to chronicle, and, if you will excuse my saying so, somewhat to embellish so many of my own little adventures. Well, your cases have indeed been of the greatest interest to me," I observed. "You will remember that I remarked the other day, just before we went into the very simple problem presented by Miss Mary Sutherland, that for strange effects and extraordinary combinations we must go to life itself, which is always far more daring than any effort of the imagination. A proposition which I took the liberty of doubting." "You did, Doctor, but none the less you must come round to my view, for otherwise I shall keep on piling fact upon fact on you, until your reason breaks down under them and acknowledges me to be right. Now, Mr. Jabez Wilson here has been good enough to call upon me this morning, and to begin a narrative which promises to be one of the most singular which I have listened to for some time. You have heard me remark that the strangest and most unique things are very often connected, not with the larger, but with the smaller crimes, and occasionally, indeed, where there is room for doubt whether any positive crime has been committed. As far as I have heard, it is impossible for me to say whether the present case is an instance of crime or not, but the course of events is certainly among the most singular that I have ever listened to. Perhaps, Mr. Wilson, you would have the great kindness to recommence your narrative. I ask you not merely because my friend Dr. Watson has not heard the opening part, but also because the peculiar nature of the story makes me anxious to have every possible detail from your lips. As a rule, when I have heard some slight indication of the course of events, I am able to guide myself by the thousands of other similar cases which occur to my memory. In the present instance, I am forced to admit that the facts are, to the best of my belief, unique." The portly client puffed out his chest with an appearance of some little pride, and pulled a dirty and wrinkled newspaper from the inside pocket of his greatcoat. As he glanced down the advertisement column, with his head thrust forward and the paper flattened out upon his knee, I took a good look at the man, and endeavoured, after the fashion of my companion, to read the indications which might be presented by his dress or appearance. I did not gain very much, however, by my inspection. Our visitor bore every mark of being an average, commonplace British tradesman, obese, pompous, and slow. He wore rather baggy, grey shepherd's check trousers, a not over-clean black frock-coat, unbuttoned in the front, and a drab waistcoat with a heavy brassy Albert chain and a square pierced bit of metal dangling down as an ornament. A frayed top hat and a faded brown overcoat with a wrinkled velvet collar lay upon a chair beside him. Altogether, look as I would, there was nothing remarkable about the man save his blazing red head, and the expression of extreme chagrin and discontent upon his features. Sherlock Holmes's quick eye took in my occupation, and he shook his head with a smile as he noticed my questioning glances. Beyond the obvious facts that he has at some time done manual labour, that he takes snuff, that he is a Freemason, that he has been in China, and that he has done a considerable amount of writing lately, I can deduce nothing else." Mr. Jabez Wilson started up in his chair, with his forefinger upon the paper, but his eyes upon my companion. "How in the name of good fortune did you know all that, Mr. Holmes?" he asked. "How did you know, for example, that I did manual labour? It's as true as gospel, for I began as a ship's carpenter." "Your hands, my dear sir, your right hand is quite a size larger than your left. You have worked with it, and the muscles are more developed." "Well, the snuff, then, and the Freemasonry." "I won't insult your intelligence by telling you how I read that, especially as, rather against the strict rules of your order, you use an arc and compass breastpin." "Ah, of course, I forgot that. But the writing?" "What else can be indicated by that right cuff, so very shiny for 5 inches, and the left one with the smooth patch near the elbow, where you rest it upon the desk?" "Well, but China?" "The fish that you have tattooed immediately above your right wrist could only have been done in China. I have made a small study of tattoo marks, and have even contributed to the literature of the subject. That trick of staining the fish's scales of a delicate pink is quite peculiar to China. When, in addition, I see a Chinese coin hanging from your watch-chain, the matter becomes even more simple." Mr. Jabez Wilson laughed heavily. "Well, I never," said he. "I thought at first that you had done something clever, but I see that there was nothing in it after all." "I begin to think, Watson," said Holmes, "that I make a mistake in explaining. Omne ignotum pro magnifico, you know, and my poor little reputation, such as it is, will suffer shipwreck if I am so candid. Can you not find the advertisement, Mr. Wilson?" "Yes, I have got it now," he answered, with his thick red finger planted halfway down the column. "Here it is. This is what began it all. You just read it for yourself, sir." I took the paper from him, and read as follows. "To the Red-Headed League. On account of the bequest of the late Ezekiah Hopkins, of Lebanon, Pennsylvania, USA, there is now another vacancy open which entitles a member of the League to a salary of £4 a week for purely nominal services. All red-headed men who are sound in body and mind, and above the age of 21 years, are eligible. Apply in person on Monday at 11 o'clock to Duncan Ross, At the offices of the League, 7 Pope's Court, Fleet Street. "But what on earth does this mean?" I ejaculated, after I had twice read over the extraordinary announcement. Holmes chuckled and wriggled in his chair, as was his habit when in high spirits. "It is a little off the beaten track, isn't it?" said he. "And now, Mr. Wilson, off you go at scratch, and tell us all about yourself, your household, and the effect which this advertisement had upon your fortunes. You will first make a note, Doctor, of the paper and the date." "It is the Morning Chronicle of April 27th, 1890, just 2 months ago." "Very good. Now, Mr. Wilson?" "Well, it is just as I have been telling you, Mr. Sherlock Holmes," said Jabez Wilson, mopping his forehead. "I have a small pawnbroker's business at Coburg Square, near the city. It's not a very large affair, and of late years it has not done more than just give me a living. I used to be able to keep 2 assistants, but now I only keep 1, and I would have a job to pay him, but that he is willing to come for half wages, so as to learn the business." "What is the name of this obliging youth?" asked Sherlock Holmes. "His name is Vincent Spaulding, and he's not such a youth either. It's hard to say his age. I should not wish a smarter assistant, Mr. Holmes, and I know very well that he could better himself and earn twice what I am able to give him. But after all, if he is satisfied, why should I put ideas in his head?" "Why, indeed? You seem most fortunate in having an employé who comes under the full market price. It is not a common experience among employers in this age. I don't know that your assistant is not as remarkable as your advertisement." "Oh, he has his faults, too," said Mr. Wilson. "Never was such a fellow for photography. Snapping away with a camera when he ought to be improving his mind, and then diving down into the cellar like a rabbit into its hole to develop his pictures. That is his main fault. But on the whole, he's a good worker. There's no vice in him." "He is still with you, I presume?" "Yes, sir. He and a girl of 14, who does a bit of simple cooking and keeps the place clean. That's all I have in the house, for I am a widower and never had any family. We live very quietly, sir, the 3 of us, and we keep a roof over our heads and pay our debts, if we do nothing more." The first thing that put us out was that advertisement. Spaulding, he came down into the office just this day 8 weeks, with this very paper in his hand, and he says, "I wish to the Lord, Mr. Wilson, that I was a red-headed man." "Why that?" I asks. "Why," says he, "here's another vacancy on the League of the Red-Headed Men. It's worth quite a little fortune to any man who gets it, and I understand that there are more vacancies than there are men, so that the trustees are at their wits' end what to do with the money. If my hair would only change colour, here's a nice little crib, all ready for me to step into." "Why, what is it then?" I asked. "You see, Mr. Holmes, I am a very stay-at-home man, and as my business came to me instead of my having to go to it, I was often weeks on end without putting my foot over the doormat. In that way, I didn't know much of what was going on outside, and I was always glad of a bit of news." "Have you never heard of the League of the Red-Headed Men?" he asked, with his eyes open. "Never." "Why, I wonder at that, for you were eligible yourself for one of the vacancies." "And what are they worth?" I asked. "Oh, merely a couple of hundred a year, but the work is slight, and it need not interfere very much with one's other occupations." Well, you can easily think that that made me prick up my ears, for the business has not been over good for some years, and an extra couple of hundred would have been very handy. "Tell me all about it," said I. "Well," said he, showing me the advertisement, "you can see for yourself that the League has a vacancy, and there is the address where you should apply for particulars. As far as I can make out, the League was founded by an American millionaire, Ezekiah Hopkins, who was very peculiar in his ways. He was himself red-headed, and he had a great sympathy for all red-headed men. So, when he died, it was found that he had left his enormous fortune in the hands of trustees, with instructions to apply the interest to the providing of easy berths to men whose hair is of that colour, From all I hear, it is splendid pay and very little to do." "But," said I, "there would be millions of red-headed men who would apply." "Not so many as you might think," he answered. "You see, it is really confined to Londoners and to grown men. This American had started from London when he was young, and he wanted to do the old town a good turn. Then again, I have heard it is no use your applying if your hair is light red, or dark red, or anything but real bright, blazing, fiery red. Now, if you cared to apply, Mr. Wilson, you would just walk in. But perhaps it would hardly be worth your while to put yourself out of the way for the sake of a few £100. Now, it is a fact, gentlemen, as you may see for yourselves, that my hair is of a very full and rich tint, so that it seemed to me that if there was to be any competition in the matter, I stood as good a chance as any man that I had ever met. Vincent Spaulding seemed to know so much about it that I thought he might prove useful, so I just ordered him to put up the shutters for the day and to come right away with me. He was very willing to have a holiday, so we shut the business up and started off for the address that was given us in the advertisement. I never hope to see such a sight as that again, Mr. Holmes. From north, south, east and west, every man who had a shade of red in his hair had tramped into the city to answer the advertisement. Fleet Street was choked with red-headed folk, and Pope's Court looked like a coster's orange barrow. I should not have thought there were so many in the whole country as were brought together by that single advertisement. Every shade of colour they were: straw, lemon, orange, brick, Irish setter, liver, clay. But, as Spaulding said, there were not many who had the real, vivid, flame-coloured tint. When I saw how many were waiting, I would have given it up in despair, but Spaulding would not hear of it. How he did it, I could not imagine, but he pushed and pulled and butted until he got me through the crowd and right up to the steps which led to the office. There was a double stream upon the stair, some going up in hope and some coming back dejected. But we wedged in as well as we could, and soon found ourselves in the office. "Your experience has been a most entertaining one," remarked Holmes, as his client paused, and refreshed his memory with a huge pinch of snuff. "Pray continue your very interesting statement." There was nothing in the office but a couple of wooden chairs and a deal table, behind which sat a small man with a head that was even redder than mine. He said a few words to each candidate as he came up, and then he always managed to find some fault in them which would disqualify them. Getting a vacancy did not seem to be such a very easy matter after all. However, when our turn came, the little man was much more favourable to me than to any of the others, and he closed the door as we entered, so that he might have a private word with us. "This is Mr. Jabez Wilson," said my assistant, "and he is willing to fill a vacancy in the League." "And he is admirably suited for it," the other answered. "He has every requirement. I cannot recall when I have seen anything so fine." He took a step backward, cocked his head on one side, and gazed at my hair until I felt quite bashful. Then suddenly he plunged forward, wrung my hand, and congratulated me warmly on my success. "It would be injustice to hesitate," said he. "You will, however, I am sure, excuse me for taking an obvious precaution." With that, he seized my hair in both his hands and tugged until I yelled with the pain. "There is water in your eyes," said he, as he released me. "I perceive that all is as it should be. But we have to be careful, for we have twice been deceived by wigs and once by paint. I could tell you tales of cobbler's wax which would disgust you with human nature." He stepped over to the window and shouted through it at the top of his voice that the vacancy was filled. A groan of disappointment came up from below, and the folk all trooped away in different directions until there was not a red head to be seen, except my own and that of the manager. "My name," said he, "is Mr. Duncan Ross, and I am myself one of the pensioners upon the fund left by our noble benefactor. Are you a married man, Mr. Wilson? Have you a family?" I answered that I had not. His face fell immediately, "Dear me," he said gravely, "that is very serious indeed. I am sorry to hear you say that. The fund was, of course, for the propagation and spread of the redheads, as well as for their maintenance. It is exceedingly unfortunate that you should be a bachelor." My face lengthened at this, Mr. Holmes, for I thought that I was not to have the vacancy after all. But after thinking it over for a few minutes, he said that it would be all right. "In the case of another," said he, "the objection might be fatal, but we must stretch a point in favour of a man with such a head of hair as yours. When shall you be able to enter upon your new duties?" "Well, it is a little awkward, for I have a business already," said I. "Oh, never mind about that, Mr. Wilson," said Vincent Spaulding. "I shall be able to look after that for you." "What would be the hours?" I asked. 10 to 2. Now, a pawnbroker's business is mostly done of an evening, Mr. Holmes, especially Thursday and Friday evening, which is just before payday, so it would suit me very well to earn a little in the mornings. Besides, I knew that my assistant was a good man, and that he would see to anything that turned up. "That would suit me very well," said I. "And the pay?" "Is £4 a week." "And the work?" "Is purely nominal." "What do you call purely nominal?" "Well, you have to be in the office, or at least in the building, the whole time. If you leave, you forfeit your whole position forever. The will is very clear upon that point. You don't comply with the conditions if you budge from the office during that time." "It's only 4 hours a day, and I should not think of leaving," said I. "No excuse will avail," said Mr. Duncan Ross. "Neither sickness nor business nor anything else. There you must stay, or you lose your billet." "And the work?" "Is to copy out the Encyclopaedia Britannica. There is the first volume of it in that press. You must find your own ink, pens, and blotting paper, but we provide this table and chair. Will you be ready tomorrow?" "Certainly," I answered. "Then good-bye, Mr. Jabez Wilson, and let me congratulate you once more on the important position which you have been fortunate enough to gain." He bowed me out of the room, and I went home with my assistant, hardly knowing what to say or do. I was so pleased at my own good fortune. Well, I thought over the matter all day, and by evening I was in low spirits again, for I had quite persuaded myself that the whole affair must be some great hoax or fraud, though what its object might be I could not imagine. It seemed altogether past belief that anyone could make such a will, or that they would pay such a sum for doing anything so simple as copying out the Encyclopaedia Britannica. Vincent Spaulding did what he could to cheer me up, but by bedtime I had reasoned myself out of the whole thing. However, in the morning I determined to have a look at it anyhow, so I bought a penny bottle of ink, and with a quill pen and 7 sheets of foolscap paper, I started off for Pope's Court. Well, to my surprise and delight, everything was as right as possible. The table was set out ready for me, and Mr. Duncan Ross was there to see that I got fairly to work. He started me off upon the letter A, and then he left me, but he would drop in from time to time to see that all was right with me. At 2 o'clock he bade me good day, complimented me upon the amount that I'd written, and locked the door of the office after me. This went on day after day, Mr. Holmes, and on Saturday the manager came in and planked down 4 golden sovereigns for my week's work. It was the same next week, and the same the week after. Every morning I was there at 10, and every afternoon I left at 2. By degrees, Mr. Duncan Ross took to coming in only once of a morning, and then after a time he did not come in at all. Still, of course, I never dared to leave the room for an instant, for I was not sure when he might come, and the billet was such a good one, and suited me so well, that I would not risk the loss of it. 8 weeks passed away like this, and I had written about abbots, and archery, and armour, and architecture, and Attica, and hoped with diligence that I might get on to the bees before very long. It cost me something in foolscap, and I had pretty nearly filled a shelf with my writings. And then, suddenly, the whole business came to an end. To an end? Yes, sir, and no later than this morning. I went to my work as usual at 10 o'clock, but the door was shut and locked, with a little square of cardboard hammered on to the middle of the panel with a tack. Here it is, and you can read for yourself. He held up a piece of white cardboard, about the size of a sheet of notepaper. It read in this fashion: "The Red-Headed League is dissolved. October 9th, 1890. Sherlock Holmes and I surveyed this curt announcement, and the rueful face behind it, until the comical side of the affair so completely overtopped every other consideration that we both burst out into a roar of laughter. "I cannot see that there is anything very funny," cried our client, flushing up to the roots of his flaming head. "If you can do nothing better than laugh at me, I can go elsewhere." "No, no," cried Holmes, shoving him back into the chair from which he had half risen. "I really wouldn't miss your case for the world. It is most refreshingly unusual. But there is, if you will excuse my saying so, something just a little funny about it. Pray, what steps did you take when you found the card upon the door?" "I was staggered, sir. I did not know what to do. Then I called at the offices round, but none of them seemed to know anything about it. Finally, I went to the landlord, who was an accountant living on the ground floor, and I asked him if he could tell me what had become of the Red-Headed League. He said that he had never heard of any such body. Then I asked him who Mr. Duncan Ross was. He answered that the name was new to him. "Well," said I, "the gentleman at number 4. "What, the red-headed man?" "Yes." "Oh," said he, "his name was William Morris. He was a solicitor, and was using my room as a temporary convenience until his new premises were ready. He moved out yesterday." "Where could I find him?" "Oh, at his new offices. He did tell me the address. Yes, 17 King Edward Street, near St. Paul's." I started off, Mr. Holmes, but when I got to that address, it was a manufactory of artificial kneecaps, and no one in it had ever heard of either Mr. William Morris or Mr. Duncan Ross. "And what did you do then?" asked Holmes. "I went home to Saxe-Coburg Square, and I took the advice of my assistant. But he could not help me in any way. He could only say that if I waited, I should hear by post. But that was not quite good enough, Mr. Holmes. I did not wish to lose such a place without a struggle, so, as I had heard that you were good enough to give advice to poor folk who were in need of it, I came right away to you." "And you did very wisely," said Holmes. "Your case is an exceedingly remarkable one, and I shall be happy to look into it. From what you have told me, I think that it is possible that graver issues hang from it than might at first sight appear." "Grave enough," said Mr. Jabez Wilson. "Why, I have lost £4 a week." "As far as you are personally concerned," remarked Holmes, "I do not see that you have any grievance against this extraordinary league. On the contrary, you are, as I understand, richer by some £30, to say nothing of the minute knowledge which you have gained on every subject which comes under the letter A. You have lost nothing by them." "No, sir, but I want to find out about them, and who they are, and what their object was in playing this prank. If it was a prank, upon me, it was a pretty expensive joke for them, for it cost them £32. "We shall endeavour to clear up these points for you. And first, 1 or 2 questions, Mr. Wilson. This assistant of yours who first called your attention to the advertisement, how long had he been with you?" About a month, then." "How did he come?" "In answer to an advertisement." "Was he the only applicant?" "No, I had a dozen." "Why did you pick him?" "Because he was handy, and would come cheap." "At half wages, in fact." "Yes." "What is he like, this Vincent Spaulding?" "Small, stout-built, very quick in his ways, no hair on his face, though he's not short of 30, has a white splash of acid upon his forehead." Holmes sat up in his chair, in considerable excitement. "I thought as much," said he. "Have you ever observed that his ears are pierced for earrings?" "Yes, sir. He told me that a gypsy had done it for him when he was a lad." Said Holmes, sinking back in deep thought. "He is still with you?" "Oh, yes, sir. I've only just left him." "And has your business been attended to in your absence?" "Nothing to complain of, sir. There's never very much to do of a morning." "That will do, Mr. Wilson. I shall be happy to give you an opinion upon the subject in the course of a day or two. To-day is Saturday, and I hope that by Monday we may come to a conclusion." "Well, Watson," said Holmes, when our visitor had left us, "what do you make of it all?" "I make nothing of it," I answered frankly. "It is a most mysterious business." "As a rule," said Holmes, "the more bizarre a thing is, the less mysterious it proves to be. It is your commonplace, featureless crimes which are really puzzling, just as a commonplace face is the most difficult to identify. But I must be prompt over this matter." "What are you going to do, then?" I asked. "To smoke," he answered. "It is quite a 3-pipe problem, and I beg that you won't speak to me for 50 minutes. He curled himself up in his chair, with his thin knees drawn up to his hawk-like nose, and there he sat with his eyes closed, and his black clay pipe thrusting out like the bill of some strange bird. I had come to the conclusion that he had dropped asleep, and indeed was nodding myself, when he suddenly sprang out of his chair, with the gesture of a man who has made up his mind, and put his pipe down upon the mantelpiece. "Sarasate plays at the St. James's Hall this afternoon," he remarked. "What do you think, Watson? Could your patients spare you for a few hours?" "I have nothing to do today. My practice is never very absorbing." "Then put on your hat and come. I'm going through the city first, and we can have some lunch on the way. I observe that there is a good deal of German music on the programme, which is rather more to my taste than Italian or French. It is introspective, and I want to introspect. Come along." We travelled by the Underground as far as Aldersgate, and a short walk took us to Saxe-Coburg Square, the scene of the singular story which we had listened to in the morning. It was a poky, little, shabby, genteel place, where 4 lines of dingy, 2-storied brick houses looked out into a small railed-in enclosure, where a lawn of weedy grass and a few clumps of faded laurel bushes made a hard fight against a smoke-laden and uncongenial atmosphere. 3 gilt balls and a brown board with Jabez Wilson in white letters upon a corner house announced the place where our red-headed client carried on his business. Sherlock Holmes stopped in front of it with his head on one side, and looked it all over, with his eyes shining brightly between puckered lids. Then he walked slowly up the street, and then down again to the corner, still looking keenly at the houses. Finally he returned to the pawnbroker's, and, having thumped vigorously upon the pavement with his stick 2 or 3 times, he went up to the door and knocked. It was instantly opened by a bright-looking, clean-shaven young fellow, who asked him to step in. "Thank you," said Holmes. "I only wished to ask you how you would go from here to the Strand." "3rd right, 4th left," answered the assistant promptly, closing the door. "Smart fellow, that," observed Holmes, as we walked away. "He is, in my judgment, the 4th smartest man in London, and for daring, I am not sure that he has not claimed to be 3rd. I have known something of him before." "Evidently," said I, "Mr. Wilson's assistant counts for a good deal in this mystery of the Red-Headed League. I am sure that you inquired your way merely in order that you might see him." "Not him." "What, then?" "The knees of his trousers." "And what did you see?" "What I expected to see." "Why did you beat the pavement?" "My dear doctor, this is a time for observation, not for talk. We are spies in an enemy's country. We know something of Saxe-Coburg Square. Let us now explore the parts which lie behind it." The road in which we found ourselves, as we turned round the corner from the retired Saxe-Coburg Square, presented as great a contrast to it as the front of a picture does to the back. It was one of the main arteries which conveyed the traffic of the city to the north and west. The roadway was blocked with the immense stream of commerce flowing in a double tide inward and outward, while the footpaths were black with the hurrying swarm of pedestrians. It was difficult to realize, as we looked at the line of fine shops and stately business premises, that they really abutted on the other side upon the faded and stagnant square which we had just quitted. "Let me see," said Holmes, standing at the corner and glancing along the line. "I should like just to remember the order of the houses here. It is a hobby of mine to have an exact knowledge of London. There is Mortimer's, the tobacconist, the little newspaper shop, the Coburg branch of the City and Suburban Bank, the vegetarian restaurant, and McFarlane's carriage-building depot. That carries us right on to the other block. And now, Doctor, we've done our work, so it's time we had some play. A sandwich and a cup of coffee, and then off to Violin-land, where all is sweetness and delicacy and harmony, and there are no red-headed clients to vex us with their conundrums." My friend was an enthusiastic musician, being himself not only a very capable performer, but a composer of no ordinary merit. All the afternoon he sat in the stalls, wrapped in the most perfect happiness, gently waving his long, thin fingers in time to the music, while his gently smiling face and his languid, dreamy eyes were as unlike those of Holmes the sleuth-hound, Holmes the relentless, keen-witted, ready-handed criminal agent, as it was possible to conceive. In his singular character the dual nature alternately asserted itself, and his extreme exactness and astuteness represented, as I have often thought, the reaction against the poetic and contemplative mood which occasionally predominated in him. The swing of his nature took him from extreme languor to devouring energy, and, as I knew well, he was never so truly formidable as when, for days on end, he had been lounging in his armchair, amid his improvisations and his black-lettered editions. Then it was that the lust of the chase would suddenly come upon him, and that his brilliant reasoning power would rise to the level of intuition, until those who were unacquainted with his methods would look askance at him, as on a man whose knowledge was not that of other mortals. When I saw him that afternoon, so enwrapped in the music at St. James's Hall, I felt that an evil time might be coming upon those whom he had set himself to hunt down. "You want to go home, no doubt, Doctor," he remarked as we emerged. "Yes, it would be as well. And I have some business to do, which will take some hours. This business at Coburg Square is serious." "Why serious?" "A considerable crime is in contemplation. I have every reason to believe that we shall be in time to stop it, but today being Saturday rather complicates matters. I shall want your help tonight." "At what time?" 10 will be early enough." "I shall be at Baker Street at 10. "Very well. And I say, Doctor, there may be some little danger, so kindly put your army revolver in your pocket." He waved his hand, turned on his heel, and disappeared in an instant among the crowd. I trust that I am not more dense than my neighbours, but I was always oppressed with a sense of my own stupidity in my dealings with Sherlock Holmes. Here I had heard what he had heard, I had seen what he had seen, and yet from his words it was evident that he saw clearly not only what had happened, but what was about to happen, while to me the whole business was still confused and grotesque. As I drove home to my house in Kensington, I thought over it all, from the extraordinary story of the red-headed copier of the Encyclopaedia, down to the visit to Saxe-Coburg Square, and the ominous words with which he had parted from me. What was this nocturnal expedition, and why should I go armed? Where were we going, and what were we to do? I had the hint from Holmes that this smooth-faced pawnbroker's assistant was a formidable man, a man who might play a deep game. I tried to puzzle it out, but gave it up in despair and set the matter aside until night should bring an explanation. It was 9:15 when I started from home and made my way across the park, and so through Oxford Street to Baker Street. 2 hansoms were standing at the door, and as I entered the passage I heard the sound of voices from above. On entering his room, I found Holmes in animated conversation with 2 men, one of whom I recognised as Peter Jones, the official police agent, while the other was a long, thin, sad-faced man with a very shiny hat and oppressively respectable frock-coat. "Ha! Our party is complete," said Holmes, buttoning up his pea-jacket and taking his heavy hunting crop from the rack. "Watson, I think you know Mr. Jones of Scotland Yard. Let me introduce you to Mr. Merryweather, who is to be our companion in tonight's adventure." "We are hunting in couples again, Doctor, you see," said Jones, in his consequential way. "Our friend here is a wonderful man for starting a chase. All he wants is an old dog to help him to do the running down." "I hope a wild goose may not prove to be the end of our chase," observed Mr. Merryweather gloomily. "You may place considerable confidence in Mr. Holmes, sir," said the police agent loftily. "He has his own little methods, which are, if he won't mind my saying so, just a little too theoretical and fantastic, but he has the makings of a detective in him. It is not too much to say that once or twice, as in that business of the Sholto murder and the Agra treasure, he has been more nearly correct than the official force." "Oh, if you say so, Mr. Jones, it is all right," said the stranger with deference. "Still, I confess that I miss my rubber. It is the first Saturday night for 27 years that I have not had my rubber." "I think you will find," said Sherlock Holmes, "that you will play for a higher stake tonight than you have ever done yet, and that the play will be more exciting. For you, Mr. Merryweather, the stake will be some £30,000, and for you, Jones, it will be the man upon whom you wish to lay your hands. John Clay, the murderer, thief, smasher, and forger. He's a young man, Mr. Merryweather, but he is at the head of his profession, and I would rather have my bracelets on him than on any criminal in London. He's a remarkable man, is young John Clay. His grandfather was a royal duke, and he himself has been to Eton and Oxford. His brain is as cunning as his fingers, and though we meet signs of him at every turn, we never know where to find the man himself. He'll crack a crib in Scotland one week, and be raising money to build an orphanage in Cornwall the next. I've been on his track for years, and have never set eyes on him yet. I hope that I may have the pleasure of introducing you tonight. I've had 1 or 2 little turns also with Mr. John Clay, and I agree with you that he is at the head of his profession. It is past 10, however, and quite time that we started. If you 2 will take the first hansom, Watson and I will follow in the second." Sherlock Holmes was not very communicative during the long drive, and lay back in the cab, humming the tunes which he had heard in the afternoon. We rattled through an endless labyrinth of gaslit streets until we emerged into Farringdon Street. "We are close there now," my friend remarked. "This fellow Merryweather is a bank director, and personally interested in the matter. I thought it as well to have Jones with us also. He is not a bad fellow, though an absolute imbecile in his profession. He has one positive virtue. He is as brave as a bulldog, and as tenacious as a lobster if he gets his claws upon anyone. Here we are, and they are waiting for us." We had reached the same crowded thoroughfare in which we had found ourselves in the morning. Our cabs were dismissed, and following the guidance of Mr. Merryweather, we passed down a narrow passage and through a side door, which he opened for us. Within there was a small corridor, which ended in a very massive iron gate. This also was opened, and led down a flight of winding stone steps, which terminated at another formidable gate. Mr. Merryweather stopped to light a lantern, and then conducted us down a dark, earth-smelling passage, and so, after opening a third door, into a huge vault or cellar, which was piled all round with crates and massive boxes. "You are not very vulnerable from above," Holmes remarked, as he held up the lantern and gazed about him. "Nor from below," said Mr. Merryweather, striking his stick upon the flags which lined the floor. "Why, dear me, it sounds quite hollow," he remarked, looking up in surprise. "I must really ask you to be a little more quiet," said Holmes severely. "You have already imperilled the whole success of our expedition. Might I beg that you would have the goodness to sit down upon one of those boxes, and not to interfere?" The solemn Mr. Merryweather perched himself upon a crate, with a very injured expression upon his face, while Holmes fell upon his knees upon the floor, and, with the lantern and the magnifying lens, began to examine minutely the cracks between the stones. A few seconds sufficed to satisfy him, for he sprang to his feet again and put his glass in his pocket. "We have at least an hour before us," he remarked, "for they can hardly take any steps until the good pawnbroker is safely in bed. Then they will not lose a minute, for the sooner they do their work, the longer time they will have for their escape. We are at present, Doctor, as no doubt you have divined, in the cellar of the City branch of one of the principal London banks. Mr. Merryweather is the chairman of directors, and he will explain to you that there are reasons why the more daring criminals of London should take a considerable interest in this cellar at present." "It is our French gold," whispered the director. "We have had several warnings that an attempt might be made upon it." "Your French gold?" "Yes, we had occasion some months ago to strengthen our resources, and borrowed for that purpose 30,000 Napoleons from the Bank of France. It has become known that we have never had occasion to unpack the money, and that it is still lying in our cellar. The crate upon which I sit contains 2,000 Napoleons, packed between layers of lead foil. Our reserve of bullion is much larger at present than is usually kept in a single branch office, and the directors have had misgivings upon the subject." "Which were very well justified," observed Holmes. "And now it is time that we arranged our little plans. I expect that within an hour matters will come to a head. In the meantime, Mr. Merryweather, we must put the screen over that dark lantern." "And sit in the dark?" "I am afraid so. I had brought a pack of cards in my pocket, and I thought that, as we were a partie carrée, you might have your rubber after all. But I see that the enemy's preparations have gone so far that we cannot risk the presence of a light. And, first of all, we must change our positions. These are daring men, and though we shall take them at a disadvantage, they may do us some harm, unless we are careful. I shall stand behind this crate, and do you conceal yourselves behind those. Then, when I flash a light upon them, close in swiftly. If they fire, Watson, have no compunction about shooting them down." I placed my revolver, cocked, upon the top of the wooden case behind which I crouched. Holmes shot the slide across the front of his lantern, and left us in pitch darkness, such an absolute darkness as I have never before experienced. The smell of hot metal remained to assure us that the light was still there, ready to flash out at a moment's notice. To me, with my nerves worked up to a pitch of expectancy, there was something depressing and subduing in the sudden gloom, and in the cold, dank air of the vault. "They have but one retreat," whispered Holmes. "That is back through the house into Saxe-Coburg Square. I hope that you have done what I asked you, Jones." "I have an inspector and 2 officers waiting at the front door." "Then we have stopped all the holes, and now we must be silent and wait." What a time it seemed! From comparing notes afterwards, it was but an hour and a quarter, yet it appeared to me that the night must have almost gone, and the dawn be breaking above us. My limbs were weary and stiff, for I feared to change my position, yet my nerves were worked up to the highest pitch of tension, and my hearing was so acute that I could not only hear the gentle breathing of my companions, but I could distinguish the deeper, heavier in-breath of the bulky Jones from the thin, sighing note of the bank director. From my position I could look over the case in the direction of the floor. Suddenly my eyes caught the glint of a light. At first it was but a lurid spark upon the stone pavement. Then it lengthened out until it became a yellow line, and then, without any warning or sound, a gash seemed to open, and a hand appeared, a white, almost womanly hand, which felt about in the centre of the little area of light. For a minute or more the hand, with its writhing fingers, protruded out of the floor. Then it was withdrawn, as suddenly as it appeared, and all was dark again, save the single lurid spark which marked a chink between the stones. Its disappearance, however, was but momentary. With a rending, tearing sound, one of the broad, white stones turned over upon its side, and left a square, gaping hole, through which streamed the light of a lantern. Over the edge there peeped a clean-cut, boyish face, which looked keenly about it, and then, with a hand on either side of the aperture, drew itself shoulder-high and waist-high, until one knee rested upon the edge. In another instant he stood at the side of the hole, and was hauling after him a companion, lithe and small like himself, with a pale face and a shock of very red hair. "It's all clear," he whispered. "Have you the chisel and the bags? Great Scott! Jump, Archie, jump, and I'll swing for it." Sherlock Holmes had sprung out and seized the intruder by the collar. The other dived down the hole, and I heard the sound of rending cloth as Jones clutched at his skirts. The light flashed upon the barrel of a revolver, but Holmes's hunting crop came down on the man's wrist, and the pistol clinked upon the stone floor. "It's no use, John Clay," said Holmes blandly. "You have no chance at all." "So I see," the other answered, with the utmost coolness. "I fancy that my pal is all right, though I see you have got his coat-tails." "There are 3 men waiting for him at the door," said Holmes. "Oh, indeed. You seem to have done the thing very completely. I must compliment you." "And I you," Holmes answered. "Your red-headed idea was very new and effective." "You'll see your pal again presently," said Jones. "He's quicker at climbing down holes than I am. Just hold out while I fix the derbies." "I beg that you will not touch me with your filthy hands," remarked our prisoner as the handcuffs clattered upon his wrists. "You may not be aware that I have royal blood in my veins. Have the goodness also, when you address me, always to say sir and please." "All right," said Jones with a stare and a snigger. "Well, would you please, sir, march upstairs, where we can get a cab to carry your Highness to the police station?" "That is better," said John Clay serenely. He made a sweeping bow to the 3 of us, and walked quietly off in the custody of the detective. "Really, Mr. Holmes," said Mr. Merryweather, as we followed them from the cellar, "I do not know how the bank can thank you or repay you. There is no doubt that you have detected and defeated, in the most complete manner, one of the most determined attempts at bank robbery that have ever come within my experience. I have had 1 or 2 little scores of my own to settle with Mr. John Clay," said Holmes. "I have been at some small expense over this matter, which I shall expect the bank to refund. But beyond that, I am amply repaid by having had an experience which is, in many ways, unique, and by hearing the very remarkable narrative of the Red-Headed League." "You see, Watson," he explained, in the early hours of the morning, as we sat over a glass of whisky and soda in Baker Street, "it was perfectly obvious from the first that the only possible object of this rather fantastic business of the advertisement of the League and the copying of the encyclopaedia must be to get this not over-bright pawnbroker out of the way for a number of hours every day. It was a curious way of managing it, but really it would be difficult to suggest a better. The method was no doubt suggested to Clay's ingenious mind by the colour of his accomplice's hair. The £4 a week was a lure which must draw him, and what was it to them, who were playing for thousands? They put in the advertisement. One rogue has the temporary office, the other rogue incites the man to apply for it, and together they managed to secure his absence every morning in the week. From the time that I heard of the assistant having come for half wages, it was obvious to me that he had some strong motive for securing the situation. But how could you guess what the motive was? Had there been women in the house, I should have suspected a mere vulgar intrigue. That, however, was out of the question. The man's business was a small one, and there was nothing in his house which could account for such elaborate preparations, and such an expenditure as they were at. It must, then, be something out of the house. What could it be? I thought of the assistant's fondness for photography, and his trick of vanishing into the cellar. The cellar! There was the end of this tangled clue. Then I made inquiries as to this mysterious assistant, and found that I had to deal with one of the coolest and most daring criminals in London. He was doing something in the cellar, something which took many hours a day for months on end. What could it be once more? I could think of nothing, save that he was running a tunnel to some other building. So far I had got when we went to visit the scene of action. I surprised you by beating upon the pavement with my stick. I was ascertaining whether the cellar stretched out in front or behind. It was not in front. Then I rang the bell, and, as I hoped, the assistant answered it. We have had some skirmishes, but we had never set eyes upon each other before. I hardly looked at his face. His knees were what I wished to see. You must yourself have remarked how worn, wrinkled, and stained they were. They spoke of those hours of burrowing. The only remaining point was what they were burrowing for. I walked round the corner, saw the City and Suburban Bank abutted on our friend's premises, and felt that I had solved my problem. When you drove home after the concert, I called upon Scotland Yard, and upon the chairman of the bank directors, with the result that you have seen. And how could you tell that they would make their attempt tonight? I asked. Well, when they closed their league offices, that was a sign that they cared no longer about Mr. Jabez Wilson's presence. In other words, that they had completed their tunnel. But it was essential that they should use it soon, as it might be discovered, or the bullion might be removed. Saturday would suit them better than any other day, as it would give them 2 days for their escape. For all these reasons, I expected them to come tonight. You reasoned it out beautifully, I exclaimed, in unfeigned admiration. It is so long a chain, and yet every link rings true. It saved me from ennui, he answered, yawning. Alas, I already feel it closing in upon me. My life is spent in one long effort to escape from the commonplaces of existence. These little problems help me to do so. And you are a benefactor of the race, said I. He shrugged his shoulders. Well, perhaps, after all, it is of some little use, he remarked. L'homme, c'est rien. L'œuvre, c'est tout, as Gustave Flaubert wrote to George Sand. The Case of the Dixon Torpedo by Arthur Morrison. Hewitt was very apt, in conversation, to dwell upon the many curious chances and coincidences that he had observed, not only in connection with his own cases, but also in matters dealt with by the official police, with whom he was on terms of pretty regular, and indeed friendly acquaintanceship. He has told me many an anecdote of singular happenings to Scotland Yard officials with whom he has exchanged experiences. Of Inspector Nettings, for instance, who spent many weary months in a search for a man wanted by the American government, and in the end found, by the merest accident, a misdirected call, that the man had been lodging next door to himself the whole of the time, just as ignorant, of course, as was the inspector himself as to the enemy at the other side of the party wall. Also of another inspector, whose name I cannot recall, who, having been given rather meagre and insufficient details of a man whom he anticipated having great difficulty in finding, went straight down the stairs of the office where he had received instructions, and actually fell over the man near the door, where he had stooped down to tie his shoelace. There were cases, too, in which, when a great and notorious crime had been committed, and various persons had been arrested on suspicion, some were found among them who had long been badly wanted for some other crime altogether. Many criminals had met their deserts by venturing out of their own particular line of crime into another. Often a man who got into trouble over something comparatively small found himself in for a startlingly larger trouble, the result of some previous misdeed that otherwise would have gone unpunished. The rouble note forger Mirsky might never have been handed over to the Russian authorities had he confined his genius to forgery alone. It was generally supposed, at the time of his extradition, that he had communicated with the Russian embassy with a view to giving himself up. A foolish proceeding on his part, it would seem, since his whereabouts, indeed even his identity as the forger, had not been suspected. He had communicated with the Russian embassy, it is true, but for quite a different purpose, as Martin Hewitt well understood at the time. What that purpose was is now for the first time published. The time was 1:30 in the afternoon, and Hewitt sat in his inner office, examining and comparing the handwriting of 2 letters by the aid of a large lens. He put down the lens and glanced at the clock on the mantelpiece with a premonition of lunch, and as he did so, his clerk quietly entered the room with one of those printed slips which were kept for the announcement of unknown visitors. It was filled up in a hasty and almost illegible hand, thus: Name of visitor, F. Graham Dixon. Address, Chancery Lane. Business, private and urgent. "Show Mr. Dixon in," said Martin Hewitt. Mr. Dixon was a gaunt, worn-looking man of 50 or so, well, although rather carelessly dressed, and carrying in his strong, though drawn face and dullish eyes the look that characterizes the lifelong, strenuous brain-worker. He leaned forward anxiously in the chair which Hewitt offered him, and told his story with a great deal of very natural agitation. "You may possibly have heard, Mr. Hewitt, I know there are rumours, of the new locomotive Torpedo which the government is about adopting. It is, in fact, the Dixon Torpedo, my own invention, and in every respect, not merely in my own opinion, but in that of the government experts, by far the most efficient and certain yet produced. It will travel at least 400 yards farther than any torpedo now made, with perfect accuracy of aim, a very great desideratum, let me tell you, and will carry an unprecedentedly heavy charge. There are other advantages, speed, simple discharge, and so forth, that I needn't bother you about. The machine is the result of many years of work and disappointment, and its design has only been arrived at by a careful balancing of principles and means, which are expressed on the only 4 existing sets of drawings. The whole thing, I need hardly tell you, is a profound secret, and you may judge of my present state of mind when I tell you that one set of drawings has been stolen." "From your house?" "From my office, in Chancery Lane, this morning. The 4 sets of drawings were distributed thus. 2 were at the Admiralty office, one being a finished set on thick paper, and the other a set of tracings therefrom, and the other 2 were at my own office, one being a pencilled set, uncoloured, a sort of finished draft, you understand, and the other a set of tracings, similar to those at the Admiralty. It is this last set that has gone. The 2 sets were kept together in one drawer in my room. Both were there at 10 this morning, of that I am sure, for I had to go to that very drawer for something else when I first arrived. But at 12 the tracings had vanished." You suspect somebody, probably." "I cannot. It is a most extraordinary thing. Nobody has left the office, except myself, and then only to come to you, since 10 this morning, and there has been no visitor, and yet the drawings are gone." "But have you searched the place?" "Of course I have. It was 12 o'clock when I first discovered my loss, and I have been turning the place upside down ever since, I and my assistants. Every drawer has been emptied, every desk and table turned over, the very carpet and linoleum have been taken up, but there is not a sign of the drawings. My men even insisted on turning all their pockets inside out, although I never for a moment suspected either of them, and it would take a pretty big pocket to hold the drawings, doubled up as small as they might be." "You say your men, there are 2, I understand, had neither left the office?" "Neither, and they are both staying in now. Worsfold suggested that it would be more satisfactory if they did not leave till something was done toward clearing the mystery up, and although, as I have said, I don't suspect either in the least, I acquiesced." "Just so. Now, I am assuming that you wish me to undertake the recovery of these drawings." The engineer nodded hastily. "Very good. I will go round to your office. But first, perhaps you can tell me something about your assistants. Something it might be awkward to tell me in their presence, you know. Mr. Worsfold, for instance." "He is my draftsman, a very excellent and intelligent man, a very smart man indeed, and, I feel sure, quite beyond suspicion. He has prepared many important drawings for me. He has been with me nearly 10 years now, and I have always found him trustworthy. But, of course, the temptation in this case would be enormous. Still, I cannot suspect Worsfold. Indeed, how can I suspect anybody in the circumstances?" "The other, now." "His name's Ritter. He is merely a tracer, not a fully skilled draftsman. He is quite a decent young fellow, and I have had him 2 years. I don't consider him particularly smart, or he would have learned a little more of his business by this time, but I don't see the least reason to suspect him. As I said before, I can't reasonably suspect anybody." "Very well. We will get to Chancery Lane now, if you please, and you can tell me more as we go. I have a cab waiting. What else can I tell you?" "I understand the position to be succinctly this. The drawings were in the office when you arrived. Nobody came out, and nobody went in, and yet they vanished. Is that so?" "That is so. When I say that absolutely nobody came in, of course I except the postman. He brought a couple of letters during the morning. I mean that absolutely nobody came past the barrier in the outer office, the usual thing, you know, like a counter, with a frame of ground glass over it." "I quite understand that. But I think you said that the drawings were in a drawer in your own room, not the outer office, where the draftsmen are, I presume." "That is the case. It is an inner room, or rather a room parallel with the other, and communicating with it, just as your own room is, which we have just left." "But then, you say you never left your office, and yet the drawings vanished, apparently by some unseen agency, while you were there in the room." "Let me explain more clearly." The cab was bowling smoothly along the Strand, and the engineer took out a pocket-book and pencil. "I fear," he proceeded, "that I am a little confused in my explanation. I am naturally rather agitated. As you will see presently, my offices consist of 3 rooms, 2 at one side of a corridor, and the other opposite, thus." He made a rapid pencil sketch. "In the outer office, my men usually work. In the inner office, I work myself. These rooms communicate, as you see, by a door. Our ordinary way in and out of the place is by the door of the outer office leading into the corridor, and we first pass through the usual lifting flap in the barrier. The door leading from the inner office to the corridor is always kept locked on the inside, and I don't suppose I unlock it once in 3 months. It has not been unlocked all the morning. The drawer in which the missing drawings were kept, and in which I saw them at 10 o'clock this morning, is at the place marked D. It is a large chest of shallow drawers, in which the plans lie flat. I quite understand. Then there is the private room opposite. What of that? That is a sort of private sitting-room that I rarely use, except for business interviews of a very private nature. When I said I never left my office, I did not mean that I never stirred out of my inner office. I was about in one room and another, both the outer and the inner offices, and once I went into the private room for 5 minutes, but nobody came either in or out of any of the rooms at that time, for the door of the private room was wide open, and I was standing at the bookcase. I had gone to consult a book, just inside the door, with a full view of the doors opposite. Indeed, Worsfold was at the door of the outer office most of the short time. He came to ask me a question. Well, Hewitt replied, it all comes to the simple first statement. You know that nobody left the place or arrived, except the postman, who couldn't get near the drawings, and yet the drawings went. Is this your office? The cab had stopped before a large stone building. Mr. Dixon alighted and led the way to the first floor. Hewitt took a casual glance round each of the 3 rooms. There was a sort of door in the frame of ground glass over the barrier to admit of speech with visitors. This door Hewitt pushed wide open, and left so. He and the engineer went into the inner office. Would you like to ask Worsfold and Ritter any questions? Presently. Those are their coats, I take it, hanging just to the right of the outer office door, over the umbrella stand? Yes, those are all their things, coats, hats, stick, and umbrella. And those coats were searched, you say? Yes. And this is the drawer, thoroughly searched, of course. Oh, certainly. Every drawer was taken out and turned over. Well, of course, I must assume you made no mistake in your hunt. Now, tell me, did anybody know where these plans were, beyond yourself and your 2 men? As far as I can tell, not a soul. You don't keep an office boy? No, there would be nothing for him to do, except to post a letter now and again, which Ritter does quite well for. As you are quite sure that the drawings were there at 10 o'clock, perhaps the thing scarcely matters, but I may as well know if your men have keys of the office. Neither. I have patent locks to each door, and I keep all the keys myself. If Worsfold or Ritter arrive before me in the morning, they have to wait to be let in, and I am always present myself when the rooms are cleaned. I have not neglected precautions, you see. No. I suppose the object of the theft, assuming it is a theft, is pretty plain. The thief would offer the drawings for sale to some foreign government. Of course. They would probably command a great sum. I have been looking, as I need hardly tell you, to that invention to secure me a very large fortune, and I shall be ruined, indeed, if the design is taken abroad. I am under the strictest engagements to secrecy with the Admiralty, and not only should I lose all my labour, but I should lose all the confidence reposed in me at headquarters, should, in fact, be subject to penalties for breach of contract, and my career stopped forever. I cannot tell you what a serious business this is for me. If you cannot help me, the consequences will be terrible. Bad for the service of the country, too, of course. Of course. Now tell me this. It would, I take it, be necessary for the thief to exhibit these drawings to anybody anxious to buy the secret. I mean, he couldn't describe the invention by word of mouth. Oh, no, that would be impossible. The drawings are of the most complicated description, and full of figures upon which the whole thing depends. Indeed, one would have to be a skilled expert to properly appreciate the design at all. Various principles of hydrostatics, chemistry, electricity, and pneumatics are most delicately manipulated and adjusted, and the smallest error or omission in any part would upset the whole. No, the drawings are necessary to the thing, and they are gone. At this moment the door of the outer office was heard to open, and somebody entered. The door between the two offices was ajar, and Hewitt could see right through to the glass door left open over the barrier, and into the space beyond. A well-dressed, dark, bushy-bearded man stood there, carrying a handbag, which he placed on the ledge before him. Hewitt raised his hand to enjoin silence. The man spoke in a rather high-pitched voice, and with a slight accent. "Is Mr. Dixon now within?" he asked. "He is engaged," answered one of the draftsmen. "Very particularly engaged. I'm afraid you won't be able to see him this afternoon. Can I give him any message?" "This is the second time I have come today. Not 2 hours ago, Mr. Dixon himself tells me to call again. I have a very important, very excellent steam packing to show him that is very cheap and the best of the market." The man tapped his bag. "I have just taken orders from the largest railway companies. Can I not see him for 1 second only? I will not detain him." "Really, I'm sure you can't this afternoon. He isn't seeing anybody. But if you'll leave your name—" "My name is Hunter, but what the good of that? He asked me to call a little later, and I come, and now he is engaged. It is a very great pity." And the man snatched up his bag and walking-stick and stalked off indignantly. Hewitt stood still, gazing through the small aperture in the doorway. "You'd scarcely expect a man with such a name as Hunter to talk with that accent, would you?" he observed musingly. "It isn't a French accent, nor a German, but it seems foreign. You don't happen to know him, I suppose?" "No, I don't. He called here about 12:30, just while we were in the middle of our search, and I was frantic over the loss of the drawings. I was in the outer office myself, and told him to call later. I have lots of such agents here, anxious to sell all sorts of engineering appliances. But what will you do now? Shall you see my men?" "I think," said Hewitt, rising, "I think I'll get you to question them yourself." "Myself?" "Yes, I have a reason. Will you trust me with the key of the private room opposite? I will go over there for a little, while you talk to your men in this room. Bring them in here and shut the door. I can look after the office from across the corridor, you know. Ask them each to detail his exact movements about the office this morning, and get them to recall each visitor who has been here from the beginning of the week. I'll let you know the reason of this later. Come across to me in a few minutes." Hewitt took the key and passed through the outer office into the corridor. 10 minutes later, Mr. Dixon, having questioned his draftsmen, followed him. He found Hewitt standing before the table in the private room, on which lay several drawings on tracing paper. "See here, Mr. Dixon," said Hewitt. "I think these are the drawings you are anxious about." The engineer sprang toward them with a cry of delight. "Why, yes, yes!" he exclaimed, turning them over. "Every one of them! But where? How? They must have been in the place after all, then. What a fool I have been!" Hewitt shook his head. "I'm afraid you're not quite so lucky as you think, Mr. Dixon," he said. "These drawings have most certainly been out of the house for a little while. Never mind how. We'll talk of that after. There is no time to lose. Tell me, how long would it take a good draftsman to copy them?" "They couldn't possibly be traced over properly in less than 2 or 2.5 long days of very hard work," Dixon replied with eagerness. "Ah, then it is as I feared. These tracings have been photographed, Mr. Dixon, and our task is one of every possible difficulty. If they had been copied in the ordinary way, one might hope to get hold of the copy. But photography upsets everything. Copies can be multiplied with such amazing facility that, once the thief gets a decent start, it is almost hopeless to checkmate him. The only chance is to get at the negatives before copies are taken. I must act at once, and I fear, between ourselves, it may be necessary for me to step very distinctly over the line of the law in the matter. You see, to get at those negatives may involve something very like housebreaking. There must be no delay, no waiting for legal procedure, or the mischief is done. Indeed, I very much question whether you have any legal remedy, strictly speaking." "Mr. Hewitt, I implore you, do what you can. I need not say that all I have is at your disposal. I will guarantee to hold you harmless for anything that may happen, but do, I entreat you, do everything possible. Think of what the consequences may be." "Well, yes, so I do," Hewitt remarked with a smile. "The consequences to me, if I were charged with housebreaking, might be something that no amount of guarantee could mitigate. However, I will do what I can, if only from patriotic motives. Now, I must see your tracer, Ritter. He is the traitor in the camp."
"Ritter? But how?"
"Never mind that now. You are upset and agitated, and had better not know anything more than is necessary for a little while, in case you say or do something unguarded. With Ritter, I must take a deep course. What I don't know, I must appear to know, and that will seem more likely to him if I disclaim acquaintance with what I do know. But first put these tracings safely away out of sight." Dixon slipped them behind his bookcase. "Now," Hewitt pursued, "call Mr. Worsfold and give him something to do that will keep him in the inner office across the way, and tell him to send Ritter here." Mr. Dixon called his chief draftsman and requested him to put in order the drawings in the drawers of the inner room that had been disarranged by the search, and to send Ritter, as Hewitt had suggested. Ritter walked into the private room with an air of respectful attention. He was a puffy-faced, unhealthy-looking young man, with very small eyes and a loose, mobile mouth. "Sit down, Mr. Ritter," Hewitt said in a stern voice. "Your recent transactions with your friend Mr. Hunter are well known, both to Mr. Dixon and myself." Ritter, who had at first leaned easily back in his chair, started forward at this and paled. "You are surprised, I observe, but you should be more careful in your movements out of doors if you do not wish your acquaintances to be known. Mr. Hunter, I believe, has the drawings which Mr. Dixon has lost, and if so, I am certain that you have given them to him. That, you know, is theft, for which the law provides a severe penalty." Ritter broke down completely and turned appealingly to Mr. Dixon. "Oh, sir," he pleaded, "it isn't so bad, I assure you. I was tempted, I confess, and hid the drawings, but they are still in the office, and I can give them to you. Really, I can." "Indeed," Hewitt went on. "Then, in that case, perhaps you'd better get them at once. Just go and fetch them in. We won't trouble to observe your hiding-place. I'll only keep this door open, to be sure you don't lose your way, you know, down the stairs, for instance." The wretched Ritter, with hanging head, slunk into the office opposite. Presently he reappeared, looking, if possible, ghastlier than before. He looked irresolutely down the corridor, as if meditating a run for it, but Hewitt stepped toward him and motioned him back to the private room. "You mustn't try any more of that sort of humbug," Hewitt said with increased severity. "The drawings are gone, and you have stolen them. You know that well enough. Now, attend to me. If you received your deserts, Mr. Dixon would send for a policeman this moment and have you hauled off to the jail that is your proper place. But, unfortunately, your accomplice, who calls himself Hunter, but who has other names besides that, as I happen to know, has the drawings, and it is absolutely necessary that these should be recovered. I am afraid that it will be necessary, therefore, to come to some arrangement with this scoundrel, to square him, in fact. Now, just take that pen and paper and write to your confederate as I dictate. You know the alternative if you cause any difficulty." Ritter reached tremblingly for the pen. "Address him in your usual way," Hewitt proceeded. "Say this: 'There has been an alteration in the plans.' Have you got that? 'There has been an alteration in the plans. I shall be alone here at 6 o'clock. Please come without fail.' Have you got it? Very well. Sign it and address the envelope. He must come here, and then we may arrange matters. In the meantime, you will remain in the inner office opposite." The note was written, and Martin Hewitt, without glancing at the address, thrust it into his pocket. When Ritter was safely in the inner office, however, he drew it out and read the address. "I see," he observed. "He uses the same name, Hunter. 27 Little Carton Street, Westminster, is the address, and there I shall go at once with the note. If the man comes here, I think you had better lock him in with Ritter and send for a policeman. It may at least frighten him. My object, of course, is to get the man away, and then, if possible, to invade his house, in some way or another, and steal or smash his negatives, if they are there and to be found. Stay here, in any case, till I return, and don't forget to lock up those tracings." It was about 6 o'clock when Hewitt returned, alone, but with a smiling face that told of good fortune at first sight. "First, Mr. Dixon," he said, as he dropped into an easy chair in the private room, "let me ease your mind by the information that I have been most extraordinarily lucky. In fact, I think you have no further cause for anxiety. Here are the negatives. They were not all quite dry when stole them, I suppose I must say, so that they have stuck together a bit, and probably the films are damaged. But you don't mind that, I suppose?" He laid a small parcel, wrapped in a newspaper, on the table. The engineer hastily tore away the paper, and took up 5 or 6 glass photographic negatives, at a half-plate size, which were damp and stuck together by the gelatine films in couples. He held them, one after another, up to the light of the window, and glanced through them. Then, with a great sigh of relief, he placed them on the hearth, and pounded them to dust and fragments with the poker. For a few seconds neither spoke. Then Dixon, flinging himself into a chair, said, "Mr. Hewitt, I can't express my obligation to you. What would have happened if you had failed, I prefer not to think of. But what shall we do with Ritter now? The other man hasn't been here yet, by the by." "No. The fact is, I didn't deliver the letter. The worthy gentleman saved me a world of trouble by taking himself out of the way." Hewitt laughed. "I'm afraid he has rather got himself into a mess by trying 2 kinds of theft at once, and you may not be sorry to hear that his attempt on your torpedo plans is likely to bring him a dose of penal servitude for something else. I'll tell you what has happened. Little Carton Street, Westminster, I found to be a seedy sort of place, one of those old streets that have seen much better days. A good many people seem to live in each house. They are fairly large houses, by the way, and there is quite a company of bell handles on each doorpost, all down the side, like organ stops. A barber had possession of the ground-floor front of number 27 for trade purposes, so to him I went. "Can you tell me," I said, "where in this house I can find Mr. Hunter?" He looked doubtful, so I went on. "His friend will do, you know. I can't think of his name. Foreign gentleman, dark, with a bushy beard." The barber understood at once. "Oh, that's Mersky, I expect," he said. "Now I come to think of it, he has had letters addressed to Hunter once or twice. I've took him in. Top floor back." This was good so far. I had got at Mr. Hunter's other alias. So, by way of possessing him with the idea that I knew all about him, I determined to ask for him as Mersky before handing over the letter addressed to him as Hunter, A little bluff of that sort is invaluable at the right time. At the top floor back, I stopped at the door and tried to open it at once, but it was locked. I could hear somebody scuttling about within, as though carrying things about, and I knocked again. In a little while the door opened about a foot, and there stood Mr. Hunter, or Mersky, as you like, the man who, in the character of a traveller in steam packing, came here twice today. He was in his shirt sleeves, and cuddled something under his arm, hastily covered with a spotted pocket handkerchief. "I have called to see Mr. Mersky," I said, "with a confidential letter." "Oh, yes, yes," he answered hastily. I know. Excuse me 1 minute." And he rushed off downstairs with his parcel. Here was a noble chance. For a moment I thought of following him, in case there might be something interesting in the parcel. But I had to decide in a moment, and I decided on trying the room. I slipped inside the door, and finding the key on the inside, locked it. It was a confused sort of room, with a little iron bedstead in one corner and a sort of rough boarded enclosure in another. This I rightly conjectured to be the photographic dark room, and made for it at once. There was plenty of light within when the door was left open, and I made at once for the drying rack that was fastened over the sink. There were a number of negatives in it, and I began hastily examining them one after another. In the middle of this, our friend Mersky returned and tried the door. He rattled violently at the handle and pushed. Then he called. At this moment I had come upon the first of the negatives you have just smashed. The fixing and the washing had evidently only lately been completed, and the negative was drying on the rack. I seized it, of course, and the others which stood by it. "Who are you there, inside?" Mersky shouted indignantly from the landing. "Why for you go in my room like that? Open this door at once, or I call the police." I took no notice. I had got the full number of negatives, one for each drawing, but I was not by any means sure that he had not taken an extra set, so I went on hunting down the rack. There were no more, so I set to work to turn out all the undeveloped plates. It was quite possible, you see, that the other set, if it existed, had not yet been developed. Mersky changed his tune. After a little more banging and shouting, I could hear him kneel down and try the keyhole. I had left the key there, so that he could see nothing. But he began talking softly and rapidly through the hole in a foreign language. I did not know it in the least, but I believe it was Russian. What had led him to believe I understood Russian, I could not at the time imagine, though I have a notion now. I went on ruining his stock of plates. I found several boxes, apparently of new plates, but as there was no means of telling whether they were really unused, or were merely undeveloped, but with the chemical impress of your drawings on them, I dragged every one ruthlessly from its hiding-place, and laid it out in the full glare of the sunlight, destroying it thereby, of course, whether it was unused or not. Mersky left off talking, and I heard him quietly sneaking off. Perhaps his conscience was not sufficiently clear to warrant an appeal to the police, but it seemed to me rather probable at the time that that was what he was going for. So I hurried on with my work. I found 3 dark slides, the parts that carried the plates in the back of the camera, you know, one of them fixed in the camera itself. These I opened, and exposed the plates to ruination, as before. I suppose nobody ever did so much devastation in a photographic studio in 10 minutes as I managed. I had spoiled every plate I could find, and had the developed negatives safely in my pocket, when I happened to glance at a porcelain washing-well under the sink. There was one negative in that, and I took it up. It was not a negative of a drawing of yours, but of a Russian 20-ruble note. This was a discovery. The only possible reason any man could have for photographing a banknote was the manufacture of an etched plate for the production of forged copies. I was almost as pleased as I had been at the discovery of your negatives. He might bring the police now, as soon as he liked. I could turn the tables on him completely. I began to hunt about for anything else relating to this negative. I found an inking roller, some old pieces of blanket used in printing from plates, and in a corner on the floor, heaped over with newspapers and rubbish, a small copying press. There was also a dish of acid, but not an etched plate or a printed note to be seen. I was looking at the press, with the negative in one hand and the inking roller in the other, when I became conscious of a shadow across the window. I looked up quickly, and there was Mersky, hanging over from some ledge or projection to the side of the window, and staring straight at me with a look of unmistakable terror and apprehension. The face vanished immediately. I had to move a table to get at the window, and by the time I had opened it, there was no sign or sound of the rightful tenant of the room. I had no doubt now of his reason for carrying a parcel downstairs. He probably mistook me for another visitor he was expecting, and, knowing he must take this visitor into his room, threw the papers and rubbish over the press, and put up his plates and papers in a bundle, and secreted them somewhere downstairs, lest his occupation should be observed. Plainly, my duty now was to communicate with the police. So by the help of my friend the barber downstairs, a messenger was found and a note sent over to Scotland Yard. I waited, of course, for the arrival of the police, and occupied the interval in another look round, finding nothing important, however. When the official detective arrived, he recognized at once the importance of the case. A large number of forged Russian notes had been put into circulation on the continent lately, it seems, and it was suspected that they came from London. The Russian government had been sending urgent messages to the police here on the subject. Of course, I said nothing about your business, but while I was talking with the Scotland Yard man, a letter was left by a messenger, addressed to Mersky. The letter will be examined, of course, by the proper authorities, but I was not a little interested to perceive that the envelope bore the Russian imperial arms above the words, Russian Embassy. Now, why should Mersky communicate with the Russian Embassy? Certainly not to let the officials know that he was carrying on a very extensive and lucrative business in the manufacture of spurious Russian notes. I think it is rather more than possible that he wrote, probably before he actually got your drawings, to say that he could sell information of the highest importance, and that this letter was a reply. Further, I think it quite possible that, when I asked for him by his Russian name, and spoke of a confidential letter, he at once concluded that I had come from the embassy in response to his letter. That would account for his addressing me in Russian through the keyhole, and, of course, an official from the Russian embassy would be the very last person in the world whom he would like to observe any indications of his little etching experiments. But anyhow, be that as it may, Hewitt concluded, your drawings are safe now, and if once Mersky is caught, and I think it likely, for a man in his shirt-sleeves, with scarcely any start, and perhaps no money about him, hasn't a great chance to get away. If he is caught, I say, he will probably get something handsome at St. Petersburg in the way of imprisonment, or Siberia, or what not, so that you will be amply avenged. Yes, but I don't at all understand this business of the drawings even now. How in the world were they taken out of the place? And how in the world did you find it out? Nothing could be simpler, and yet the plan was rather ingenious. I'll tell you exactly how the thing revealed itself to me. From your original description of the case, many people would consider that an impossibility had been performed. Nobody had gone out, and nobody had come in, and yet the drawings had been taken away. But an impossibility is an impossibility after all, and as drawings don't run away of themselves, plainly somebody had taken them, unaccountable as it might seem. Now, as they were in your inner office, the only people who could have got at them, besides yourself, were your assistants, so that it was pretty clear that one of them, at least, had something to do with the business. You told me that Worsfold was an excellent and intelligent draftsman. Well, if such a man as that meditated treachery, he would probably be able to carry away the design in his head, at any rate a little at a time, and would be under no necessity to run the risk of stealing a set of the drawings. But Ritter, you remarked, was an inferior sort of man. Not particularly smart, I think were your words, only a mechanical sort of tracer. He would be unlikely to be able to carry in his head the complicated details of such designs as yours, and, being in a subordinate position, and continually overlooked, he would find it impossible to make copies of the plans in the office. So that, to begin with, I thought I saw the most probable path to start on. When I looked round the rooms, I pushed open the glass door of the barrier, and left the door to the inner office ajar, in order to be able to see anything that might happen in any part of the place, without actually expecting any definite development. While we were talking, as it happened, our friend Mersky, or Hunter, as you please, came into the outer office, and my attention was instantly called to him by the first thing he did. Did you notice anything peculiar yourself? No, really, I can't say I did. He seemed to behave much as any traveller or agent might. Well, what I noticed was the fact that as soon as he entered the place, he put his walking stick into the umbrella stand, over there by the door, close by where he stood, a most unusual thing for a casual caller to do, before even knowing whether you were in. This made me watch him closely. I perceived with increased interest that the stick was exactly of the same kind and pattern as one already standing there, also a curious thing. I kept my eyes carefully on those two sticks, and was all the more interested and edified to see, when he left, that he took the other stick, not the one he came with, from the stand, and carried it away, leaving his own behind. I might have followed him, but I decided that more could be learned by staying, as, in fact, proved to be the case. This, by the by, is the stick he carried away with him. I took the liberty of fetching it back from Westminster, because I conceive it to be Ritter's property. Hewitt produced the stick. It was an ordinary, thick Malacca cane, with a buckhorn handle and a silver band. Hewitt bent it across his knee, and laid it on the table. "Yes," Dixon answered, "that is Ritter's stick. I think I have often seen it in the stand. But what in the world—" "One moment. I'll just fetch the stick Mersky left behind." And Hewitt stepped across the corridor. He returned with another stick, apparently an exact facsimile of the other, and placed it by the side of the other. "When your assistants went into the inner room, I carried this stick off for a minute or two. I knew it was not Worsfold's, because there was an umbrella there with his initial on the handle. Look at this." Martin Hewitt gave the handle a twist, and rapidly unscrewed it from the top. Then it was seen that the stick was a mere tube of very thin metal, painted to appear like a Malacca cane. It was plain at once that this was no Malacca cane. It wouldn't bend. Inside it I found your tracings, rolled up tightly. You can get a marvellous quantity of thin tracing paper into a small compass by tight rolling. "And this was the way they were brought back," the engineer exclaimed. "I see that clearly, but how did they get away? That's as mysterious as ever." "Not a bit of it. See here. Mersky gets hold of Ritter, and they agree to get your drawings and photograph them. Ritter is to let his confederate have the drawings, and Mersky is to bring them back as soon as possible, so that they shan't be missed for a moment. Ritter habitually carries this Malacca cane, and the cunning of Mersky at once suggests that this tube should be made in outward facsimile. This morning, Mersky keeps the actual stick, and Ritter comes to the office with the tube. He seizes the first opportunity, probably when you were in this private room, and Worsfold was talking to you from the corridor, to get at the tracings, roll them up tightly, and put them in the tube, putting the tube back into the umbrella stand. At 12:30, or whenever it was, Mersky turns up for the first time with the actual stick, and exchanges them, just as he afterward did when he brought the drawings back. Yes, but Mersky came half an hour after they were— Oh, yes, I see. What a fool I was. I was forgetting. Of course, when I first missed the tracing, they were in this walking stick, safe enough, and I was tearing my hair out within arm's reach of them. Precisely, and Mersky took them away before your very eyes. I expect Ritter was in a rare funk when he found that the drawings were missed. He calculated, no doubt, on your not wanting them for the hour or two they would be out of the office. How lucky that it struck me to jot a pencil note on one of them. I might easily have made my note somewhere else, and then I should never have known that they had been away. Yes, they didn't give you any too much time to miss them. Well, I think the rest pretty clear. I brought the tracings in here, screwed up the sham stick, and put it back. You identified the tracings, and found none missing, and then my course was pretty clear, though it looked difficult. I knew you would be very naturally indignant with Ritter, so, as I wanted to manage him myself, I told you nothing of what he had actually done, for fear that, in your agitated state, you might burst out with something that would spoil my game. To Ritter I pretended to know nothing of the return of the drawings, or how they had been stolen, the only things I did know with certainty, but I did pretend to know all about Mersky, or Hunter, when, as a matter of fact, I knew nothing at all, except that he probably went under more than one name. That put Ritter into my hands completely. When he found the game was up, he began with a lying confession. Believing that the tracings were still in the stick, and that we knew nothing of their return, he said that they had not been away, and that he would fetch them, as I had expected he would. I let him go for them alone, and when he returned, utterly broken up by the discovery that they were not there, I had him altogether at my mercy. You see, if he had known that the drawings were all the time behind your bookcase, he might have brazened it out, sworn that the drawings had been there all the time, and we could have done nothing with him. We couldn't have sufficiently frightened him by a threat of prosecution for theft, because there the things were in your possession to his knowledge. As it was, he answered the helm capitally, gave us Mersky's address on the envelope, and wrote the letter that was to have got him out of the way while I committed burglary, if that disgraceful expedient had not been rendered unnecessary. On the whole, the case has gone very well. It has gone marvellously well, thanks to yourself. But what shall I do with Ritter? Here's his stick. Knock him downstairs with it, if you like. I should keep the tube, if I were you, as a memento. I don't suppose the respectable Mersky will ever call to ask for it, but I should certainly kick Ritter out of doors, or out of window, if you like, without delay. Mersky was caught, and, after 2 remands at the police court, was extradited on the charge of forging Russian notes. It came out that he had written to the embassy, as Hewitt had surmised, stating that he had certain valuable information to offer, and the letter which Hewitt had seen delivered was an acknowledgment and a request for more definite particulars. This was what gave rise to the impression that Mersky had himself informed the Russian authorities of his forgeries. His real intent was very different, but was never guessed. I wonder, Hewitt has once or twice observed, whether, after all, it would not have paid the Russian authorities better, on the whole, if I had never investigated Mersky's little note factory. The Dixon Torpedo was worth a good many 20-ruble notes. The Last Exploit of Harry the Actor by Ernest Bramah. The one insignificant fact upon which turned the following incident in the joint experiences of Mr. Carlyle and Max Carados, was merely this: that having called upon his friend, just at the moment when the private detective was on the point of leaving his office to go to the safe deposit in Lucas Street, Piccadilly, the blind amateur accompanied him, and for 10 minutes amused himself by sitting quite quietly among the palms in the centre of the circular hall, while Mr. Carlyle was occupied with his deed-box in one of the little compartments provided for the purpose. The Lucas Street Depository was then, it has since been converted into a picture palace, generally accepted as being one of the strongest places in London. The front of the building was constructed to represent a gigantic safe door, and under the colloquial designation of the safe, the place had passed into a synonym for all that was secure and impregnable. Half of the marketable securities in the west of London were popularly reported to have seen the inside of its coffers at one time or another, together with the same generous proportion of family jewels. However exaggerated an estimate this might be, the substratum of truth was solid and auriferous enough to dazzle the imagination. When ordinary safes were being carried bodily away with impunity, or ingeniously fused open by the scientifically equipped cracksman, nervous bondholders turned with relief to the attractions of an establishment whose modest claim was summed up in its telegraphic address: impregnable. To it went also the jewel case between the ladies' social engagements, and when in due course the family journeyed north, or south, east or west, whenever, in short, the London house was closed, its capacious storerooms received the plate chest as an established custom. Not a few traders also, jewellers, financiers, dealers in pictures, antiques, and costly bijouterie, for instance, constantly used its facilities for any stock that they did not require immediately to hand. There was only one entrance to the place, an exaggerated keyhole, to carry out the similitude of the safe door alluded to. The ground floor was occupied by the ordinary offices of the company. All the strong rooms and safes lay in the steel-cased basement. This was reached both by a lift and by a flight of steps. In either case, the visitor found before him a grille of massive proportions. Behind its bars stood a formidable commissionaire, who never left his post, his sole duty being to open and close the grille to arriving and departing clients. Beyond this, a short passage led into the round central hall where Carados was waiting. From this part, other passages radiated off to the vaults and strong-rooms, each one barred from the hall by a grille scarcely less ponderous than the first one. The doors of the various private rooms put at the disposal of the company's clients, and that of the manager's office, filled the wall space between the radiating passages. Everything was very quiet, everything looked very bright, and everything seemed hopelessly impregnable. "But I wonder," ran Carados's dubious reflection, as he reached this point. "Sorry to have kept you so long, my dear Max," broke in Mr. Carlyle's crisp voice. He had emerged from his compartment and was crossing the hall, deed-box in hand. "Another minute, and I shall be with you." Carados smiled and nodded, and resumed his former expression, which was merely that of an uninterested gentleman, waiting patiently for another. It is something of an attainment to watch closely without betraying undue curiosity, but others of the senses, hearing and smelling, for instance, can be keenly engaged, while the observer possibly has the appearance of falling asleep. "Now," announced Mr. Carlyle, returning briskly to his friend's chair and drawing on his grey suede gloves. "You are in no particular hurry?" "No," admitted the professional man, with the slowness of mild surprise. "Not at all. What do you propose?" "It is very pleasant here," replied Carados tranquilly. "Very cool and restful, with this armoured steel between us and the dust and scurry of the hot July afternoon above. I propose remaining here for a few minutes longer." "Well, certainly," agreed Mr. Carlyle, taking the nearest chair, and eyeing Carados as though he had a shrewd suspicion of something more than met the ear. "I believe some very interesting people rent safes here. We may encounter a bishop, or a winning jockey, or even a musical comedy actress. Unfortunately, it seems to be rather a slack time." "2 men came down while you were in your cubicle," remarked Carados casually. "The first took the lift. I imagine that he was a middle-aged, rather portly man. He carried a stick, wore a silk hat, and used spectacles for close sight. The other came by the stairway. I infer that he arrived at the top immediately after the lift had gone. He ran down the steps, so that the 2 were admitted at the same time. But the second man, though the more active of the pair, hung back for a moment in the passage, and the portly one was the first to go to his safe." Mr. Carlyle's knowing look expressed, "Go on, my friend. You are coming to something," but he merely contributed an encouraging, "Yes?" "When you emerged just now, our second man quietly opened the door of his pen a fraction. Doubtless he looked out. Then he closed it as quietly again. You were not his man, Lewis." "I am grateful," said Mr. Carlyle expressively. "What next, Max?" "That is all. They are still closeted." Both were silent for a moment. Mr. Carlyle's feeling was one of unconfessed perplexity. So far, the incident was utterly trivial in his eyes, but he knew that the trifles which appeared significant to Max had a way of standing out like signposts when the time came to look back over an episode. Carados's sightless faculties seemed indeed to keep him just a move ahead as the game progressed. "Is there really anything in it, Max?" he asked at length. "Who can say?" replied Carados. "At least we may wait to see them go. Those tin deed boxes now. There is one to each safe, I think." "Yes, so I imagine. The practice is to carry the box to your private lair, and there unlock it and do your business. Then you lock it up again and take it back to your safe." "Steady, our first man," whispered Carados hurriedly. "Here, look at this with me." He opened a paper, a prospectus, which he pulled from his pocket, and they affected to study its contents together. "You were about right, my friend," muttered Mr. Carlyle, pointing to a paragraph of assumed interest. "Hat, stick, and spectacles. He is a clean-shaven, pink-faced old boy. I believe... Yes, I know the man by sight. He is a bookmaker in a large way, I'm told." "Here comes the other," whispered Carados. The bookmaker passed across the hall, joined on his way by the manager, whose duty it was to counterlock the safe, and disappeared along one of the passages. The second man sauntered up and down, waiting his turn. Mr. Carlyle reported his movements in an undertone and described him. He was a younger man than the other, of medium height and passably well dressed, in a quiet lounge suit, green alpine hat, and brown shoes. By the time the detective had reached his wavy chestnut hair, large and rather ragged moustache, and sandy, freckled complexion, the first man had completed his business and was leaving the place. "It isn't an exchange lay, at all events," said Mr. Carlyle. "His inner case is only half the size of the other, and couldn't possibly be substituted." "Come up now," said Carados, rising. "There is nothing more to be learned down here." They requisitioned the lift, and on the steps outside the gigantic keyhole stood for a few minutes discussing an investment as a couple of trustees or a lawyer and a client who were parting there might do. 50 yards away, A very large silk hat, with a very curly brim, marked the progress of the bookmaker towards Piccadilly. The lift in the hall behind them swirled up again, and the gate clashed. The second man walked leisurely out and sauntered away without a backward glance. "He has gone in the opposite direction," exclaimed Mr. Carlyle, rather blankly. "It isn't the lame goat, nor the follow-me-on, nor even the homely but efficacious sandbag." "What colour were his eyes?" asked Carados. "Upon my word, I never noticed," admitted the other. "Parkinson would have noticed," was the severe comment. "I am not Parkinson," retorted Mr. Carlyle, with asperity. "And, strictly as one dear friend to another, Max, permit me to add that while cherishing an unbounded admiration for your remarkable gifts, I have the strongest suspicion that the whole incident is a ridiculous mare's nest, bred in the fantastic imagination of an enthusiastic criminologist." Mr. Carados received this outburst with the utmost benignity. "Come and have a coffee, Lewis," he suggested. "Mehmed's is only a street away." Mehmed proved to be a cosmopolitan gentleman from Mocha, whose shop resembled a house from the outside, and an oriental divan when one was within. A turbaned Arab placed cigarettes and cups of coffee spiced with saffron before the customers, gave salam, and withdrew. "You know, my dear chap," continued Mr. Carlyle, sipping his black coffee and wondering privately whether it was really very good or very bad, "speaking quite seriously, the one fishy detail, our ginger friends watching for the other to leave, may be open to a dozen very innocent explanations. So innocent that tomorrow I intend taking a safe myself." "You think that everything is all right?" "On the contrary, I am convinced that something is very wrong." "Then why—" "I shall keep nothing there, but it will give me the entree. I should advise you, Lewis, in the first place, to empty your safe with all possible speed, and in the second, to leave your business card on the manager." Mr. Carlyle pushed his cup away, convinced now that the coffee was really very bad. "But, my dear Max, the place, the safe, is impregnable." "When I was in the States 3 years ago, the head porter at one hotel took pains to impress on me that the building was absolutely fireproof. I at once had my things taken off to another hotel. 2 weeks later, the first place was burnt out. It was fireproof, I believe, but of course the furniture and the fittings were not, and the walls gave way." "Very ingenious," admitted Mr. Carlyle. "But why did you really go? You know you can't humbug me with your superhuman sixth sense, my friend." Carados smiled pleasantly, thereby encouraging the watchful attendant to draw near and replenish their tiny cups. "Perhaps," replied the blind man, "because so many careless people were satisfied that it was fireproof." "Aha, there you are. The greater the confidence, the greater the risk, but only if your self-confidence results in carelessness. Now, do you know how this place is secured, Max?" "I am told that they lock the door at night," replied Carados, with bland malice. "And hide the key under the mat to be ready for the first arrival in the morning," crowed Mr. Carlyle, in the same playful spirit. "Dear old chap. Well, let me tell you—" "That force is out of the question. Quite so," admitted his friend. "That simplifies the argument. Let us consider fraud. There again, the precautions are so rigid that many people pronounce the forms a nuisance. I confess that I do not. I regard them as a means of protecting my own property, and I cheerfully sign my name and give my password, which the manager compares with his record book before he releases the first lock of my safe. The signature is burned before my eyes in a sort of crucible there. The password is of my own choosing, and is written only in a book that no one but the manager ever sees, and my key is the sole one in existence. No duplicate or master key? Neither. If a key is lost, it takes a skilful mechanic half a day to cut his way in. Then you must remember that clients of a safe deposit are not multitudinous. All are known more or less by sight to the officials there, and a stranger would receive close attention. Now, Max, by what combination of circumstances is a rogue to know my password, to be able to forge my signature, to possess himself of my key, and to resemble me personally? And finally, how is he possibly to determine beforehand whether there is anything in my safe to repay so elaborate a plant? Mr. Carlyle concluded in triumph, and was so carried away by the strength of his position that he drank off the contents of his second cup before he realized what he was doing. "At the hotel I just spoke of," replied Carados, "there was an attendant whose one duty, in case of alarm, was to secure 3 iron doors. On the night of the fire, he had a bad attack of toothache, and slipped away for just a quarter of an hour to have the thing out. There was a most up-to-date system of automatic fire alarm. It had been tested only the day before, and the electrician, finding some part not absolutely to his satisfaction, had taken it away, and not had time to replace it. The night watchman, it turned out, had received leave to present himself a couple of hours later on that particular night, and the hotel fireman, whose duties he took over, had missed being notified. Lastly, there was a big riverside blaze at the same time, and all the engines were down at the other end of the city." Mr. Carlyle committed himself to a dubious monosyllable. Carados leaned forward a little. "All these circumstances formed a coincidence of pure chance. Is it not conceivable, Lewis, that an even more remarkable series might be brought about by design?" "Our tawny friend?" "Possibly, only he was not really tawny." Mr. Carlyle's easy attitude suddenly stiffened into rigid attention. "He wore a false moustache." "He wore a false moustache?" repeated the amazed gentleman. "And you cannot see? No, really, Max, this is beyond the limit." "If only you would not trust your dear blundering old eyes so implicitly, you would get nearer that limit yourself," retorted Carados. The man carried a 5-yard aura of spirit gum, emphasized by a warm, perspiring skin. That inevitably suggested one thing. I looked for further evidence of making up, and found it. These preparations all smell. The hair you described was characteristically that of a wig, worn long enough to hide the joining, and made wavy to minimize the length. All these things are trifles. As yet we have not gone beyond the initial stage of suspicion. I will tell you another trifle. When this man retired to a compartment with his deed-box, he never even opened it. Possibly it contains a brick and a newspaper. He is only watching. Watching the bookmaker. True, but it may go far wider than that. Everything points to a plot of careful elaboration. Still, if you are satisfied— "I am quite satisfied," replied Mr. Carlyle gallantly. "I regard the safe almost as a national institution, and, as such, I have an implicit faith in its precautions against every kind of force or fraud." So far, Mr. Carlyle's attitude had been suggestive of a rock. But at this point he took out his watch, hummed a little to pass the time, consulted his watch again, and continued, "I am afraid there were 1 or 2 papers which I overlooked. It would perhaps save me coming back again tomorrow if I went back now." "Quite so," acquiesced Carados, with perfect gravity. "I will wait for you." For 20 minutes he sat there, drinking an occasional tiny cup of boiled coffee, and to all appearance placidly enjoying the quaint atmosphere which Mr. Mehmed had contrived to transplant from the shore of the Persian Gulf. At the end of that period, Carlyle returned, politely effusive about the time he had kept his friend waiting, but otherwise bland and unassailable. Anyone with eyes might have noticed that he carried a parcel of about the same size and dimensions as the deed box that fitted his safe. The next day, Carados presented himself at the safe deposit as an intending renter. The manager showed him over the vaults and strong rooms, explaining the various precautions taken to render the guile or force of man impotent. The strength of the chilled steel walls, the casing of electricity-resisting concrete, the stupendous isolation of the whole inner fabric on metal pillars, so that the watchman, while inside the building, could walk above, below, and all round the outer walls of what was really, although it bore no actual relationship to the advertising device of the front, a monstrous safe. And, finally, the arrangement which would enable the basement to be flooded with steam within 3 minutes of an alarm. These details were public property. The safe was a showplace, and its directors held that no harm could come of displaying a strong hand. Accompanied by the observant eyes of Parkinson, Carados gave an adventurous but not a hopeful attention to these particulars. Submitting the problem of the tawny man to his own ingenuity, he was constantly putting before himself the question, "How shall I set about robbing this place?" And he had already dismissed force as impracticable. Nor, when it came to the consideration of fraud, did the simple but effective safeguards which Mr. Carlyle had specified seem to offer any loophole. "As I am blind, I may as well sign in the book," he suggested, when the manager passed to him a gummed slip for the purpose. The precaution against one acquiring particulars of another client might well be deemed superfluous in his case. But the manager did not fall into the trap. "It is our invariable rule in all cases, sir," he replied courteously. "What word will you take?" Parkinson, it may be said, had been left in the hall. "Suppose I happen to forget it. How do we proceed?" "In that case, I am afraid that I might have to trouble you to establish your identity," the manager explained. "It rarely happens." "Then we will say conspiracy." The word was written down, and the book closed. "Here is your key, sir. If you will allow me, your key ring." A week went by, and Carados was no nearer the absolute solution of the problem he had set himself. He had, indeed, evolved several ways by which the contents of the safes might be reached, some simple and desperate, hanging on the razor edge of chance to fall this way or that, others more elaborate, safer on the whole, but more liable to break down at some point of their ingenious intricacy. And setting aside complicity on the part of the manager, a condition that Carados had satisfied himself did not exist, they all depended on a relaxation of the forms by which security was assured. Carados continued to have several occasions to visit the safe during the week, and he watched with a quiet persistence that was deadly in its scope. But from beginning to end, there was no indication of slackness in the business-like methods of the place, nor, during any of his visits, did the tawny man appear in that or any other disguise. Another week passed. Mr. Carlyle was becoming inexpressibly waggish, and Carados himself, although he did not abate a jot of his conviction, was compelled to bend to the realities of the situation. The manager, with the obstinacy of a conscientious man who had become obsessed with the pervading note of security, excused himself from discussing abstract methods of fraud. Carados was not in a position to formulate a detailed charge. He withdrew from active investigation, content to await his time. It came, to be precise, on a certain Friday morning, 17 days after his first visit to the safe. Returning late on the Thursday night, he was informed that a man giving the name of Draycott had called to see him. Apparently, the matter had been of some importance to the visitor, for he had returned 3 hours later on the chance of finding Mr. Carados in. Disappointed in this, he had left a note. Carados cut open the envelope and ran a finger along the following words. Dear Sir, I have today consulted Mr. Lewis Carlyle, who thinks that you would like to see me. I will call again in the morning, say at 9 o'clock. If this is too soon, or otherwise inconvenient, I entreat you to leave a message, fixing as early an hour as possible. Yours faithfully, Herbert Draycott. P.S. I should add that I am the renter of a safe at the Lucas Street Depository. H.D. A description of Mr. Draycott made it clear that he was not the West End bookmaker. The caller, the servant explained, was a thin, wiry, keen-faced man. Carados felt agreeably interested in this development, which seemed to justify his suspicion of a plot. At 5 minutes to 9 the next morning, Mr. Draycott again presented himself. "Very good of you to see me so soon, sir," he apologised, on Carados at once receiving him. "I don't know much of English ways. I'm an Australian, and I was afraid it might be too early." "You could have made it a couple of hours earlier, as far as I am concerned," replied Carados. "Or you either, for that matter, I imagine," he added, "for I don't think that you slept much last night." "I didn't sleep at all last night," corrected Mr. Draycott. "But it's strange that you should have seen that. I understood from Mr. Carlyle that you, excuse me if I'm mistaken, sir, but I understood that you were blind." Carados laughed his admission lightly. "Oh, yes," he said. "But never mind that. What is the trouble?" "I'm afraid it means more than just trouble for me, Mr. Carados." The man had steady, half-closed eyes, with the suggestion of depth which one notices in the eyes of those whose business it is to look out over great expanses of land or water. They were turned towards Carados's face, with quiet resignation in their frankness now. "I'm afraid it spells disaster. I am a working engineer from the Mount Magdalena district of Coolgardie. I don't want to take up your time with outside details, so I will only say that about 2 years ago I had an opportunity of acquiring a share in a very promising claim. Gold, you understand, both reef and alluvial. As the work went on, I put more and more into the undertaking. You couldn't call it a venture by that time. The results were good, better than we had dared to expect, but from one cause and another the expenses were terrible. We saw that it was a bigger thing than we had bargained for, and we admitted that we must get outside help." So far, Mr. Draycott's narrative had proceeded smoothly enough, under the influence of the quiet despair that had come over the man. But at this point, a sudden recollection of his position swept him into a frenzy of bitterness. "Oh, what the blazes is the good of going over all this again?" he broke out. "What can you or anyone else do, anyhow? I've been robbed, rooked, cleared out of everything I possess." And tormented by recollections, and by the impotence of his rage, the unfortunate engineer beat the oak table with the back of his hand, until his knuckles bled. Carados waited until the fury had passed. "Continue, if you please, Mr. Draycott," he said. "Just what you thought it best to tell me is just what I want to know." "I'm sorry, sir," apologised the man, colouring under his tanned skin. I ought to be able to control myself better. But this business has shaken me. 3 times last night I looked down the barrel of my revolver, and 3 times I threw it away. Well, we arranged that I should come to London to interest some financiers in the property. We might have done it locally, or in Perth to be sure, but then, don't you see, they would have wanted to get control. 6 weeks ago I landed here. I brought with me specimens of the quartz and good samples of extracted gold, dust and nuggets, the clearing up of several weeks' working, about 240 ounces in all. That includes the Magdalena Lodestar, our lucky nugget, a lump weighing just under 7 pounds of pure gold. I had seen an advertisement of this Lucas Street safe deposit, and it seemed just the thing I wanted. Besides the gold, I had all the papers to do with the claims, plans, reports, receipts, licences and so on. Then when I cashed my letter of credit, I had about £150 in notes. Of course, I could have left everything at a bank, but it was more convenient to have it, as it were, in my own safe, to get at any time, and to have a private room that I could take any gentleman to. I hadn't a suspicion that anything could be wrong. Negotiations hung on in several quarters. It's a bad time to do business here, I find. Then, yesterday, I wanted something. I went to Lucas Street, as I had done 6 times before, opened my safe, and had the inner case carried to a room. Mr. Carados, it was empty. Quite empty? No. He laughed bitterly. At the bottom was a sheet of wrapper paper. I recognised it as a piece I had left there, in case I wanted to make up a parcel. But for that, I should have been convinced that I had somehow opened the wrong safe. That was my first idea. It cannot be done. So I understand, sir. And then there was the paper with my name written on it, in the empty tin. I was dazed. It seemed impossible. I think I stood there without moving for minutes. It was more like hours. Then I closed the tin box again, took it back, locked up the safe, and came out. Without notifying anything wrong? Yes, Mr. Carados. The steady blue eyes regarded him with pained thoughtfulness. You see, I reckoned it out, in that time, that it must be someone about the place who had done it. You were wrong, said Carados. So Mr. Carlyle seemed to think. I only knew that the key had never been out of my possession, and I had told no one of the password. Well, it did come over me, rather like cold water down the neck, that there was I, alone, in the strongest dungeon in London, and not a living soul knew where I was. Possibly a sort of up-to-date Sweeney Todd's. I'd heard of such things in London, admitted Draycott. Anyway, I got out. It was a mistake, I see it now. Who is to believe me as it is? It sounds a sort of unlikely tale. And how do they come to pick on me, to know what I had? I don't drink, or open my mouth, or hell round. It beats me. They didn't pick on you. You picked on them, replied Carados. Never mind how. You'll be believed all right. But as for getting anything back— The unfinished sentence confirmed Mr. Draycott in his gloomiest anticipations. I have the numbers of the notes, he suggested, with an attempted hopefulness. They can be stopped, I take it. Stopped? Yes, admitted Carados. And what does that amount to? The banks and the police stations will be notified, and every little public house between here and Land's End will change one for the scribbling of John Jones across the back. No, Mr. Draycott, it's awkward, I dare say, but you must make up your mind to wait until you can get fresh supplies from home. Where are you staying? Draycott hesitated. "I have been at the Abbotsford in Bloomsbury up to now," he said, with some embarrassment. "The fact is, Mr. Carados, I think I ought to have told you how I was placed before consulting you, because I see no prospect of being able to pay my way. Knowing that I had plenty in the safe, I had run it rather close. I went chiefly yesterday to get some notes. I have a week's hotel bill in my pocket, and—" He glanced down at his trousers. "I've ordered one or two other things, unfortunately." "That will be a matter of time, doubtless," suggested the other, encouragingly. Instead of replying, Draycott suddenly dropped his arms onto the table and buried his face between them. A minute passed in silence. "It's no good, Mr. Carados," he said, when he was able to speak. "I can't meet it. Say what you like. I simply can't tell those chaps that I've lost everything we had, and ask them to send me more. They couldn't do it if I did. Understand, sir, the mine is a valuable one. We have the greatest faith in it, but it has gone beyond our depth. The three of us have put everything we own into it. While I'm here, they are doing labourers' work for a wage, just to keep going, waiting. Oh, my God, waiting for good news from me." Carados walked round the table to his desk and wrote. Then, without a word, he held out a paper to his visitor. "What's this?" demanded Draycott in bewilderment. It's a cheque for £100. "It will carry you on," explained Carados imperturbably. "A man like you isn't going to throw up the sponge for this setback. Cable to your partners that you require copies of all the papers at once. They'll manage it, never fear. The gold must go. Write fully by the next mail. Tell them everything, and add that in spite of all you feel that you are nearer success than ever." Mr. Draycott folded the cheque with thoughtful deliberation, and put it carefully away in his pocket-book. "I don't know whether you've guessed as much, sir," he said in a queer voice, "but I think that you've saved a man's life today. It's not the money, it's the encouragement and faith. If you could see, you'd know better than I can say how I feel about it." Carados laughed quietly. It always amused him to have people explain how much more he would learn if he had eyes. "Then we'll go on to Lucas Street and give the manager the shock of his life," was all he said. "Come, Mr. Draycott, I have already rung up the car." But, as it happened, another instrument had been destined to apply that stimulating experience to the manager. As they stepped out of the car, opposite the safe, a taxicab drew up, and Mr. Carlyle's alert and cheery voice hailed them. "A moment, Max," he called, turning to settle with his driver, a transaction that he invested with an air of dignified urbanity, which almost made up for any small pecuniary disappointment that may have accompanied it. "This is indeed fortunate. Let us compare notes for a moment. I have just received an almost imploring message from the manager to come at once. I assumed that it was the affair of our colonial friend here, but he went on to mention Professor Holmfast Bulge. Can it really be possible that he also has made a similar discovery?" "What did the manager say?" asked Carados. "He was practically incoherent, but I really think it must be so. What have you done?" "Nothing," replied Carados. He turned his back on the safe and appeared to be regarding the other side of the street. "There is a tobacconist's shop directly opposite." "There is." "What do they sell on the first floor?" "Possibly they sell rubbo. I hazard the suggestion from the legend, 'Rub in rubbo for everything,' which embellishes each window." "The windows are frosted?" "They are. to halfway up, mysterious man. Carados walked back to his motor car. While we are away, Parkinson, go across and buy a tin, bottle, box, or packet of rubbo. What is rubbo, Max? Chirped Mr. Carlyle, with insatiable curiosity. So far, we do not know. When Parkinson gets some, Lewis, you shall be the one to try it. They descended into the basement, and were passed in by the grill-keeper, whose manner betrayed a discreet consciousness of something in the air. It was unnecessary to speculate why. In the distance, muffled by the armoured passages, an authoritative voice boomed like a sonorous bell heard under water. "What, however, are the facts?" it was demanding, with the causticity of baffled helplessness. "I am assured that there is no other key in existence, yet my safe has been unlocked. I am given to understand that without the password it would be impossible for an unauthorized person to tamper with my property. My password, deliberately chosen, is Anthropophaginian, sir. Is it one that is familiarly on the lips of the criminal classes? But my safe is empty. What is the explanation? Who are the guilty persons? What is being done? Where are the police? If you consider that the proper course to adopt is to stand on the doorstep and beckon in the first constable who happens to pass, permit me to say, sir, that I differ from you," retorted the distracted manager. "You may rely on everything possible being done to clear up the mystery. As I told you, I have already telephoned for a capable private detective and for one of my directors." "But that is not enough," insisted the professor angrily. "Will one mere private detective restore my £6,000 Japanese 4.5% bearer bonds? Is the return of my irreplaceable notes on polyphyletic bridal customs among the mid-Pleistocene cavemen to depend on a solitary director? I demand that the police shall be called in, as many as are available. Let Scotland Yard be set in motion. A searching inquiry must be made. I have only been a user of your precious establishment for 6 months, and this is the result." "There you hold the key of the mystery, Professor Bulge," interposed Carados quietly. "Who is this, sir?" demanded the exasperated professor at large. "Permit me," explained Mr. Carlyle, with bland assurance. "I am Lewis Carlyle, of Bampton Street. This gentleman is Mr. Max Carados, the eminent amateur specialist in crime." "I shall be thankful for any assistance towards elucidating this appalling business," condescended the professor sonorously. "Let me put you in possession of the facts." "Perhaps if we went into your room," suggested Carados to the manager, "we should be less liable to interruption." "Oh, quite so, boomed the professor, accepting the proposal on everyone else's behalf. "The facts, sir, are these. I am the unfortunate possessor of a safe here, in which, a few months ago, I deposited, among less important matter, 60 bearer bonds of the Japanese Imperial Loan, the bulk of my small fortune, and the manuscript of an important projected work on polyphyletic bridal customs among the mid-Pleistocene cavemen. Today I came to detach the coupons, which fall due on the 15th, to pay them into my bank a week in advance, in accordance with my custom. What do I find? I find the safe locked and apparently intact, as when I last saw it a month ago. But it is far from being intact, sir. It has been opened, ransacked, cleared out. Not a single bond, not a scrap of paper remains." It was obvious that the manager's temperature had been rising during the latter part of this speech, and now he boiled over. "Pardon my flatly contradicting you, Professor Bulge. You have again referred to your visit here a month ago as your last. You will bear witness of that, gentlemen. when I inform you that the Professor had access to his safe as recently as on Monday last, you will recognize the importance that the statement may assume." The Professor glared across the room like an infuriated animal, a comparison heightened by his notoriously hircine appearance. "How dare you contradict me, sir?" he cried, slapping the table sharply with his open hand. "I was not here on Monday." The manager shrugged his shoulders coldly. "You forget that the attendants also saw you," he remarked. "Cannot we trust our own eyes?" "A common assumption, yet not always a strictly reliable one," insinuated Carados softly. "I cannot be mistaken." "Then can you tell me, without looking, what colour Professor Bulge's eyes are?" There was a curious and expectant silence for a minute. The Professor turned his back on the manager, and the manager passed from thoughtfulness to embarrassment. "I really do not know, Mr. Carados," he declared loftily at last. "I do not refer to mere trifles like that." "Then you can be mistaken," replied Carados mildly, yet with decision. "But the ample hair, the venerable flowing beard, the prominent nose and heavy eyebrows. These are just the striking points that are most easily counterfeited. They take the eye. If you would ensure yourself against deception, learn rather to observe the eye itself, and particularly the spots on it, the shape of the fingernails, the set of the ears. These things cannot be simulated." "You seriously suggest that the man was not Professor Bulge, that he was an impostor?" "The conclusion is inevitable. Where were you on Monday, Professor?" "I was on a short lecturing tour in the Midlands. On Saturday I was in Nottingham, on Monday in Birmingham. I did not return to London until yesterday." Carados turned to the manager again, and indicated Draycott, who so far had remained in the background. "And this gentleman, did he, by any chance, come here on Monday?" "He did not, Mr. Carados, but I gave him access to his safe on Tuesday afternoon, and again yesterday." Draycott shook his head sadly. "Yesterday I found it empty," he said, "and all Tuesday afternoon I was at Brighton trying to see a gentleman on business." The manager sat down very suddenly. "Good God, another!" he exclaimed faintly. "I am afraid the list is only beginning," said Carados. "We must go through your renter's book." The manager roused himself to protest. "That cannot be done. No one but myself or my deputy ever sees the book. It would be unprecedented." "The circumstances are unprecedented," replied Carados. "If any difficulties are placed in the way of these gentlemen's investigations, I shall make it my duty to bring the facts before the Home Secretary," announced the Professor, speaking up to the ceiling with the voice of a brazen trumpet. Carados raised a deprecating hand. "May I make a suggestion?" he remarked. "Now, I am blind. If, therefore—" "Very well," acquiesced the manager, "but I must request the others to withdraw." For 5 minutes Carados followed the list of safe renters as the manager read them to him. Sometimes he stopped the catalogue to reflect a moment. Now and then he brushed a fingertip over a written signature and compared it with another. Occasionally a password interested him. But when the list came to an end, he continued to look into space without any sign of enlightenment. "So much is perfectly clear, and yet so much is incredible," he mused. "You insist that you alone have been in charge for the last 6 months?" "I have not been away a day this year." "Meals?" "I have my lunch sent in." And this room could not be entered without your knowledge while you were about the place?" "It is impossible. The door is fitted with a powerful spring and a feather-touch, self-acting lock. It cannot be left unlocked unless you deliberately prop it open." "And, with your knowledge, no one has had an opportunity of having access to this book?" "No," was the reply. Carados stood up and began to put on his gloves. "Then I must decline to pursue my investigation any further," he said, icily. "Why?" stammered the manager. "Because I have positive reason for believing that you are deceiving me." "Pray sit down, Mr. Carados. It is quite true that when you put the last question to me, a circumstance rushed into my mind which, so far as the strict letter was concerned, might seem to demand yes instead of no, but not in the spirit of your inquiry. It would be absurd to attach any importance to the incident I refer to. That would be for me to judge." "You shall do so, Mr. Carados. I live at Windermere Mansions with my sister. A few months ago, she got to know a married couple who had recently come to the opposite flat. The husband was a middle-aged, scholarly man who spent most of his time in the British Museum. His wife's tastes were different. She was much younger, brighter, gayer, a mere girl, in fact, one of the most charming and unaffected I have ever met. My sister Amelia does not readily—" "Stop!" exclaimed Carados. "A studious middle-aged man and a charming young wife. Be as brief as possible. If there is any chance, it may turn on a matter of minutes at the ports. She came here, of course." "Accompanied by her husband," replied the manager, stiffly. "Mrs. Scott had travelled, and she had a hobby of taking photographs wherever she went. When my position accidentally came out one evening, she was carried away by the novel idea of adding views of a safe deposit to her collection, as enthusiastic as a child. There was no reason why she should not. The place has often been taken for advertising purposes. She came and brought her camera under your very nose." "I do not know what you mean by under my very nose." "She came with her husband one evening, just about our closing time. She brought her camera, of course. Quite a small affair." "And contrived to be in here alone." "I take exception to the word contrived. It happened. I sent out for some tea, and in the course— How long was she alone in here?" 2 or 3 minutes at the most. When I returned, she was seated at my desk. That was what I referred to. The little rogue had put on my glasses and had got hold of a big book. We were great chums, and she delighted to mock me. I confess that I was startled, merely instinctively, to see that she had taken up this book, but the next moment I saw that she had it upside down. Clever. She couldn't get it away in time. And the camera, with 6 of its specially sensitized films, already snapped over the last few pages by her side. "That child?" "Yes. She is 27, and has kicked hats off tall men's heads in every capital from Petersburg to Buenos Aires. Get through to Scotland Yard, and ask if Inspector Beadle can come up." The manager breathed heavily through his nose. "To call in the police and publish everything would ruin this establishment. Confidence would be gone. I cannot do it without further authority." "Then the Professor certainly will." "Before you came, I rang up the only director who is at present in town, and gave him the facts as they then stood. Possibly he has arrived by this. If you will accompany me to the boardroom, we will see." They went up to the floor above, Mr. Carlyle joining them on the way. "Excuse me a moment," said the manager. Parkinson, who had been having an improving conversation with the hall porter on the subject of land values, approached. "I am sorry, sir," he reported, "but I was unable to procure any rubbo. The place appears to be shut up." "That is a pity. Mr. Carlyle had set his heart on it." "Will you come this way, please?" said the manager, reappearing. In the boardroom they found a white-haired old gentleman who had obeyed the manager's behest from a sense of duty, and then remained in a distant corner of the empty room in the hope that he might be overlooked. He was amiably helpless, and appeared to be deeply aware of it. "This is a very sad business, gentlemen," he said, in a whispering, confiding voice. "I am informed that you recommend calling in the Scotland Yard authorities. That would be a disastrous course for an institution that depends on the implicit confidence of the public." "It is the only course," replied Carados. "The name of Mr. Carados is well known to us in connection with a delicate case. Could you not carry this one through?" "It is impossible. A wide inquiry must be made. Every port will have to be watched. The police alone can do that." He threw a little significance into the next sentence. "I alone can put the police in the right way of doing it." "And you will do that, Mr. Carados?" Carados smiled engagingly. He knew exactly what constituted the great attraction of his services. "My position is this," he explained. "So far, my work has been entirely amateur. In that capacity, I have averted one or two crimes, remedied an occasional injustice, and now and then been of service to my professional friend, Lewis Carlyle. But there is no reason at all why I should serve a commercial firm in an ordinary affair of business for nothing. For any information, I should require a fee, a quite nominal fee of, say, £100. The director looked as though his faith in human nature had received a rude blow. £100 would be a very large initial fee for a small firm like this, Mr. Carados, he remarked in a pained voice. And that, of course, would be independent of Mr. Carlyle's professional charges, added Carados. Is that sum contingent on any specific performance? Inquired the manager. I do not mind making it conditional on my procuring for you, for the police to act on, a photograph and a description of the thief. The two officials conferred apart for a moment. Then the manager returned. We will agree, Mr. Carados, on the understanding that these things are to be in our hands within 2 days. Failing that— No, no, cried Mr. Carlyle indignantly, but Carados good-humouredly put him aside. I will accept the condition in the same sporting spirit that inspires it. Within 48 hours, or no pay. The cheque, of course, to be given immediately the goods are delivered. You may rely on that. Carados took out his pocket-book, produced an envelope bearing an American stamp, and from it extracted an unmounted print. Here is the photograph, he announced. The man is called Ulysses K. Groom, but he is better known as Harry the actor. You will find the description written on the back. 5 minutes later, when they were alone, Mr. Carlyle expressed his opinion of the transaction. You are an unmitigated humbug, Max, he said, though an amiable one, I admit. But purely for your own private amusement, you spring these things on people. On the contrary, replied Carados, people spring these things on me. Now, this photograph, why have I heard nothing of it before? Carados took out his watch and touched the fingers. It is now 3 minutes to 11. I received the photograph at 8:20. Even then, an hour ago, you assured me that you had done nothing. Nor had I, so far as result went. Until the keystone of the edifice was wrung from the manager in his room, I was as far away from demonstrable certainty as ever. So am I, as yet, hinted Mr. Carlyle. I am coming to that, Lewis. I turn over the whole thing to you. The man has got 2 clear days' start, and the chances are 9 to 1 against catching him. We know everything, and the case has no further interest for me. But it is your business. Here is your material. On that one occasion when the tawny man crossed our path, I took from the first a rather more serious view of his scope and intention than you did. That same day I sent a cipher cable to Pearson of the New York service. I asked for news of any man of such and such a description, merely negative, who was known to have left the States, an educated man, expert in the use of disguises, audacious in his operations, and a specialist in dry work among banks and strong-rooms. Why the States, Max? That was a sighting shot on my part. I argued that he must be an English-speaking man. The smart and inventive turn of the modern Yank has made him a specialist in ingenious devices, straight or crooked. Unpickable locks and invincible lock-pickers, burglar-proof safes and safe-specializing burglars come equally from the States. So I tried a very simple test. As we talked that day, and the man walked past us, I dropped the words New York, or rather New York, in his hearing. I know you did. He neither turned nor stopped. He was that much on his guard, but into his step there came, though your poor old eyes could not see it, Lewis, the psychological pause, an absolute arrest of perhaps 1/5 of a second, just as it would have done with you if the word London had fallen on your ear in a distant land. However, the whys and the wherefores don't matter. Here is the essential story. 18 months ago, Harry, the actor, successfully looted the office safe of Mackenzie, J.F. Higgs & Co., of Cleveland, Ohio. He had just married a smart but very facile third-rate vaudeville actress, English by origin, and wanted money for the honeymoon. He got about £500, and with that they came to Europe and stayed in London for some months. That period is marked by the Congreve Square post office burglary, you may remember. While studying such of the British institutions as most appealed to him, the actor's attention became fixed on this safe deposit. Possibly the implied challenge contained in its telegraphic address grew on him, until it became a point of professional honour with him to despoil it. At all events, he was presumably attracted by an undertaking that promised not only glory, but very solid profit. The first part of the plot was, to the most skilful criminal impersonator in the States, mere skittles. Spreading over these months, he appeared at the safe in 12 different characters, and rented 12 safes of different sizes. At the same time, he made a thorough study of the methods of the place. As soon as possible, he got the keys back again into legitimate use, having made duplicates for his own private ends, of course. 5 he seems to have returned during his first stay. 1 was received later, with profuse apologies, by registered post. 1 was returned through a leading Berlin bank. 6 months ago, he made a flying visit here, purely to work off 2 more. 1 he kept from first to last, and the remaining couple he got in at the beginning of his second long residence here, 3 or 4 months ago. This brings us to the serious part of the cool enterprise. He had funds from the Atlantic and South Central mail car coup when he arrived here last April. He appears to have set up 3 establishments, a home, in the guise of an elderly scholar with a young wife, which, of course, was next door to our friend the manager, an observation point, over which he plastered the inscription, "Rub in Rubbo for everything," as a reason for being. And, somewhere else, a dressing-room with essential conditions of 2 doors into different streets. About 6 weeks ago, he entered the last stage. Mrs. Harry, with quite ridiculous ease, got photographs of the necessary page or 2 of the record book. I don't doubt that for weeks before then, everyone who entered the place had been observed. But the photographs, linked them up with the actual men into whose hands the actors' old keys had passed, gave their names and addresses, the numbers of their safes, their passwords and signatures. The rest was easy. "Yes, by Jupiter, mere play for a man like that," agreed Mr. Carlyle, with professional admiration. He could contrive a dozen different occasions for studying the voice and manner and appearance of his victims. "How much has he cleared?" "We can only speculate as yet. I have put my hand on 7 doubtful callers on Monday and Tuesday last. 2 others he had ignored for some reason. The remaining 2 safes had not been allotted. There is one point that raises an interesting speculation." "What is that, Max?" "The actor has one associate, a man known as Billy the Fondant. But beyond that, with the exception of his wife, of course, he does not usually trust anyone. It is plain, however, that at least 7 men must latterly have been kept under close observation. It has occurred to me—" "Yes, Max?" "I have wondered whether Harry has enlisted the innocent services of one or other of our clever private inquiry offices." "Scarcely," smiled the professional. "It would hardly pass muster." "Oh, I don't know. Mrs. Harry, in the character of a jealous wife or a suspicious sweetheart, might reasonably—" Mr. Carlyle's smile suddenly faded. "By Jupiter!" he exclaimed. "I remember—" "Yes, Louis?" prompted Carados, with laughter in his voice. I remember that I must telephone to a client before Beadle comes," concluded Mr. Carlyle, rising in some haste. At the door he almost ran into the subdued director, who was wringing his hands in helpless protest at a new stroke of calamity. "Oh, Mr. Carados," wailed the poor old gentleman in a tremulous bleat. "Mr. Carados, there is another now, Sir Benjamin Gump. He insists on seeing me. You will not desert us." "I should have to stay a week," replied Carados briskly, "and I'm just off now. There will be a procession. Mr. Carlyle will support you, I am sure." He nodded good morning straight into the eyes of each, and found his way out with the astonishing certainty of movement that made so many forget his infirmity. Possibly he was not desirous of encountering Draycott's embarrassed gratitude again, for in less than a minute they heard the swirl of his departing car. "Never mind, my dear sir," Mr. Carlyle assured his client with impenetrable complacency. "Never mind. I will remain instead. Perhaps I had better make myself known to Sir Benjamin at once." The director turned on him the pleading, trustful look of a cornered dormouse. "He is in the basement," he whispered. "I shall be in the boardroom, if necessary." Mr. Carlyle had no difficulty in discovering the centre of interest in the basement. Sir Benjamin was expansive and reserved, bewildered and decisive, long-winded and short-tempered, each in turn, and more or less all at once. He had already demanded the attention of the manager, Professor Bulge, Draycott, and 2 underlings to his case, and they were now involved in a babel of inutile reiteration. The inquiry agent was at once drawn into a circle of interrogation that he did his best to satisfy impressively, while himself learning the new facts. The latest development was sufficiently astonishing. Less than an hour before, Sir Benjamin had received a parcel by district messenger. It contained a jewel case, which ought at that moment to have been securely reposing in one of the deposit safes. Hastily snatching it open, the recipient's incredible forebodings were realized. It was empty of jewels, that is to say, for, as if to add a sting to the blow, a neatly inscribed card had been placed inside, and on it the agitated baronet read the appropriate but at the moment rather gratuitous maxim, Lay not up for yourselves treasures upon earth. The card was passed round, and all eyes demanded the expert's pronouncement. Where moth and rust doth corrupt, and where thieves break through and steal. Read Mr. Carlyle with weight. This is a most important clue, Sir Benjamin. Hey, what's that? Exclaimed a voice from the other side of the hall. Why, damme if I don't believe you've got another. Look at that, gentlemen, look at that. What's on, I say? Here, now, come, give me my safe. I want to know where I am. It was the bookmaker who strode tempestuously in among them, flourishing before their faces a replica of the card that was in Mr. Carlyle's hand. Well, upon my soul, this is most extraordinary, exclaimed that gentleman, comparing the two. You have just received this, Mr. Berg, isn't it? That's right, Berg. Iceberg, on the course. Thank the Lord Harry, I can take my losses coolly enough, but this is a facer. Put into my hand half an hour ago, inside an envelope that ought to be here, and as safe as in the Bank of England. What's the game, I say? Here, Johnny, hurry and let me into my safe. Discipline and method had for the moment gone by the board. There was no suggestion of the boasted safeguards of the establishment. The manager added his voice to that of the client, and when the attendant did not at once appear, he called again. John, come and give Mr. Berg access to his safe at once. All right, sir, pleaded the harassed key attendant, hurrying up with the burden of his own distraction. There's a silly fathead got in, what thinks this is a left luggage office, so far as I can make out. A foreigner. Never mind that now, replied the manager severely. Mr. Berg's safe, number 01724. The attendant and Mr. Berg went off together down one of the brilliant colonnaded vistas. One or two of the others, who had caught the words, glanced across and became aware of a strange figure that was drifting indecisively towards them. He was obviously an elderly German tourist, of pronounced type, long-haired, spectacled, outrageously garbed, and involved in the mental abstraction of his philosophical race. One hand was occupied with the manipulation of a pipe, as markedly Teutonic as its owner. The other grasped a carpet-bag that would have ensured an opening laugh to any low comedian. Quite impervious to the preoccupation of the group, the German made his way up to them and picked out the manager. This was a safety deposit, nicht wahr? Quite so, acquiesced the manager loftily. But just now, your fellow was dense of comprehension. The eyes behind the clumsy glasses wrinkled to a ponderous humour. He forgot his own business. Now, this good bag. Brought into fuller prominence, the carpet-bag revealed further details of its overburdened proportions. At one end, a flannel shirt-cuff protruded in limp dejection. At the other, an ancient collar, with the grotesque attachment known as a dickey, asserted its presence. No wonder the manager frowned his annoyance. The safe was in low enough repute among its patrons at that moment, without any burlesque interlude to its tragic hour. Yes, he whispered, attempting to lead the would-be depositor away. But you are under a mistake. This is not... It was a safety deposit? Good. Mein Berg. I would deposit him in safety till the time of mine train, ja? Nine, almost hissed the agonized official. Go away, sir, go away. It isn't a cloakroom. John, let this gentleman out. The attendant and Mr. Berg were returning from their quest. The inner box had been opened, and there was no need to ask the result. The bookmaker was shaking his head like a baffled bull. "Gone! No effects!" he shouted across the hall. "Lifted from the safe! By crumb!" To those who knew nothing of the method and operation of the fraud, it seemed as if the financial security of the capital was tottering. An amazed silence fell, and in it they heard the great grille door of the basement clang, on the inopportune foreigner's departure. But, as if it was impossible to stand still on that morning of dire happenings, he was immediately succeeded by a dapper, keen-faced man in severe clerical attire who had been let in as the intruder passed out. "Canon Petersham!" exclaimed the professor, going forward to greet him. "My dear Professor Bulge," reciprocated the canon, "you here! Oh, a most disquieting thing has happened to me. I must have my safe at once." He divided his attention between the manager and the professor, as he monopolized them both. "A most disquieting and outrageous circumstance. My safe, please. Yes, Reverend Henry Noakes Petersham. I have just received by hand a box, a small box of no value, but one that I thought, yes, I am convinced that it was the one, a box that was used to contain certain valuables of family interest, which should at this moment be in my safe here. Number 7436. Very likely, very likely. Yes, here is my key. But not content with the disconcerting effect of that, Professor, the box contained, and I protest that it's a most unseemly thing to quote any text from the Bible in this way to a clergyman of my position. Well, here it is. Lay not up for yourselves treasures upon earth. Why, I have a dozen sermons of my own in my desk now on that very verse. I'm particularly partial to the very needful lesson that it teaches. And to apply it to me, it's monstrous." "Number 7436, John," ordered the manager, with weary resignation. The attendant again led the way towards another armour-plated aisle. Smartly turning a corner, he stumbled over something, bit a profane exclamation in two, and looked back. "It's that blooming foreigner's old bag again," he explained across the place in a grieved apology. "He left it here after all." "Take it upstairs and throw it out when you've finished," said the manager shortly. "Here, wait a minute," pondered John, in absent-minded familiarity. "Wait a minute. This is a funny go. There's a label on that wasn't here before. Why not look inside?" "Why not look inside?" repeated someone. "That's what it says." There was another puzzled silence. All were arrested by some intangible suggestion of a deeper mystery than they had yet touched. One by one, they began to cross the hall, with the conscious air of men who were not curious, but thought that they might as well see. "Why, curse my crumpet!" suddenly exploded Mr. Berg. "If that ain't the same writing as these texts." "By gad, but I believe you are right," assented Mr. Carlyle. "Well, why not look inside?" The attendant, from his stooping posture, took the verdict of the ring of faces, and in a trice tugged open the two buckles. The central fastening was not locked, and yielded to a touch. The flannel shirt, the weird collar, and a few other garments, in the nature of a top dressing, were flung out, and John's hand plunged deeper. Harry the actor had lived up to his dramatic instinct. Nothing was wrapped up. Nay, the rich booty had been deliberately opened out and displayed, as it were, so that the overturning of the bag, when John the key-bearer, in an access of riotous extravagance, lifted it up and strewed its contents broadcast on the floor, was like the looting of a smuggler's den, or the realization of a speculator's dream, or the bursting of an Aladdin's cave, or something incredibly lavish and bizarre. Banknotes fluttered down and lay about in all directions. Relays of sovereigns rolled away like so much dross. Bonds and scrip for thousands and tens of thousands clogged the downpouring stream of jewellery and unset gems. A yellow stone, the size of a 4-pound weight and twice as heavy, dropped plump upon the canon's toes, and sent him hopping and grimacing to the wall. A ruby-hilted kriss cut across the manager's wrist as he strove to arrest the splendid rout. Still the miraculous cornucopia deluged the ground, with its pattering, ringing, bumping, crinkling, rolling, fluttering produce, until, Like the final tableau of some spectacular ballet, it ended with a golden rain that masked the details of the heap beneath a glittering veil of yellow sand. "My dust!" gasped Draycott. "My fivers, by golly!" ejaculated the bookmaker, initiating a plunge among the spoil. "My Japanese bonds, coupons and all, and, yes, even the manuscript of my work on polyphyletic bridal customs among the mid-Pleistocene cavemen. Ha!" Something approaching a cachinnation of delight closed the professor's contribution to the pandemonium, and eyewitnesses afterwards declared that, for a moment, the dignified scientist stood on one foot, in the opening movement of a can-can. "My wife's diamonds, thank heaven!" cried Sir Benjamin, with the air of a schoolboy who was very well out of a swishing. "But what does it mean?" demanded the bewildered canon. "Here are my family heirlooms, a few decent pearls, my grandfather's collection of camei, and other trifles. But who?" "Perhaps this offers some explanation," suggested Mr. Carlyle, unpinning an envelope that had been secured to the lining of the bag. "It is addressed to 7 rich sinners. Shall I read it for you?" For some reason the response was not unanimous, but it was sufficient. Mr. Carlyle cut open the envelope. "My dear friends, aren't you glad? Aren't you happy at this moment? Ah, yes, but not with the true joy of regeneration that alone can bring lightness to the afflicted soul. Pause while there is yet time. Cast off the burden of your sinful lusts. For what shall it profit a man if he shall gain the whole world and lose his own soul?" Mark chapter 8, verse 36. Oh, my friends, you have had an all-fired narrow squeak. Up till the Friday in last week, I held your wealth in the hollow of my ungodly hand, and rejoiced in my nefarious cunning. But on that day, as I, with my guilty female accomplice, stood listening with worldly amusement to the testimony of a converted brother at a meeting of the Salvation Army on Clapham Common, the gospel light suddenly shone into our rebellious souls, and then and there we found salvation. Hallelujah! What we have done to complete the unrighteous scheme upon which we had laboured for months has only been for your own good, dear friends that you are, though as yet divided from us by your carnal lusts. Let this be a lesson to you. Sell all you have and give it to the poor, through the organisation of the Salvation Army by preference, and thereby lay up for yourselves treasures where neither moth nor rust doth corrupt, and where thieves do not break through and steal. Matthew chapter 6, verse 20. Yours in good works, Private Henry, the Salvationist. P.S. In haste. I may as well inform you that no crib is really uncrackable, though the Cyrus J. Coy Company's safe deposit on West 24th Street, New York, comes nearest the kernel. And even that I could work to the bare rock if I took hold of the job with both hands. That is to say, I could have done in my sinful days. As for you, I should recommend you to change your T.A. to Peanut. U.K.G. There sounds a streak of the old Adam in that postscript, Mr. Carlyle, whispered Inspector Beadle, who had just arrived in time to hear the letter read. How He Cut His Stick, by M. McDonnell Bodkin. He breathed freely at last as he lifted the small black Gladstone bag of stout calfskin and set it carefully on the seat of the empty railway carriage close beside him. He lifted the bag with a manifest effort, yet he was a big, powerfully built young fellow, handsome too in a way, with straw-coloured hair and moustache and a round face, placid, honest-looking, but not too clever. His light blue eyes had an anxious, worried look. No wonder, poor chap. He was weighted with a heavy responsibility. That unobtrusive black bag held £5,000 in gold and notes, which he, junior clerk in the famous banking house of Gower and Grant, was taking from the head office in London to a branch 200 miles down the line. The older and more experienced clerk, whose ordinary duty it was to convey the gold, had been taken strangely and suddenly ill at the last moment. "There's Jim Pollock," said the bank manager, looking round for a substitute. "He'll do. He is big enough to knock the head off anyone that interferes with him." So Jim Pollock had the heavy responsibility thrust upon him. The big fellow who would tackle any man in England in a football rush without a thought of fear was as nervous as a 2-year-old child. All the way down to this point, his watchful eyes and strong right hand had never left the bag for a moment. But here, at the Ediscombe Junction, he had got locked in alone to a single first-class carriage, and there was a clear run of 47 miles to the next stoppage. So, with a sigh and shrug of relief, he threw away his anxiety, lay back on the soft seat, lit a pipe, drew a sporting paper from his pocket, and was speedily absorbed in the account of the Rugby International Championship match, for Jim himself was not without hopes of his cap in the near future. The train rattled out of the station and settled down to its smooth, easy stride. A good 50 miles an hour through the open country. Still absorbed in his paper, he did not notice the gleam of 2 stealthy, keen eyes that watched him from the dark shadow under the opposite seat. He did not see that long, lithe, wiry figure uncoil and creep out, silently as a snake, across the floor of the carriage. He saw nothing and felt nothing till he felt 2 murderous hands clutching at his throat and a knee crushing his chest in. Jim was strong, but before his sleeping strength had time to waken, he was down on his back on the carriage floor, with a handkerchief soaked in chloroform jammed close to his mouth and nostrils. He struggled desperately for a moment or so, half rose, and almost flung off his clinging assailant. But even as he struggled, the dreamy drug stole strength and sense away. He fell back heavily and lay like a log on the carriage floor. The faithful fellow's last thought, as his senses left him, was, "The gold is gone." It was his first thought as he awoke with dizzy pain and racked brain from the death-like swoon. The train was still at full speed. The carriage doors were still locked. But the carriage was empty, and the bag was gone. He searched despairingly in the racks, under the seats, all empty. Jim let the window down with a clash and bellowed. The train began to slacken speed and rumble into the station. Half a dozen porters ran together, the station-master following more leisurely, as beseemed his dignity. Speedily a crowd gathered round the door. "I have been robbed," Jim shouted, "of a black bag with £5,000 in it." Then the superintendent pushed his way through the crowd. "Where were you robbed, sir?" he said, with a suspicious look at the dishevelled and excited Jim. "Between this and Ediscombe Junction." "Impossible, sir. There is no stoppage between this and Ediscombe, and the carriage is empty." "I thought it was empty at Ediscombe, but there must have been a man under the seat." "There is no man under the seat now," retorted the superintendent curtly. "You had better tell your story to the police. There is a detective on the platform." Jim told his story to the detective, who listened gravely and told him that he must consider himself in custody, pending inquiries. A telegram was sent to Ediscombe, and it was found that communication had been stopped. This must have happened quite recently, for a telegram had gone through less than an hour before. The breakage was quickly located about 9 miles outside Ediscombe. Some of the wires had been pulled down halfway to the ground, and the insulators smashed to pieces on one of the poles. All round the place the ground was trampled with heavy footprints, which passed through a couple of fields, out on the high road, and were lost. No other clue of any kind was forthcoming. The next day but one, a card, with the name Sir Gregory Grant, was handed to Dora Merle, as she sat hard at work in the little drawing-room which she called her study. A portly, middle-aged, benevolent gentleman followed the card into the room. "Miss Merle," he said, extending his hand, "I have heard of you from my friend Lord Millicent. I have come to entreat your assistance. I am the senior partner of the banking firm of Gower and Grant. You have heard of the railway robbery, I suppose?" "I have heard all the paper had to tell me." "There is little more to tell. I have called on you personally, Miss Merle, because, personally, I am deeply interested in the case. It is not so much the money, though the amount is, of course, serious, but the honour of the bank is at stake. We have always prided ourselves on treating our clerks well, and heretofore we have reaped the reward. For nearly a century there has not been a single case of fraud or dishonesty amongst them. It is a proud record for our bank, and we should like to keep it unbroken if possible. Suspicion is heavy on young James Pollock. I want him punished, of course, if he is guilty, but I want him cleared if he is innocent. That's why I came to you." "The police think?" "Oh, they think there can be no doubt about his guilt. They have their theory pat. No one was in the carriage, no one could leave it. Pollock threw out the bag to an accomplice along the line. They even pretend to find the mark in the ground where the heavy bag fell, a few hundred yards nearer to Ediscombe than where the wires were pulled down." "What has been done?" "They have arrested the lad and sent out the hue and cry for a man with a very heavy calfskin bag. That's all. They are quite sure they have caught the principal thief anyway." "And you?" "I will be frank with you, Miss Merle. I have my doubts. The case seems conclusive. It is impossible that anybody could have got out of the train at full speed. But I have seen the lad, and I have my doubts." "Can I see him?" "I would be very glad if you did." After 5 minutes' conversation with Jim Pollock, Dora drew Sir Gregory aside. "I think I see my way," she said. "I will undertake the case, on one condition." "Well, any fee that—" "It's not the fee. I never talk of the fee till the case is over. I will undertake the case if you give me Mr. Pollock to help me. Your instinct was right, Sir Gregory. The boy is innocent." There was much grumbling amongst the police when a nolle prosequi was entered on behalf of the bank, and James Pollock was discharged from custody, and it was plainly hinted the Crown would interpose. Meanwhile, Pollock was off by a morning train with Miss Dora Merle, from London to Ediscombe. He was brimming over with gratitude and devotion. Of course, they talked of the robbery on the way down. "The bag was very heavy, Mr. Pollock?" Dora asked. "I'd sooner carry it 1 mile than 10, Miss Merle." "Yet you are pretty strong, I should think." She touched his protruding biceps professionally with her fingertips, and he coloured to the roots of his hair. "Would you know the man that robbed you if you saw him again?" Dora asked. "Not from Adam. He had his hands on my throat, the chloroform crammed into my mouth, before I knew where I was. It was about 9 or 10 miles outside Ediscombe. You believe there was a man, don't you, Miss Merle? You are about the only person that does. I don't blame them, for how did the chap get out of the train, going at the rate of 60 miles an hour? That's what fetches me, 'pon my word," he concluded incoherently. "If I was any other chap, I'd believe myself guilty on the evidence. Can you tell how the trick was done, Miss Merle?" "That's my secret for the present, Mr. Pollock. But I may tell you this much. When we get to the pretty little town of Ediscombe, I will look out for a stranger with a crooked stick instead of a black bag." There were 3 hotels in Ediscombe, but Mr. Mark Brown and his sister were hard to please. They tried the 3 in succession, keeping their eyes about them for a stranger with a crooked stick, and spending their leisure time in exploring the town and country on a pair of capital bicycles, which they hired by the week. As Miss Brown, alias Dora Merle, was going down the stairs of the third hotel one sunshiny afternoon, a week after their arrival, she met midway, face to face, a tall, middle-aged man, limping a very little, and leaning on a stout oak stick, with a dark shiny varnish and a crooked handle. She passed him without a second glance, but that evening she gossiped with the chambermaid, and learned that the stranger was a commercial traveller, Mr. McCrowder, who had been staying some weeks at the hotel, with an occasional run up to London in the train, and run round the country on his bicycle. A nice, easily pleased, pleasant-spoken gentleman, the chambermaid added, on her own account. Next day Dora Merle met the stranger again, in the same place on the stairs. Was it her awkwardness or his? As she moved aside to let him pass, her little foot caught in the stick, jerked it from his hand, and sent it clattering down the stairs into the hall. She ran swiftly down the stairs in pursuit, and carried it back with a pretty apology to the owner, but not before she had seen on the inside of the crook a deep notch cutting through the varnish into the wood. At dinner that day, their table adjoined Mr. McCrowder's. Halfway through the meal, she asked Jim to tell her what the hour was, as her watch had stopped. It was a curious request, for she sat facing the clock, and he had to turn round to see it. But Jim turned obediently, and came face to face with Mr. McCrowder, who started and stared at the sight of him, as though he had seen a ghost. Jim stared back stolidly, without a trace of recognition in his face, and Mr. McCrowder, after a moment, resumed his dinner. Then Dora set, or seemed to set, and wind her watch, and so the curious little incident closed. That evening Dora played a musical little jingle on the piano in their private sitting-room, touching the notes abstractedly, and apparently deep in thought. Suddenly she closed the piano with a bang. "Mr. Pollock?" "Well, Miss Merle?" said Jim, who had been watching her with the patient, honest, stupid admiration of a big Newfoundland dog. "We will take a ride together on our bicycles tomorrow. I cannot say what hour, but have them ready when I call for them." "Yes, Miss Merle." "And bring a ball of stout twine in your pocket." "Yes, Miss Merle." "By the way, have you a revolver?" "Never had such a thing in my life." "Could you use it if you got it?" "I hardly know the butt from the muzzle, but," modestly, "I can fight a little bit with my fists, if that's any use." "Not the least in this case. An ounce of lead can stop a 14-stone champion. Besides, 1 6-shooter is enough, and I'm not too bad a shot." "You don't mean to say, Miss Merle, that you—" "I don't mean to say one word more at present, Mr. Pollock. Only have the bicycles ready when I want them, and the twine." Next morning, after an exceptionally early breakfast, Dora took her place with a book in her hand upon a sofa in a bow window of the empty drawing-room that looked out on the street. She kept one eye on her book and the other on the window, from which the steps of the hotel were visible. About 9:30 o'clock, she saw Mr. McCrowder go down the steps, not limping at all, but carrying his bicycle, with a big canvas bicycle bag strapped to the handlebar. In a moment she was down in the hall, where the bicycles stood ready. In another, she and Pollock were in the saddle, sailing swiftly and smoothly along the street, just as the tall figure of Mr. McCrowder was vanishing round a distant corner. "We have got to keep him in sight," Dora whispered to her companion as they sped along. "Or rather, I have got to keep him, and you to keep me in sight. Now let me go to the front. Hold as far back as you can without losing me, and the moment I wave a white handkerchief, scorch." Pollock nodded and fell back, and in this order, each about half a mile apart, the 3 riders swept out of the town into the open country. The man in front was doing a strong, steady 12 miles an hour, but the roads were good, and Dora kept her distance without an effort, while Pollock held himself back. For a full hour this game of Follow My Leader was played without a change. Mr. McCrowder had left the town at the opposite direction to the railway, but now he began to wheel round towards the line. Once he glanced behind, and saw only a single girl cycling in the distance on the deserted road. The next time he saw no one, for Dora rode close to the inner curve. They were now a mile or so from the place where the telegraph wires had been broken down, and Dora, who knew the lie of the land, felt sure their little bicycle trip was drawing to a close. The road climbed a long, easy, winding slope, thickly wooded on either side. The man in front put on a spurt. Dora answered it with another, and Pollock behind sprinted fiercely, lessening his distance from Dora. The leader crossed the top bend of the slope, turned a sharp curve, and went swiftly down a smooth decline, shaded by the interlacing branches of great trees. Half a mile down, at the bottom of the slope, he leapt suddenly from his bicycle, with one quick glance back the way he had come. There was no one in view, for Dora held back at the turn. He ran his bicycle close into the wall on the left-hand side, where a deep trench hid it from casual passers-by, unstrapped the bag from the handlebar, and clambered over the wall with an agility that was surprising in one of his apparent age. Dora was just round the corner in time to see him leap from the top of the wall into the thick wood. At once she drew out and waved her white handkerchief, then settled herself in the saddle, and made her bicycle fly through the rush of a sudden wind down the slope. Pollock saw the signal, bent down over his handlebar, and pedalled uphill like the piston rods of a steam engine. The man's bicycle by the roadside was a finger-post for Dora. She, in her turn, overperched the wall as lightly as a bird. Gathering her tailor-made skirt tight around her, she peered and listened intently. She could see nothing, but a little way in front a slight rustling of the branches caught her quick ears. Moving in the underwood, stealthily and silently as a rabbit, she caught a glimpse, through the leaves, of a dark grey tweed suit, 15 or 20 yards off. A few steps more, and she had a clear view. The man was on his knees. He had drawn a black leather bag from a thick tangle of ferns at the foot of a great old beech tree, and was busy cramming a number of small canvas sacks into his bicycle bag. Dora moved cautiously forward, till she stood in a little opening, clear of the undergrowth, free to use her right arm. "Good morning, Mr. McCrowder," she cried sharply. The man started, and turned and saw a girl half a dozen yards off, standing clear in the sunlight, with a mocking smile on her face. His lips growled out a curse. His right hand left the bags and stole to his side pocket. "Stop that!" The command came clear and sharp. "Throw up your hands." He looked again. The sunlight glinted on the barrel of a revolver, pointed straight at his head with a steady hand. "Up with your hands or I fire!" And his hands went up over his head. The next instant Jim Pollock came crashing through the underwood, like an elephant through the jungle. He stopped short with a cry of amazement. "Steady," came Dora's quiet voice. "Don't get in my line of fire. Round there to the left. That's the way. Take away his revolver. It is in his right-hand coat pocket. Now, tie his hands." Jim Pollock did his work stolidly, as directed. But while he wound the strong cord round the wrists and arms of Mr. McCrowder, he remembered the railway carriage, and the strangling grip at his throat, and the chloroform, and the disgrace that followed, and if he strained the knots extra tight, it's hard to blame him. "Now," said Dora, "finish his packing." And Jim crammed the remainder of the canvas sacks into the big bicycle bag. You don't mind the wait?" He gave a delighted grin for answer, as he swung both bags in his hands. "Get up," said Dora to the thief, and he stumbled to his feet sulkily. "Walk in front. I mean to take you back to Edderscombe with me." When they got on the roadside, Pollock strapped the bicycle bag to his own handlebar. "May I trouble you, Mr. Pollock, to unscrew one of the pedals of this gentleman's bicycle?" said Dora. It was done in a twinkling. "Now give him a lift up," she said to Jim. "He is going to ride back with one pedal." The abject thief held up his bound wrists imploringly. "Oh, that's all right. I noticed you held the middle of your handlebar from choice coming out. You'll do it from necessity going back. We'll look after you. Don't whine. You've played a bold game and lost the odd trick, and you've got to pay up. That's all." There was a wild sensation in Edderscombe when, in broad noon, the bank thief was brought in riding on a one-pedalled machine to the police barrack and handed into custody. Dora rode on through the cheering crowd to the hotel. A wire brought Sir Gregory Grant down by the afternoon train, and the three dined together that night at his cost, the best dinner and wine the hotel could supply. Sir Gregory was brimming over with delight, like the bubbling champagne in his wine-glass. "Your health, Mr. Pollock," said the banker to the junior clerk. "We will make up in the bank to you for the annoyance you have had. You shall fix your own fee, Miss Merle, or rather I'll fix it for you, if you allow me. Shall we say half the salvage? But I'm dying with curiosity to know how you managed to find the money and thief." "It was easy enough when you come to think of it, Sir Gregory. The man would have been a fool to tramp across the country with a black bag full of gold, while the hue and cry was hot on him. His game was to hide it and lie low, and he did so. The sight of Mr. Pollock at the hotel hurried him up, as I hoped it would. That's the whole story." "Oh, that's not all. How did you find the man? How did the man get out of the train, going at the rate of 60 miles an hour? But I suppose I'd best ask that question of Mr. Pollock, who was there." "Don't ask me any questions, sir," said Jim, with a look of profound admiration in Dora's direction. "She played the game off her own bat. All I know is that the chap cut his stick after he had done for me. I cannot in the least tell how." "Will you have pity on my curiosity, Miss Merle?" "With pleasure, Sir Gregory. You must have noticed, as I did, that where the telegraph was broken down, the line was embanked, and the wires ran quite close to the railway carriage. It was easy for an active man to slip a crooked stick like this." She held up Mr. Macrowder's stick as she spoke, "over the 2 or 3 of the wires, and so swing himself into the air clear of the train. The acquired motion would carry him along the wires to the post, and give him a chance of breaking down the insulators." "By Jove, you're right, Miss Merle. It's quite simple when one comes to think of it. But still, I don't understand how—" "The friction of the wire," Dora went on, in the even tone of a lecturer, "with a man's weight on it, would bite deep into the wood of the stick, like that." Again she held out the crook of a dark, thick oak stick for Sir Gregory to examine, and he peered at it through his gold spectacles. "The moment I saw that notch," Dora added quietly, "I knew how Mr. Macrowder had cut his stick." The Adventure of the Blue Carbuncle by Arthur Conan Doyle. I had called upon my friend Sherlock Holmes upon the 2nd morning after Christmas, with the intention of wishing him the compliments of the season. He was lounging upon the sofa in a purple dressing-gown, a pipe-rack within his reach upon the right, and a pile of crumpled morning papers, evidently newly studied, near at hand. Beside the couch was a wooden chair, and on the angle of the back hung a very seedy and disreputable hard felt hat, much the worse for wear, and cracked in several places. A lens and a forceps lying upon the seat of the chair suggested that the hat had been suspended in this manner for the purpose of examination. "You are engaged," said I. "Perhaps I interrupt you." "Not at all. I am glad to have a friend with whom I can discuss my results. The matter is a perfectly trivial one." He jerked his thumb in the direction of the old hat. "But there are points in connection with it which are not entirely devoid of interest, and even of instruction." I seated myself in his armchair and warmed my hands before his crackling fire, for a sharp frost had set in, and the windows were thick with the ice crystals. "I suppose," I remarked, "that, homely as it looks, this thing has some deadly story linked onto it, that it is the clue which will guide you in the solution of some mystery and the punishment of some crime." No crime," said Sherlock Holmes, laughing. "Only one of those whimsical little incidents which will happen when you have 4 million human beings all jostling each other within the space of a few square miles. Amid the action and reaction of so dense a swarm of humanity, every possible combination of events may be expected to take place, and many a little problem will be presented which may be striking and bizarre without being criminal. We have already had experience of such." "So much so," I remarked, "that of the last 6 cases which I have added to my notes, 3 have been entirely free of any legal crime." "Precisely. You allude to my attempt to recover the Irene Adler papers, to the singular case of Miss Mary Sutherland, and to the adventure of the man with the twisted lip. Well, I have no doubt that this small matter will fall into the same innocent category. You know Peterson, the commissionaire?" "Yes." "It is to him that this trophy belongs?" "It is his hat?" No, he found it. Its owner is unknown. I beg that you will look upon it not as a battered billycock, but as an intellectual problem. And first, as to how it came here. It arrived upon Christmas morning, in company with a good fat goose, which is, I have no doubt, roasting at this moment in front of Peterson's fire. The facts are these. About 4 o'clock on Christmas morning, Peterson, who, as you know, is a very honest fellow, was returning from some small jollification, and was making his way homewards down Tottenham Court Road. In front of him he saw, in the gaslight, a tallish man, walking with a slight stagger, and carrying a white goose slung over his shoulder. As he reached the corner of Gooch Street, a row broke out between this stranger and a little knot of roughs. One of the latter knocked off the man's hat, on which he raised his stick to defend himself, and swinging it over his head, smashed the shop window behind him. Peterson had rushed forward to protect the stranger from his assailants, but the man, shocked at having broken the window, and seeing an official-looking person in uniform rushing towards him, dropped his goose, took to his heels, and vanished amid the labyrinth of small streets which lie at the back of Tottenham Court Road. The roughs had also fled at the appearance of Peterson, so that he was left in possession of the field of battle, and also of the spoils of victory in the shape of this battered hat and a most unimpeachable Christmas goose, which surely he restored to their owner. My dear fellow, there lies the problem. It is true that "For Mrs. Henry Baker" was printed upon a small card which was tied to the bird's left leg, and it is also true that the initials H.B. are legible upon the lining of this hat. But as there are some thousands of Bakers and some hundreds of Henry Bakers in this city of ours, it is not easy to restore lost property to any one of them. What, then, did Peterson do? He brought round both hat and goose to me on Christmas morning, knowing that even the smallest problems are of interest to me. The goose we retained until this morning, when there were signs that, in spite of the slight frost, it would be well that it should be eaten without unnecessary delay. Its finder has carried it off, therefore, to fulfil the ultimate destiny of a goose, while I continue to retain the hat of the unknown gentleman who lost his Christmas dinner. Did he not advertise? No. Then what clue could you have as to his identity? Only as much as we can deduce." "From his hat?" "Precisely." "But you are joking. What can you gather from this old battered felt?" "Here is my lens. You know my methods. What can you gather yourself as to the individuality of the man who has worn this article?" I took the tattered object in my hands and turned it over rather ruefully. It was a very ordinary black hat of the usual round shape, hard and much the worse for wear. The lining had been of red silk, but was a good deal discoloured. There was no maker's name, but, as Holmes had remarked, the initials H.B. were scrawled upon one side. It was pierced in the brim for a hat securer, but the elastic was missing. For the rest, it was cracked, exceedingly dusty, and spotted in several places, although there seemed to have been some attempt to hide the discoloured patches by smearing them with ink. "Well, I can see nothing," said I, handing it back to my friend. "On the contrary, Watson, you can see everything. You fail, however, to reason from what you see. You are too timid in drawing your inferences." "Then pray tell me what it is that you can infer from this hat." He picked it up and gazed at it in the peculiar, introspective fashion which was characteristic of him. "It is perhaps less suggestive than it might have been," he remarked. "And yet there are a few inferences which are very distinct, and a few others which represent at least a strong balance of probability. That the man was highly intellectual is of course obvious upon the face of it, and also that he was fairly well-to-do within the last 3 years, although he has now fallen upon evil days. He had foresight, but has less now than formerly, pointing to a moral retrogression, which, when taken with the decline of his fortunes, seems to indicate some evil influence, probably drink, at work upon him. This may account also for the obvious fact that his wife has ceased to love him." "Oh, my dear Holmes!" "He has, however, retained some degree of self-respect," he continued, disregarding my remonstrance. "He is a man who leads a sedentary life, goes out little, is out of training entirely, is middle-aged, has grizzled hair which he has had cut within the last few days, and which he anoints with lime cream. These are the more patent facts which are to be deduced from his hat. Also, by the way, that it is extremely improbable that he has gas laid on in his house." "You are certainly joking, Holmes." "Not in the least. Is it possible that even now, when I give you these results, you are unable to see how they are attained?" "Well, I have no doubt that I am very stupid, but I must confess that I am unable to follow you. For example, how did you deduce that this man was intellectual?" For answer, Holmes clapped the hat upon his head. It came right over the forehead and settled upon the bridge of his nose. "It is a question of cubic capacity," said he. "A man with so large a brain must have something in it." "The decline of his fortunes, then." "This hat is 3 years old. These flat brims curled at the edge came in then. It is a hat of the very best quality. Look at the band of ribbed silk and the excellent lining. If this man could afford to buy so expensive a hat 3 years ago, and has had no hat since, then he has assuredly gone down in the world." "Well, that is clear enough, certainly. But how about the foresight and the moral retrogression?" Sherlock Holmes laughed. "Here is the foresight," said he, putting his finger upon the little disc and loop of the hat securer. "They are never sold upon hats. If this man ordered one, it is a sign of a certain amount of foresight, since he went out of his way to take this precaution against the wind. But since we see that he has broken the elastic, and has not troubled to replace it, it is obvious that he has less foresight now than formerly, which is a distinct proof of a weakening nature. On the other hand, he has endeavoured to conceal some of these stains upon the felt by daubing them with ink, which is a sign that he has not entirely lost his self-respect." "Well, your reasoning is certainly plausible." "The further points, that he is middle-aged, that his hair is grizzled, that it has been recently cut, and that he uses lime cream, are all to be gathered from a close examination of the lower part of the lining. The lens discloses a large number of hair ends, clean cut by the scissors of the barber. They all appear to be adhesive, and there is a distinct odour of lime cream. This dust, you will observe, is not the gritty grey dust of the street, but the fluffy brown dust of the house, showing that it has been hung up indoors most of the time, while the marks of moisture upon the inside are proof positive that the wearer perspired very freely, and could, therefore, hardly be in the best of training. But his wife, you said that she had ceased to love him. This hat has not been brushed for weeks. When I see you, my dear Watson, with a week's accumulation of dust upon your hat, and when your wife allows you to go out in such a state, I shall fear that you also have been unfortunate enough to lose your wife's affection. But he might be a bachelor. Nay, he was bringing home the goose as a peace offering to his wife. Remember the card upon the bird's leg. You have an answer to everything. But how on earth do you deduce that the gas is not laid on in his house? 1 tallow stain, or even 2, might come by chance, but when I see no less than 5, I think that there can be little doubt that the individual must be brought into frequent contact with burning tallow. Walks upstairs at night, probably, with his hat in one hand and a guttering candle in the other. Anyhow, he never got tallow stains from a gas jet. Are you satisfied? Well, it is very ingenious, said I, laughing. But since, as you said just now, there has been no crime committed, and no harm done, save the loss of a goose, all this seems to be rather a waste of energy. Sherlock Holmes had opened his mouth to reply when the door flew open, and Peterson, the commissionaire, rushed into the apartment, with flushed cheeks and the face of a man who is dazed with astonishment. The goose, Mr. Holmes! The goose, sir! He gasped. Eh? What of it, then? Has it returned to life, and flapped off through the kitchen window? Holmes twisted himself round upon the sofa to get a fairer view of the man's excited face. See here, sir. See what my wife found in its crop. He held out his hand, and displayed upon the centre of the palm a brilliantly scintillating blue stone, rather smaller than a bean in size, but of such purity and radiance that it twinkled like an electric point in the dark hollow of his hand. Sherlock Holmes sat up with a whistle. "By Jove, Peterson," said he, "this is treasure trove indeed. I suppose you know what you have got." "A diamond, sir. A precious stone. It cuts into glass as though it were putty." "It's more than a precious stone. It's the precious stone." "Not the Countess of Morcar's blue carbuncle," I ejaculated. "Precisely so. I ought to know its size and shape, seeing that I have read the advertisement about it in the Times every day lately. It is absolutely unique, and its value can only be conjectured, but the reward offered of £1,000 is certainly not within a 20th part of the market price." £1,000! Great Lord of mercy! The commissionaire plumped down into a chair and stared from one to the other of us. "That is the reward, and I have reason to know that there are sentimental considerations in the background which would induce the Countess to part with half her fortune if she could but recover the gem. It was lost, if I remember aright, at the Hotel Cosmopolitan," I remarked. "Precisely so, on the 22nd of December, just 5 days ago. John Horner, a plumber, was accused of having abstracted it from the lady's jewel case. The evidence against him was so strong that the case has been referred to the assizes. I have some account of the matter here, I believe." He rummaged amid his newspapers, glancing over the dates, until at last he smoothed one out, doubled it over, and read the following paragraph. "Hotel Cosmopolitan jewel robbery. John Horner, 26, plumber, was brought up upon the charge of having, upon the 22nd inst., abstracted from the jewel case of the Countess of Morcar the valuable gem known as the blue carbuncle. James Ryder, upper attendant at the hotel, gave his evidence to the effect that he had shown Horner up to the dressing-room of the Countess of Morcar upon the day of the robbery, in order that he might solder the second bar of the grate, which was loose. He had remained with Horner some little time, but had finally been called away. On returning, he found that Horner had disappeared, that the bureau had been forced open, and that the small morocco casket, in which, as it afterwards transpired, the Countess was accustomed to keep her jewel, was lying empty upon the dressing-table. Ryder instantly gave the alarm, and Horner was arrested the same evening, but the stone could not be found either upon his person or in his rooms. Catherine Cusack, maid to the Countess, deposed to having heard Ryder's cry of dismay on discovering the robbery, and to having rushed into the room, where she found matters as described by the last witness. Inspector Bradstreet, B Division, gave evidence as to the arrest of Horner, who struggled frantically and protested his innocence in the strongest terms. Evidence of a previous conviction for robbery having been given against the prisoner, the magistrate refused to deal summarily with the offence, but referred it to the assizes. Horner, who had shown signs of intense emotion during the proceedings, fainted away at the conclusion, and was carried out of court. So much for the police court, said Holmes thoughtfully, tossing aside the paper. The question for us now to solve is the sequence of events leading from a rifled jewel case at one end to the crop of a goose in Tottenham Court Road at the other. You see, Watson, our little deductions have suddenly assumed a much more important and less innocent aspect. Here is the stone. The stone came from the goose, and the goose came from Mr. Henry Baker, the gentleman with the bad hat, and all the other characteristics with which I have bored you. So now we must set ourselves very seriously to finding this gentleman, and ascertaining what part he has played in this little mystery. To do this, we must try the simplest means first, and these lie undoubtedly in an advertisement in all the evening papers. If this fail, I shall have recourse to other methods. What will you say? Give me a pencil and that slip of paper. Now then, found, at the corner of Gooch Street, a goose and a black felt hat. Mr. Henry Baker can have the same by applying at 6:30 this evening at 221B Baker Street. That is clear and concise. Very. But will he see it? Well, he is sure to keep an eye on the papers, since, to a poor man, the loss was a heavy one. He was clearly so scared by his mischance in breaking the window, and by the approach of Peterson, that he thought of nothing but flight. But since then he must have bitterly regretted the impulse which caused him to drop his bird. Then again, the introduction of his name will cause him to see it, for everyone who knows him will direct his attention to it. Here you are, Peterson. Run down to the advertising agency, and have this put in the evening papers. In which, sir? Oh, in the Globe, Star, Pall Mall, St. James's, Evening News, Standard, Echo, and any others that occur to you. Very well, sir. And this stone? Ah, yes. I shall keep the stone, thank you. And I say, Peterson, just buy a goose on your way back, and leave it here with me, for we must have one to give to this gentleman in place of the one which your family is now devouring. When the commissionaire had gone, Holmes took up the stone, and held it against the light. "It's a bonny thing," said he. "Just see how it glints and sparkles. Of course, it is a nucleus and focus of crime. Every good stone is. They are the devil's pet baits. In the larger and older jewels, every facet may stand for a bloody deed. This stone is not yet 20 years old. It was found in the banks of the Amoy River in southern China, and is remarkable in having every characteristic of the carbuncle, save that it is blue in shade instead of ruby red. In spite of its youth, it has already a sinister history. There have been 2 murders, a vitriol throwing, a suicide, and several robberies brought about for the sake of this 40-grain weight of crystallized charcoal. Who would think that so pretty a toy would be a purveyor to the gallows and the prison? I lock it up in my strong-box now, and drop a line to the Countess to say that we have it. Do you think that this man Horner is innocent? I cannot tell. Well then, do you imagine that this other one, Henry Baker, had anything to do with the matter? It is, I think, much more likely that Henry Baker is an absolutely innocent man, who had no idea that the bird which he was carrying was of considerably more value than if it were made of solid gold. That, however, I shall determine by a very simple test, if we have an answer to our advertisement. And you can do nothing until then? Nothing. Well, in that case, I shall continue my professional round. But I shall come back in the evening, at the hour you have mentioned, for I should like to see the solution of so tangled a business. Very glad to see you. I dine at 7. There is a woodcock, I believe. By the way, in view of recent occurrences, perhaps I ought to ask Mrs. Hudson to examine its crop. I had been delayed at a case, and it was a little after 6:30 when I found myself in Baker Street once more. As I approached the house, I saw a tall man in a Scotch bonnet with a coat which was buttoned up to his chin, waiting outside in the bright semicircle which was thrown from the fanlight. Just as I arrived, the door was opened, and we were shown up together to Holmes's room. "Mr. Henry Baker, I believe," said he, rising from his armchair and greeting his visitor with the easy air of geniality which he could so readily assume. "Pray take this chair by the fire, Mr. Baker. It is a cold night, and I observe that your circulation is more adapted for summer than for winter. Ah, Watson, you have just come at the right time. Is that your hat, Mr. Baker?" "Oh, yes, sir. That is undoubtedly my hat." He was a large man, with rounded shoulders, a massive head, and a broad, intelligent face, sloping down to a pointed beard of grizzled brown. A touch of red in nose and cheeks, with a slight tremor of his extended hand, recalled Holmes's surmise as to his habits. His rusty black frock-coat was buttoned right up in front, with the collar turned up, and his lank wrists protruded from his sleeves without a sign of cuff or shirt. He spoke in a slow, staccato fashion, choosing his words with care, and gave the impression generally of a man of learning and letters who had had ill usage at the hands of fortune. "We have retained these things for some days," said Holmes, "because we expected to see an advertisement from you giving your address. I am at a loss to know now why you did not advertise." Our visitor gave a rather shamefaced laugh. "Well, shillings have not been so plentiful with me as they once were," he remarked. "I had no doubt that the gang of roughs who assaulted me had carried off both my hat and the bird. I did not care to spend more money in a hopeless attempt at recovering them." "Very naturally. By the way, about the bird, we were compelled to eat it." "To eat it?" Our visitor half rose from his chair in his excitement. "Yes, it would have been of no use to anyone had we not done so, but I presume that this other goose upon the sideboard, which is about the same weight and perfectly fresh, will answer your purpose equally well." Oh, certainly, certainly," answered Mr. Baker, with a sigh of relief. "Of course we still have the feathers, legs, crop, and so on of your bird, so if you wish—" The man burst into a hearty laugh. "They might be useful to me as relics of my adventure," said he, "but beyond that I can hardly see what use the disjecta membra of my late acquaintance are going to be to me. No, sir, I think that, with your permission, I will confine my attentions to the excellent bird which I perceive upon the sideboard." Sherlock Holmes glanced sharply across at me, with a slight shrug of his shoulders. "There is your hat, then, "And there your bird," said he. "By the way, would it bore you to tell me where you got the other one from? I am somewhat of a fowl fancier, and I have seldom seen a better-grown goose." "Oh, certainly, sir," said Baker, who had risen and tucked his newly gained property under his arm. "There are a few of us who frequent the Alpha Inn near the museum. We are to be found in the museum itself during the day, you understand. This year our good host, Windigate by name, instituted a goose club, by which, on consideration of some few pence every week, we were each to receive a bird at Christmas. My pence were duly paid, and the rest is familiar to you. I am much indebted to you, sir, for a Scotch bonnet is fitted neither to my years nor my gravity." With a comical pomposity of manner, he bowed solemnly to both of us, and strode off upon his way. "So much for Mr. Henry Baker," said Holmes, when he had closed the door behind him. "It is quite certain that he knows nothing whatever about the matter. Are you hungry, Watson?" "Not particularly." "Then I suggest that we turn our dinner into a supper, and follow up this clue while it is still hot." "By all means." It was a bitter night, so we drew on our ulsters and wrapped cravats about our throats. Outside, the stars were shining coldly in a cloudless sky, and the breath of the passers-by blew out into smoke like so many pistol shots. Our footfalls rang out crisply and loudly as we swung through the Doctor's Quarter, Wimpole Street, Harley Street, and so through Wigmore Street into Oxford Street. In a quarter of an hour we were in Bloomsbury, at the Alpha Inn, which is a small public house at the corner of one of the streets which runs down into Holborn. Holmes pushed open the door of the private bar, and ordered 2 glasses of beer from the ruddy-faced, white-aproned landlord. "Your beer should be excellent, if it is as good as your geese," said he. "My geese?" The man seemed surprised. "Yes, I was speaking only half an hour ago to Mr. Henry Baker, who was a member of your goose club." "Ah, yes, I see. But you see, sir, them's not our geese." "Indeed. Whose, then?" "Well, I got the 2 dozen from a salesman in Covent Garden." "Indeed. I know some of them. Which was it?" "Breckinridge is his name." "Ah, I don't know him. Well, here's your good health, landlord, and prosperity to your house. Good night." "Now for Mr. Breckinridge," he continued, buttoning up his coat as we came out into the frosty air. "Remember, Watson, that though we have so homely a thing as a goose at one end of this chain, we have at the other a man who will certainly get 7 years' penal servitude, unless we can establish his innocence. It is possible that our inquiry may but confirm his guilt, but, in any case, we have a line of investigation which has been missed by the police, and which a singular chance has placed in our hands. Let us follow it out to the bitter end. Faces to the south, then, and quick march." We passed across Holborn, down Endell Street, and so through a zigzag of slums to Covent Garden Market. One of the largest stalls bore the name of Breckinridge upon it, and the proprietor, a horsey-looking man with a sharp face and trim side-whiskers, was helping a boy to put up the shutters. "Good evening. It's a cold night," said Holmes. The salesman nodded, and shot a questioning glance at my companion. "Sold out of geese, I see," continued Holmes, pointing at the bare slabs of marble. "Let you have 500 tomorrow morning." "That's no good." "Well, there are some on the stall with a gas flare." "Ah, but I was recommended to you." "Who by?" "The landlord of the Alpha." "Oh, yes, I sent him a couple of dozen." "Fine birds they were, too. Now, where did you get them from?" To my surprise, the question provoked a burst of anger from the salesman. "Now then, mister," said he, with his head cocked and his arms akimbo, "what are you driving at? Let's have it straight now." "It is straight enough. I should like to know who sold you the geese which you supplied to the Alpha." Well, then, I shan't tell you, so now. Oh, it is a matter of no importance, but I don't know why you should be so warm over such a trifle. Warm? You'd be as warm, maybe, if you were as pestered as I am. When I pay good money for a good article, there should be an end of the business. But it's, where are the geese, and who did you sell the geese to, and what will you take for the geese? One would think they were the only geese in the world, to hear the fuss that is made over them. Well, I have no connection with any other people who have been making inquiries, said Holmes carelessly. If you won't tell us, the bet is off, that is all. But I'm always ready to back my opinion on a matter of fowls, and I have a fiver on it that the bird I ate is country bred. Well, then, you've lost your fiver, for it's town bred, snapped the salesman. It's nothing of the kind. I say it is. I don't believe it. Do you think you know more about fowls than I, who have handled them ever since I was a nipper? I tell you, all those birds that went to the Alpha were town bred. You'll never persuade me to believe that. Will you bet, then? It's merely taking your money, for I know that I'm right. But I'll have a sovereign on with you, just to teach you not to be obstinate. The salesman chuckled grimly. Bring me the books, Bill, said he. The small boy brought round a small, thin volume, and a great greasy-backed one, laying them out together beneath the hanging lamp. Now then, Mr. Cockshaw, said the salesman, I thought that I was out of geese, but before I finish, you'll find that there is still one left in my shop. You see this little book? Well, that's the list of the folk from whom I buy. Do you see? Well, then, here on this page are the country folk, and the numbers after their names are where their accounts are in the big ledger. Now then, you see this other page in red ink? Well, that is a list of my town suppliers. Now, look at that third name. Just read it out to me. Mrs. Oakshott, 117 Brixton Road, 249, read Holmes. Quite so. Now, turn that up in the ledger. Holmes turned to the page indicated. Here you are. Mrs. Oakshott, 117 Brixton Road, Ergon Poultry Supplier. Now then, what's the last entry? December 22nd, 24 geese at 7 shillings and sixpence. Quite so. There you are. And underneath? Sold to Mr. Windigate, of the Alpha, at 12 shillings. What have you to say now? Sherlock Holmes looked deeply chagrined. He drew a sovereign from his pocket and threw it down upon the slab, turning away with the air of a man whose disgust is too deep for words. A few yards off, he stopped under a lamp-post and laughed in the hearty, noiseless fashion which was peculiar to him. When you see a man with whiskers of that cut and the pink 'un protruding out of his pocket, you can always draw him by a bet, said he. I dare say that if I had put £100 down in front of him, that man would not have given me such complete information as was drawn from him by the idea that he was doing me on a wager. Well, Watson, we are, I fancy, nearing the end of our quest, and the only point which remains to be determined is whether we should go on to this Mrs. Oakshott tonight, or whether we should reserve it for tomorrow. It is clear from what that surly fellow said that there are others besides ourselves who are anxious about the matter, and I should— His remarks were suddenly cut short by a loud hubbub which broke out from the stall which we had just left. Turning round, we saw a little rat-faced fellow standing in the centre of the circle of yellow light which was thrown by the swinging lamp, while Breckenridge, the salesman, framed in the door of his stall, was shaking his fists fiercely at the cringing figure. "I've had enough of you and your geese," he shouted. "I wish you were all at the devil together. If you come pestering me any more with your silly talk, I'll set the dog at you. You bring Mrs. Oakshott here, and I'll answer her. But what have you to do with it? Did I buy the geese off you?" "No, but one of them was mine, all the same," whined the little man. "Well, then, ask Mrs. Oakshott for it." "She told me to ask you." "Well, you can ask the King of Prussia for all I care. I've had enough of it. Get out of this." He rushed fiercely forward, and the inquirer flitted away into the darkness. "Ha! This may save us a visit to Brixton Road," whispered Holmes. "Come with me, and we will see what is to be made of this fellow." Striding through the scattered knots of people who lounged round the flaring stalls, my companion speedily overtook the little man and touched him upon the shoulder. He sprang round, and I could see in the gaslight that every vestige of colour had been driven from his face. "Who are you, then? What do you want?" he asked in a quavering voice. "You will excuse me," said Holmes blandly, "but I could not help overhearing the questions which you put to the salesman just now. I think that I could be of assistance to you." "You? Who are you? How could you know anything of the matter?" "My name is Sherlock Holmes. It is my business to know what other people don't know." "But you can know nothing of this." "Excuse me, I know everything of it. You are endeavouring to trace some geese which were sold by Mrs. Oakshott of Brixton Road to a salesman named Breckenridge, by him in turn to Mr. Windigate of the Alpha, and by him to his club, of which Mr. Henry Baker is a member." "Oh, sir, you are the very man whom I have longed to meet," cried the little fellow, with outstretched hands and quivering fingers. "I can hardly explain to you how interested I am in this matter." Sherlock Holmes hailed a four-wheeler which was passing. "In that case, we had better discuss it in a cosy room, rather than in this wind-swept market-place," said he. "But pray tell me, before we go further, who is it that I have the pleasure of assisting?" The man hesitated for an instant. "My name is John Robinson," he answered, with a sidelong glance. No, the real name," said Holmes sweetly. "It is always awkward doing business with an alias." A flush sprang to the white cheeks of the stranger. "Well, then," said he, "my real name is James Ryder." "Precisely so. Head attendant at the Hotel Cosmopolitan. Pray, step into the cab, and I shall soon be able to tell you everything which you would wish to know." The little man stood glancing from one to the other of us, with half-frightened, half-hopeful eyes, as one who is not sure whether he is on the verge of a windfall or of a catastrophe. Then he stepped into the cab, and in half an hour we were back in the sitting-room at Baker Street. Nothing had been said during our drive, but the high, thin breathing of our new companion, and the claspings and unclaspings of his hand, spoke of the nervous tension within him. "Here we are," said Holmes cheerily, as we filed into the room. "The fire looks very seasonable in this weather. You look cold, Mr. Ryder. Pray take the basket chair. I will just put on my slippers before we settle this matter of yours. Now then, you want to know what became of those geese?" "Yes, sir." "Or rather, I fancy, of that goose. It was one bird, I imagine, in which you were interested, white, with a black bar across the tail." Ryder quivered with emotion. "Oh, sir," he cried, "can you tell me where it went to?" "It came here." "Here?" "Yes, and a most remarkable bird it proved. I don't wonder that you should take an interest in it. It laid an egg after it was dead, the bonniest, brightest little blue egg that ever was seen. I have it here in my museum." Our visitor staggered to his feet and clutched the mantelpiece with his right hand. Holmes unlocked his strong-box and held up the blue carbuncle, which shone out like a star, with a cold, brilliant, many-pointed radiance. Ryder stood glaring, with a drawn face, uncertain whether to claim or to disown it. "The game's up, Ryder," said Holmes quietly. "Hold up, man, or you'll be into the fire. Give him an arm back into his chair, Watson. He's not got blood enough to go in for felony with impunity. Give him a dash of brandy. So, now he looks a little more human. What a shrimp it is, to be sure." For a moment he had staggered and nearly fallen, but the brandy brought a tinge of colour into his cheeks, and he sat staring with frightened eyes at his accuser. "I have almost every link in my hands, and all the proofs which I could possibly need, so there is little which you need tell me. Still, that little may as well be cleared up to make the case complete. You had heard, Ryder, of this blue stone of the Countess of Morcar's?"
"It was Catherine Cusack who told me of it,"
said he, in a crackling voice. "I see. Her ladyship's waiting maid. Well, the temptation of sudden wealth, so easily acquired, was too much for you, as it has been for better men before you. But you were not very scrupulous in the means you used. It seems to me, Ryder, that there is the making of a very pretty villain in you. You knew that this man Horner, the plumber, had been concerned in some such matter before, and that suspicion would rest the more readily upon him. What did you do then? You made some small job in my lady's room, you and your confederate Cusack, and you managed that he should be the man sent for. Then, when he had left, you rifled the jewel case, raised the alarm, and had this unfortunate man arrested. You then—" Ryder threw himself down suddenly upon the rug, and clutched at my companion's knees.
"For God's sake, have mercy!"
he shrieked.
"Think of my father, of my mother. It would break their hearts. I never went wrong before. I never will again. I swear it. I'll swear it on a Bible. Oh, don't bring it into court. For Christ's sake, don't!"
"Get back into your chair," said Holmes sternly. "It is very well to cringe and crawl now, but you thought little enough of this poor Horner, in the dock for a crime of which he knew nothing."
"I will fly, Mr. Holmes. I will leave the country, sir. Then the charge against him will break down."
We will talk about that. And now let us hear a true account of the next act. How came the stone into the goose? And how came the goose into the open market? Tell us the truth, for there lies your only hope of safety." Ryder passed his tongue over his parched lips.
"I will tell you it just as it happened, sir," said he. "When Horner had been arrested, it seemed to me that it would be best for me to get away with the stone at once, for I did not know at what moment the police might not take it into their heads to search me and my room. There was no place about the hotel where it would be safe. I went out as if on some commission, and I made for my sister's house. She had married a man named Oakshott, and lived in Brixton Road, where she fattened fowls for the market. All the way there, every man I met seemed to me to be a policeman or a detective, and for all that it was a cold night, the sweat was pouring down my face before I came to the Brixton Road. My sister asked me what was the matter, and why I was so pale, but I told her that I had been upset by the jewel robbery at the hotel. Then I went into the backyard and smoked a pipe and wondered what it would be best to do. I had a friend once called Maudsley who went to the bad and has just been serving his time in Pentonville. One day he had met me and fell into talk about the ways of thieves and how they could get rid of what they stole. I knew that he would be true to me, for I knew one or two things about him, so I made up my mind to go right on to Kilburn, where he lived, and take him into my confidence. He would show me how to turn the stone into money, but how to get to him in safety. I thought of the agonies I had gone through in coming from the hotel. I might at any moment be seized and searched, and there would be the stone in my waistcoat pocket. I was leaning against the wall at the time, and looking at the geese which were waddling about round my feet, and suddenly an idea came into my head, which showed me how I could beat the best detective that ever lived. My sister had told me some weeks before that I might have the pick of her geese for a Christmas present, and I knew that she was always as good as her word. I would take my goose now, and in it I would carry my stone to Kilburn. There was a little shed in the yard, and behind this I drove one of the birds, a big fine one, white with a barred tail. I caught it, prizing its bill open. I thrust the stone down its throat as far as my finger could reach. The bird gave a gulp, and I felt the stone pass along its gullet and down into its crop, but the creature flapped and struggled, and out came my sister to know what was the matter. As I turned to speak to her, the brute broke loose and fluttered off among the others. "Whatever were you doing with that bird, Jem?" says she. "Well," says I, "you said you'd give me one for Christmas, and I was feeling which was the fattest." "Oh," says she, "we've set yours aside for you. Jem's bird, we call it. It's the big white one over yonder. There's 26 of them, which makes one for you, and one for us, and 2 dozen for the market." "Thank you, Maggie," says I, "but if it is all the same to you, I'd rather have that one I was handling just now." "The other is a good 3 pound heavier," said she, "and we fattened it expressly for you." "Never mind, I'll have the other, and I'll take it now," said I. "Oh, just as you like," said she, a little huffed. "Which is it you want, then?" "That white one, with the barred tail, right in the middle of the flock." "Oh, very well. Kill it and take it with you." Well, I did what she said, Mr. Holmes, and I carried the bird all the way to Kilburn. I told my pal what I had done, for he was a man that it was easy to tell a thing like that to. He laughed until he choked, and we got a knife and opened the goose. My heart turned to water, for there was no sign of the stone, and I knew that some terrible mistake had occurred. I left the bird, rushed back to my sister's, and hurried into the backyard. There was not a bird to be seen there. "Where are they all, Maggie?" I cried. "Gone to the dealers, Jim." "Which dealers?" "Breckenridge of Covent Garden." "But was there another with a barred tail?" I asked. "The same as the one I chose?" "Yes, Jem, there were 2 barred-tailed ones, and I could never tell them apart." "Well, then, of course, I saw it all, and I ran off as hard as my feet would carry me to this man Breckenridge. But he had sold the lot at once, and not one word would he tell me as to where they had gone. You heard him yourselves tonight. Well, he has always answered me like that. My sister thinks that I am going mad. Sometimes I think that I am myself. And now I am myself a branded thief, without ever having touched the wealth for which I sold my character. God help me! God help me!" He burst into convulsive sobbing, with his face buried in his hands. There was a long silence, broken only by his heavy breathing, and by the measured tapping of Sherlock Holmes's fingertips upon the edge of the table. Then my friend rose and threw open the door. "Get out," said he. "What, sir? Oh, heaven bless you!" "No more words. Get out." And no more words were needed. There was a rush, a clatter upon the stairs, the bang of a door, and the crisp rattle of running footfalls from the street. "After all, Watson," said Holmes, reaching up his hand for his clay pipe, "I am not retained by the police to supply their deficiencies. If Horner were in danger, it would be another thing, but this fellow will not appear against him, and the case must collapse. I suppose that I am commuting a felony, but it is just possible that I am saving a soul. This fellow will not go wrong again. He is too terribly frightened. Send him to jail now, and you make him a jailbird for life. Besides, it is the season of forgiveness. Chance has put in our way a most singular and whimsical problem, and its solution is its own reward. If you will have the goodness to touch the bell, Doctor, we will begin another investigation, in which also a bird will be the chief feature." The Man Who Called Himself Hamilton Cleek, by Thomas W. Hanshew. 1. The thing wouldn't have happened if any other constable than Collins had been put on point duty at Blackfriars Bridge that morning. For Collins was young, good-looking, and knew it. Nature had gifted him with a susceptible heart,
and a fond eye for the beauties of femininity. So when he looked round, and saw the woman threading her way through the maze of vehicles at Dead Man's Corner, with her skirt held up just enough to show 2 twinkling little feet in French shoes, and over them a graceful willowy figure, and over that an enchanting, if rather too highly tinted, face, with almond eyes and a fluff of shining hair under the screen of a big Parisian hat. That did for him on the spot. He saw at a glance that she was French, exceedingly French, and he preferred English beauty as a rule. But French or English, beauty is beauty, and here, undeniably, was a perfect type. So he unhesitatingly sprang to her assistance, and piloted her safely to the curb, revelling in her voluble thanks, and tingling as she clung timidly but rather firmly to him. "Sir, I have to give you much gratitude," she said, in a pretty, wistful sort of way, as they stepped onto the pavement. Then she dropped her hand from his sleeve, looked up at him, and shyly drooped her head, as if overcome with confusion and surprise at the youth and good looks of him. "Ah, it is nowhere in the world but Londres one finds these delicate attentions, this splendid sergeant de ville," she added, with a sort of sigh. "You are wonderful. You are most wonderful, you Anglais police. Sir, I am a stranger. I know not the ways of this city of amazement, and if monsieur would so kindly direct me where to find the Abbey of the Westminster—" Before P.C. Collins could tell her that if that were her destination, she was a good deal out of her latitude. Indeed, even before she concluded what she was saying, over the rumble of the traffic there rose a thin, shrill, piping sound, which, to ears trained to its call, possessed a startling significance. It was the shrilling of a police whistle, far off down the embankment. "Hello, that's a call to the man on point," exclaimed Collins, all alert at once. "Excuse me, mum. See you presently. Something's up. One of my mates is a-signalling me." "Mates, monsieur? Mates? Signalling? I shall not understand the words. But, yes, what shall that mean, eh?" "Good Lord, don't bother me now. I mean, wait a bit. That's the call to head off someone, and, by George, there he is now, coming head on, the hound, and running like the wind." For of a sudden, through a break in the traffic, a scudding figure had sprung into sight. It was the figure of a man in a grey frock-coat and a shining topper, a well-groomed, well-set-up man, with a small, turned-up moustache and hair of a peculiar reddish shade. As he swung into sight, the distant whistle shrilled again. Far off in the distance, voices sent up cries of "Head him off! Stop that man!" etc. Then those on the pavement, near to the fugitive, took up the cry, joined in pursuit, and in a twinkling, what with cabmen, trammen, draymen, and pedestrians all shouting, there was hubbub enough for Hades. "A swell pickpocket, I'll lay my life," commented Collins, as he squared himself for an encounter, and made ready to leap on the man when he came within gripping distance. "Here, get out of the way, mademoiselle. Business before pleasure, and besides, you're likely to get bowled over in the rush. Here, chauffeur!" This to the driver of a big black motor car, which swept round the angle of the bridge at that moment, and made as though to scud down the embankment into the thick of the chase. "Pull that thing up sharp. Stop where you are. Dead still. At once, do you hear? We don't want you getting in the way. Now then," nodding his head in the direction of the running man. "Come on, you bounder. I'm ready for you." And, as if he really heard that invitation, and really were eager to accept it, the red-headed man did come on, with a vengeance. And all the time, Mademoiselle, unheeding Collins's advice, stood calmly and silently waiting. Onward came the runner, with the whole roaring pack in his wake, dodging in and out among the vehicles, flooring people who got in his way, scudding, dodging, leaping like a fox hard-pressed by the hounds, until, all of a moment, he spied a break in the traffic, leapt through it, and then there was mischief. For Collins sprang at him like a cat, gripped two big, strong-as-iron hands on his shoulders, and had him tight and fast. "Ha! Got you, you ass!" snapped he, with a short, crisp, self-satisfied laugh. "None of your blessed squirming now. Keep still. You'll get out of your coffin, you bounder, as soon as out of my grip. Got you. Got you. Do you understand?" The response to this fairly took the wind out of him. "Of course I do," said the captive gaily. "It's part of the programme that you should get me. Only for heaven's sake, don't spoil the film by remaining inactive, you goat. Struggle with me, handle me roughly, throw me about. Make it look real. Make it look as though I actually did get away from you, not as though you let me. You chaps behind there, don't get in the way of the camera. It's in one of those cabs. Now then, Bobby, don't be wooden. Struggle, struggle, you goat, and save the film." "Save the what?" gasped Collins. "Here, good Lord, do you mean to say—" "Struggle, struggle, struggle," cut in the man impatiently. "Can't you grasp the situation? It's a put-up thing, the taking of a kinematograph film, a living picture, for the Alhambra tonight. Heavens above, Marguerite, didn't you tell him?" No, there was not the time. You come so quick, I could not. And le bon Dieu, he give me no chance. Officer, I beg, I entreat of you, make it real. Struggle, fight, keep on the constant move. There." Something tinkled on the pavement with the unmistakable sound of gold. "There, monsieur, there is the half-sovereign to pay you for the trouble. Only, for the love of goodness, do not pick it up while the instrument, the camera, is going. It is the kinematograph, and you would spoil everything." The chop-fallen cry that Collins gave was lost in a roar of laughter from the pursuing crowd. "Struggle! Struggle! Don't you hear, you idiot?" broke in the red-headed man, irritably. "You are being devilishly well paid for it, so for goodness sake make it look real. That's it, bully boy. Now, once more to the right, then loosen your grip so that I can push you away and make a feint of punching you off. All ready there, Marguerite? Keep a clear space about her, gentlemen. Ready with the motor, chauffeur? All right. Now then, Bobby, fall back and mind your eye when I hit out, old chap. 1, 2, 3, here goes." With that, he pushed the crestfallen Collins from him, made a feint of punching his head as he reeled back, then sprang toward the spot where the Frenchwoman stood, and gave a finish to the adventure that was highly dramatic and decidedly theatrical. For Mademoiselle, seeing him approach her, struck a pose, threw out her arms, gathered him into them, to the exceeding enjoyment of the laughing throng. Then both looked back, and behaved as people do on the stage when pursued, gesticulated extravagantly, and rushing to the waiting motor, jumped into it. "Many thanks, Bobby. Many thanks, everybody," sang out the red-headed man. "Let her go, chauffeur. The cameramen will pick us up again at Whitehall in a few minutes' time." "Right you are, sir," responded the chauffeur gaily. Then toot-toot went the motor horn, as the gentleman in grey closed the door upon himself and his companion, and the vehicle, darting forward, sped down the embankment in the exact direction whence the man himself had originally come, and, passing directly through that belated portion of the hurrying crowd to whom the end of the adventure was not yet known, flew on and vanished. And Collins, stooping to pick up the half-sovereign that had been thrown him, felt that after all it was a poor price to receive for all the jeers and jibes of the assembled onlookers. "Smart capture, Bobby, wasn't it?" sang out a deriding voice that set the crowd jeering anew. "You'll get promoted, you will. See it in all the evening papers. Oh, yes, horrible hand-to-hand struggle with a desperado. Brave constable has half a quid's worth out of an infuriated ruffian. My hat! Won't your missus be proud when you take her to see that blooming film?" "Move on now, move on," said Collins, recovering his dignity, and asserting it with a vim. "Look here, cabby, I don't take it kind of you to laugh like that. They had you just as bad as they had me. Blow that Frenchie, she might have tipped me off before I made such an ass of myself. I don't say that I'd have done it so natural if I had known, but— Hello, what's that? Blowed if it ain't that blessed whistle again, and another crowd a-pelting this way, and— No! Yes, by Jupiter, a couple of Scotland Yard chaps with 'em. My hat! What do you suppose that means? He knew in the next moment. Panting and puffing, a crowd at their heels, and people from all sides stringing out from the pavement and trooping after them, the two plain-clothes men came racing through the grinning gathering and bore down on P.C. Collins. "Hello, Smathers, you in this too?" began he, his feelings softened by the knowledge that other arms of the law would figure on that film with him at the Alhambra tonight. "Now, what are you after, you goat? That French lady or the red-headed party in the grey suit?" Yes, of course I am. You heard me signal you to head him off, didn't you?" replied Smathers, looking round and growing suddenly excited when he realised that Collins was empty-handed and that the red-headed man was not there. "Heavens! You never let him get away, did you? You grabbed him, didn't you, eh?" "Of course I grabbed him. Come out of it. What are you giving me a josser?" said Collins with a wink and a grin. "Ain't you found out even yet, you silly? Why, it was only a faked-up thing, the taking of a kinematograph picture for the Alhambra. You and Petrie ought to have been here sooner and got your wages, you goats. I got £50 for my share when I let him go." Smathers and Petrie lifted up their voices in one despairing howl. "When you what?" fairly yelled Smathers. "You fool! You don't mean to tell me that you let them take you in like that, those two? You don't mean to tell me that you had him in your hands, and then let him go? You did? Oh, you 77 kinds of a double-barrelled ass! Had him! Think of it! Had him, and let him go! Did yourself out of a share and a reward of £200, when you'd only to shut your hands and hold on to it." £200? 200? What are you talking about? Wasn't it true? Wasn't it a kinematograph picture, after all?" "No, you fool, no!" howled Smathers, fairly dancing with despair. "Oh, you blithering idiot! You 97 varieties of a fool! Do you know who you had in your hands? Do you know who you let go? It was that devil 40 Faces, the vanishing cracksman, the man who calls himself Hamilton Cleek. And the woman was his pal, his confederate, his blessed stool-pigeon, Margot, the Queen of the Apaches, and she came over from Paris to help him in that clean scoop of Lady Dresmer's jewels last week." "Heavens!" gulped Collins, too far gone to say anything else, too deeply dejected to think of anything but that he had had the man for whom Scotland Yard had been groping for a year, the man over whom all England, all France, all Germany wondered, close shut in the grip of his hands, and then had let him go. He was the biggest and the boldest criminal the police had ever had to cope with, the almost supernatural genius of crime, who defied all systems, laughed at all laws, mocked at all the Vidocqs and Lupins and Sherlock Holmeses, whether amateur or professional, French or English, German or American, that ever had or ever could be pitted against him, and who, for sheer devilry, for diabolical ingenuity, and for colossal impudence, as well as for a nature-bestowed power that was simply amazing, had not his match in all the universe. Who or what he really was, whence he came, whether he was English, Irish, French, German, Yankee, Canadian, Italian, or Dutchman, no man knew, and no man might ever hope to know, unless he himself chose to reveal it. In his many encounters with the police, he had assumed the speech, the characteristics, and, indeed, the facial attributes of each in turn, and assumed them with an ease and a perfection that was simply marvellous, and had gained for him the sobriquet of 40 Faces among the police, and of the vanishing cracksman among the scribes and reporters of newspaperdom. That he came in time to possess another name than these was due to his own whim and caprice, his own bald, unblushing impudence. For, of a sudden, whilst London was in a fever of excitement, and all the newspapers up in arms over one of his most daring and successful coups, he chose to write boldly to both editors and police, complaining that the title given him by each was both vulgar and cheap. "You would not think of calling a great violinist like Paganini a fiddler," he wrote. "Why, then, should you degrade me with the coarse term of cracksman? I claim to be as much an artist in my profession as Paganini was in his, and I claim also a like courtesy from you. So then, if, in the future, it becomes necessary to allude to me, and I fear it often will, I shall be obliged if you do so as the man who calls himself Hamilton Cleek. In return for the courtesy, gentlemen, I promise to alter my mode of procedure, to turn over a new leaf, as it were, to give you at all times hereafter distinct information in advance of such places as I select for the field of my operations, and of the time when I shall pay my respects to them, and, on the morning after each such visit, to bestow some small portion of the loot upon Scotland Yard as a souvenir of the event." And to that remarkable programme he rigidly adhered from that time forth, always giving the police 12 hours' notice, always evading their traps and snares, always carrying out his plans in spite of them, and always, on the morning after, sending some trinket or trifle to Superintendent Narkom at Scotland Yard. This trifle would be in a little pink cardboard box, tied up with rose-coloured ribbon, and marked, "With the compliments of the man who calls himself Hamilton Cleek." The detectives of the United Kingdom, the detectives of the Continent, the detectives of America, each and all had measured swords with him, tried wits with him, spread snares and laid traps for him, and each and all had retired from the field vanquished. And this was the man that he, Police Constable Samuel James Collins, had actually had in his hands, nay, in his very arms, and had then given up for half a sovereign and let go. "Oh, so help me, you make my head swim, Smathers, that you do," he managed to say at last. "I had him. I had the vanishing cracksman in my blessed paws, and then went and let that French hussy— But look here, I say now, how do you know it was him? Nobody can go by his looks, so how do you know?" "No, you footler," growled Smathers disgustedly. "Why shouldn't I know, when I've been after him ever since he left Scotland Yard half an hour ago?" "Left what? My hat! You ain't a-going to tell me that he's been there? When? Why? What for?" "To leave one of his blessed notices, the daredevil. What a detective he'd have made, wouldn't he, if he'd only turned his attention that way, and been on the side of the law instead of against it. He walked in, bold as brass, sat down and talked with the superintendent over some cock and bull yarn about a Black Hand letter that he said had been sent to him, and asked if he couldn't have police protection whilst he was in town. It wasn't until after he'd left that the superintendent he sees a note on the chair where the blighter had been sitting, and when he opened it, there it was in black and white, something like this: 'The list of presents that have been sent for the wedding tomorrow of Sir Horace Wyvern's eldest daughter make interesting reading, particularly that part which describes the jewels sent, no doubt as a tribute to her father's position as the greatest brain specialist in the world, from the Austrian court and the continental principalities. The care of such gems is too great a responsibility for the bride. I propose, therefore, to relieve her of it tonight, and to send you the customary souvenir of the event tomorrow morning. Yours faithfully, the man who calls himself Hamilton Cleek.' That's how I know, dash you. Superintendent sent me out after him, hot foot, and after a bit I picked him up in the Strand, toddling along with that French hussy as cool as you please. But blow him, he must have eyes all round his head, for he saw me just as soon as I saw him, and he and Frenchy separated like a shot. She hopped into a taxi, and flew off in one direction, he dived into the crowd and bolted in another, and before you could say Jack Robinson, he was doubling and twisting, jumping into cabs and jumping out again, all to gain time, of course, for the woman to do what he'd put her up to doing, and leading me the devil's own chase through the devil's own tangles till he was ready to bunk for the embankment. And you let him go, you blooming footler! Had him and let him go, and chucked away a third of £200 for the price of half a quid. And long after Smathers and Petrie had left him, the wondering crowd had dispersed, and point duty at Dead Man's Corner was just point duty again, and nothing more. P.C. Collins stood there, chewing the cud of bitter reflection over those words, and trying to reckon up just how many pounds and how much glory had been lost to him. 2. But damme, sir, the thing's an outrage. I don't mince my words, Mr. Narkom. I say, plump and plain, the thing's an outrage, a disgrace to the police, an indignity upon the community at large, and for Scotland Yard to permit itself to be defied, bamboozled, mocked at in this appalling fashion by a paltry burglar. Uncle dear, pray don't excite yourself in this manner. I'm quite sure that if Mr. Narkom could prevent the things— Hold your tongue, Ailsa. I will not be interfered with. It's time that somebody spoke out plainly, and let this establishment know what the public has a right to expect of it. What do I pay my rates and taxes for, and devilish high ones they are too, begad, if it's not to maintain law and order and the proper protection of property, and to have the whole blessed country terrorized, the police defied, and people's houses invaded with impunity by a gutter-bred brute of a cracksman, is nothing short of a scandal and a shame. Call this sort of tomfoolery being protected by the police? God bless my soul! One might as well be in the charge of a parcel of doddering old women and be done with it. It was an hour and a half after that exciting affair at Dead Man's Corner. The scene was Superintendent Narkom's private room at headquarters. The dramatis personae, Mr. Maverick Narkom himself, Sir Horace Wyvern, and Miss Ailsa Lorne, his niece, a slight, fair-haired, extremely attractive girl of 20. She was the only and orphaned daughter of a much-loved sister, who, up till a year ago, had known nothing more exciting in the way of life than that which is to be found in a small village in Suffolk, and falls to the lot of an underpaid vicar's only child. A railway accident had suddenly deprived her of both parents, throwing her wholly upon her own resources, without a penny in the world. Sir Horace had gracefully come to the rescue, and given her a home and a refuge, being doubly repaid for it by the affection and care she gave him, and the manner in which she assumed control of a household which, hitherto, had been left wholly to the attention of servants. Lady Wyvern had long been dead, and her 2 daughters were of that type which devotes itself entirely to the pleasures of society and the demands of the world. A regular pepper-box of a man, testy, short-tempered, exacting, Sir Horace had flown headlong to Superintendent Narkom's office as soon as that gentleman's note, telling him of the vanishing cracksman's latest threat, had been delivered, and, on Miss Lorne's advice, had withheld all news of it from the members of his household, and brought her with him. I tell you that Scotland Yard must do something. Must, stormed he, as Narkom, resenting that stigma upon the institution, puckered up his lips and looked savage. That fellow has always kept his word, always, in spite of your precious band of muffs, and if you let him keep it this time, when there's upward of £40,000 worth of jewels in the house, it will be nothing less than a national disgrace, and you and your wretched collection of bunglers will be covered with deserved ridicule. Narkom swung round, smarting under these continued taunts, these flings at the efficiency of his prided department. His nostrils dilated, his temper strained to the breaking point. Well, he won't keep it this time, I promise you that, he rapped out sharply. Sooner or later, every criminal, no matter how clever, meets his Waterloo, and this shall be his. I'll take this affair in hand myself, Sir Horace. I'll not only send the pick of my men to guard the jewels, but I'll go with them. And if that fellow crosses the threshold of Wyvern House tonight, by the Lord, I'll have him. He will have to be the devil himself to get away from me. Miss Lorne," recollecting himself and bowing apologetically, "I ask your pardon for this strong language. My temper got the better of my manners." "It does not matter, Mr. Narkom, so that you preserve my cousin's wedding gifts from that appalling man," she answered, with a gentle inclination of the head, and with a smile that made the superintendent think that she must certainly be the most beautiful creature in all the world. It so irradiated her face and added to the magic of her glorious eyes. "It does not matter what you say, what you do, so long as you accomplish that." "And I will accomplish it. As I am a living man, I will. You may go home feeling assured of that. Look for my men some time before dusk, Sir Horace. I will arrive later. They will come in one at a time. See that they are admitted by the area door, and that once in, not one of them leaves the house again before I put in an appearance. I look them over when I arrive, to be sure there's no wolf in sheep's clothing amongst them. With a fellow like that, a diabolical rascal, with a diabolical gift for impersonation, one can't be too careful. Meantime, it is just as well not to have confided this news to your daughters, who, naturally, would be nervous and upset. But I assume that you have taken some one of the servants into your confidence, in order that nobody may pass them, and enter the house under any pretext whatsoever." "No, I have not. Miss Lorne advised against it, and as I am always guided by her, I said nothing of the matter to anybody."
"Was that wrong, do you think, Mr. Narkom?" queried Ailsa anxiously. "I feared that if they knew, they might lose their heads, and that my cousins, who are intensely nervous and highly emotional, might hear of it, and add to our difficulties by becoming hysterical and demanding our attention at a time when we ought to be giving every moment to watching for the possible arrival of that man. And, as he has always lived up to the strict letter of his dreadful promises heretofore, I knew that he was not to be expected before nightfall. Besides, the jewels are locked up in the safe in Sir Horace's consulting room, and his assistant, Mr. Murfroy, has promised not to leave the room for 1 instant before we return."
"Oh, well, that's all right then. I dare say there is very little likelihood of our man getting in whilst you and Sir Horace are here, and taking such a risk as stopping in the house until nightfall to begin his operations. Still, it was hardly wise, and I should advise hurrying back as fast as possible, and taking at least one servant, the one you feel least likely to lose his head, into your confidence, Sir Horace, and putting him on the watch for my men. Otherwise, keep the matter as quiet as you have done, and look for me about 9 o'clock. And rely upon this as a certainty. The vanishing cracksman will never get away with even one of those jewels if he enters that house tonight, and never get out of it unshackled." With that, he suavely bowed his visitors out, and rang up the pick of his men without an instant's delay. Promptly at 9 o'clock he arrived, as he had promised, at Wyvern House, and was shown into Sir Horace's consulting room, where Sir Horace himself and Miss Lorne were awaiting him, and keeping close watch before the locked door of a communicating apartment in which sat the 6 men who had preceded him. He went in and put them all and severally through a rigid examination in quest of any trace of make-up or disguise of any sort, examining their badges and the marks on the handcuffs they carried with them, to make sure that they bore the sign which he himself had scratched upon them in the privacy of his own room a couple of hours ago. "No mistake about this lot," he announced with a smile. "Has anybody else entered or attempted to enter the house?" "Not a soul," replied Miss Lorne. "I didn't trust anybody to do the watching, Mr. Narkom. I watched myself." "Good. Where are the jewels? In that safe?" "No," replied Sir Horace. "They are to be exhibited in the picture gallery for the benefit of the guests at the wedding breakfast tomorrow. And as Miss Wyvern wished to superintend the arrangement of them herself, and there would be no time for that in the morning. She and her sister are in there laying them out at this moment. As I could not prevent that without telling them what we have to dread, I did not protest against it. But if you think it will be safer to return them to the safe after my daughters have gone to bed, Mr. Narkom—" "Not at all necessary. If our man gets in, their lying there in full view like that will prove a tempting bait, and, well, he'll find there's a hook behind it. I shall be there waiting for him. Now, go and join the ladies, you and Miss Lorne, and act as though nothing out of the common was in the wind. My men and I will stop here, and you had better put out the light and lock us in, so that there's no danger of anybody finding out that we are here. No doubt Miss Wyvern and her sister will go to bed earlier than usual on this particular occasion. Let them do so. Send the servants to bed too. You and Miss Lorne go to your beds at the same time as the others, or, at least, let them think that you have done so. Then come down and let us out." To this Sir Horace assented, and taking Miss Lorne with him, went at once to the picture gallery and joined his daughters, with whom they remained until 11 o'clock. Promptly at that hour, however, the house was locked up. The bride-elect and her sister went to bed, the servants having already gone to theirs, and stillness settled down over the darkened house. At the end of a dozen minutes, however, it was faintly disturbed by the sound of slippered feet coming along the passage outside the consulting-room. Then a key slipped into the lock, the door was opened, the light switched on, and Sir Horace and Miss Lorne appeared before the eager watchers. "Now then, lively, my men, look sharp," whispered Narkom. "A man to each window and each staircase, so that nobody may go up or down or in or out without dropping into the arms of one of you. Confine your attention to this particular floor, and if you hear anybody coming, lay low until he's within reach, and you can drop on him before he bolts. Is this the door of the picture gallery, Sir Horace?" "Yes," answered Sir Horace, as he fitted a key to the lock. "But surely you will need more men than you have brought, Mr. Narkom, if it is your intention to guard every window individually, for there are 4 to this room, see." With that, he swung open the door, switched on the electric light, and Narkom fairly blinked at the dazzling sight that confronted him. 3 long tables, laden with crystal and silver, cut glass and jewels, and running the full length of the room, flashed and scintillated under the glare of the electric bulbs which encircled the cornice of the gallery, and clustered in luminous splendour in the crystal and frosted silver of a huge central chandelier. Spread out on the middle of one of these, a dazzle of splintered rainbows. A very plain of living light lay caskets and cases, boxes and trays, containing those royal gifts of which the newspapers had made so much, and the vanishing cracksman had sworn to make so few. Mr. Narkom went over and stood beside the glittering mass, resting his hand against the table and feasting his eyes upon all that opulent splendour. "God bless my soul! It's superb! It's amazing!" he commented. "No wonder that fellow was willing to take risks for a prize like this. You are a splendid temptation, a gorgeous bait, you beauties. But the fish that snaps at you will find that there's a nasty hook underneath, in the shape of Maverick Narkom. Never mind the many windows, Sir Horace. Let him come in by them, if that's his plan. I'll never leave these things for one instant between now and the morning. Good night, Miss Lorne. Go to bed and to sleep. You do the same, Sir Horace. My lay is here." With that he stooped, and, lifting the long drapery which covered the table, and swept down in heavy folds to the floor, swept out of sight under it, and let it drop back into place again. "Switch off the light and go," he called to them in a low, sunk voice. "Don't worry yourselves, either of you. Go to bed and to sleep if you can." "As if we could," answered Miss Lorne agitatedly. "I shan't be able to close an eyelid. I'll try, of course, but I know I shall not succeed. Come, uncle, come. Oh, do be careful, Mr. Narkom, and if that horrible man does come—" I'll have him, so help me God, he vowed. Switch off the light and shut the door as you go out. This is 40 Faces Waterloo at last. And in another moment the light snicked out, the door closed, and he was alone in the silent room. For 10 or a dozen minutes, not even the bare suggestion of a noise disturbed the absolute stillness. Then, of a sudden, his trained ear caught a faint sound that made him suck in his breath and rise on his elbow, the better to listen. The sound came, not from without the house, but from within, from the dark hall where he had stationed his men. As he listened, he was conscious that some living creature had approached the door, touched the handle, and by the swift, low rustle and the sound of hard breathing, that it had been pounced upon and seized. He scrambled out from beneath the table, snicked on the light, whirled open the door, and was in time to hear the irritable voice of Sir Horace say testily, "Don't make an ass of yourself by your overzealousness. I've only come down to have a word with Mr. Narkom," and to see him standing on the threshold, grotesque in a baggy suit of striped pyjamas, with one wrist enclosed as in a steel band by the gripped fingers of Petrie. "Why didn't you say it was you, sir?" exclaimed that crestfallen individual, as the flashing light made manifest his mistake. "When I heard you first, and see you come out of that back passage, I made sure it was him, and if you'd have struggled, I'd have bashed your head as sure as eggs." "Thank you for nothing," he responded testily. "You might have remembered, however, that the man's first got to get into the place before he can come downstairs. Mr. Narkom," turning to the superintendent, "I was just getting into bed when I thought of something I'd neglected to tell you, and as my niece is sitting in her room with the door open, and I wasn't anxious to parade myself before her in my night-clothes, I came down by the back staircase. I don't know how in the world I came to overlook it, but I think you ought to know that there's a way of getting into the picture gallery without using either the windows or the stairs, and that way ought to be both searched and guarded." "Where is it? What is it? Why in the world didn't you tell me in the first place?" exclaimed Narkom irritably, as he glanced round the place searchingly. "Is it a panel, a secret door, or what? This is an old house, and old houses are sometimes a very nest of such things." "Happily, this one isn't. It's a modern innovation, not an ancient relic, that offers the means of entrance in this case. A Yankee occupied this house before I bought it from him, one of those blessed shivery individuals his country breeds, who can't stand a breath of cold air indoors after the passing of the autumn. The wretched man put one of those wretched American inflictions, a hot air furnace, in the cellar, with huge pipes running to every room in the house, great tin monstrosities, bigger round than a man's body, ending in openings in the wall, with what they call registers, to let the heat in or shut out as they please. I didn't have the wretched contrivance removed, or those blessed registers plastered up. I simply had them papered over when the rooms were done up. There's one over there, near that settee. And if a man got into this house, he could get into that furnace thing and hide in one of those flues until he got ready to crawl up it as easily as not. It struck me that perhaps it would be as well for you to examine that furnace and those flues before matters go any further." "Of course it would. Great Scott, Sir Horace, why didn't you think to tell me of this thing before?" said Narkom excitedly. "The fellow may be in it at this minute. Come, show me the wretched thing." "It's in the cellar. We shall have to go down the kitchen stairs, and I haven't a light." "Here's one," said Petrie, unhitching a bull's-eye from his belt and putting it into Narkom's hand. "Better go with Sir Horace at once, sir. Leave the door of the gallery open and the light on. Fish and me will stand guard over the stuff till you come back, so in case the man is in one of them flues and tries to bolt out at this end, we can nab him before he can get to the windows." "A good idea," commented Narkom. "Come on, Sir Horace, is this the way?" "Yes, but you'll have to tread carefully, and mind you don't fall over anything. A good deal of my paraphernalia, bottles, retorts, and the like, is stored in the little recess at the foot of the staircase, and my assistant is careless and leaves things lying about." Evidently the caution was necessary. For a minute or so, after they had disappeared behind the door leading to the kitchen stairway, Petrie and his colleague heard a sound as of something being overturned and smashed, and laughed softly to themselves. Evidently, too, the danger of the furnace had been grossly exaggerated by Sir Horace, for when, a few minutes later, the door opened and closed, and Narkom's men, glancing toward it, saw the figure of their chief reappear, it was plain that he was in no good temper. His features were knotted up into a scowl, and he swore audibly as he snapped the shutter over the bull's-eye and handed it back to Petrie. "Nothing worth looking into, Superintendent?" "No, not a thing," he replied. "The silly old josser, pulling me down there amongst the coals and rubbish for an insane idea like that. Why, the flues wouldn't admit the passage of a child. And even then there's a bend, an abrupt elbow, that nothing but a cat could crawl up. And that's a man who was an authority on the human brain. I sent the old silly back to bed by the way he came, and if—" There he stopped short, and sucked in his breath with a sharp, wheezing sound. For, of a sudden, a swift pattering footfall and a glimmer of moving light had sprung into being, and drawn his eyes upward. There, overhead, was Miss Lorne coming down the stairs from the upper floor, in a state of nervous excitement, with a bedroom candle in her shaking hand, a loose gown flung on over her nightdress, and her hair streaming over her shoulders in glorious disarray. He stood and looked at her, with ever-quickening breath, with ever-widening eyes, as though the beauty of her had wakened some dormant sense whose existence he had never suspected, as though, until now, he had never known how fair it was possible for a woman to be, how much to be desired. And whilst he was so looking, she reached the foot of the staircase, and came pantingly toward him. "Oh, Mr. Narkom, what was it? That noise I heard," she said, in a tone of deepest agitation. "It sounded like a struggle, like the noise of something breaking, and I dressed as hastily as I could, and came down. Did he come? Has he been here? Have you caught him? Oh, why don't you answer me, instead of staring at me like this? Can't you see how nervous, how frightened I am? Dear heaven, will no one tell me what has happened?" "Nothing has happened, miss," answered Petrie, catching her eye as she flashed round on him. "You'd better go back to bed. Nobody's been here but Sir Horace. The noise you heard was me a-grabbing of him, and he and Mr. Narkom are tumbling over something as they went down to look at the furnace." "Furnace? What furnace? What are you talking about?" she cried agitatedly. "What do you mean by saying that Sir Horace came down?" "Only what the superintendent himself will tell you, miss, if you ask him. Sir Horace came downstairs in his pyjamas a few minutes ago, to say as he'd recollected about the flues of the furnace in the cellar being big enough to hold a man, and then him and Mr. Narkom went below to have a look at it." She gave a sharp and sudden cry, and her face went as pale as a dead face. "Sir Horace came down," she repeated, moving back a step, and leaning heavily against the banister. "Sir Horace came down to look at the furnace. We have no furnace." "What?" "We have no furnace, I tell you, and Sir Horace did not come down. He is up there still. I know, because I feared for his safety, and when he went to his room, I locked him in." "Superintendent!" The word was voiced by every man present, and 6 pairs of eyes turned toward Narkom, with a look of despairing comprehension. "Get to the cellar. Head the man off. It's he, the cracksman," he shouted out. "Find him. Get him. Nab him if you have to turn the house upside down." They needed no second bidding, for each man grasped the situation instantly, and in a twinkling there was a veritable pandemonium. Shouting and scrambling like a band of madmen, they lurched to the door, whirled it open, and went flying down the staircase to the kitchen, and so to a discovery which none might have foreseen. For almost as they entered, they saw lying on the floor a suit of striped pyjamas, and close to it, gagged, bound, helpless, trussed up like a goose that was ready for the oven, gyves on his wrists, gyves on his ankles, their chief, their superintendent, Mr. Maverick Narkom, in a state of collapse, and with all his outer clothing gone.
"After him, after that devil, and £1,000 to the man that gets him,"
he managed to gasp as they rushed to him and ripped loose the gag.
"He was here when we came. He has been in the house for hours. Get him! Get him! Get him!"
They surged from the room and up the stairs like a pack of stampeded animals. They raced through the hall and bore down on the picture gallery in a body, and whirling open the now closed door, went tumbling headlong in. The light was still burning. At the far end of the room a window was wide open, and the curtains of it fluttered in the wind. A collection of empty cases and caskets lay on the middle table, but man and jewels were alike gone. Once again, the vanishing cracksman had lived up to his promise, up to his reputation, up to the very letter of his name, and for all Mr. Maverick Narkom's care and shrewdness, 40 faces had turned the trick, and Scotland Yard was done. III. Through all the night its best men sought him, its dragnets fished for him, its tentacles groped into every hole and corner of London in quest of him, but sought and fished and groped in vain. They might as well have hoped to find last summer's partridges or last winter's snow as any trace of him. He had vanished as mysteriously as he had appeared, and no royal jewels graced the display of Miss Wyvern's wedding gifts on the morrow. But it was fruitful of other gifts, fruitful of an even greater surprise, that morrow. For the first time since the day he had given his promise, no souvenir from the man who called himself Hamilton Cleek, no part of last night's loot came to Scotland Yard. And it was while the evening papers were making screaming copy and glaring headlines out of this that the surprise in question came to pass. Miss Wyvern's wedding was over, the day and the bride had gone, and it was 10:30 at night when Sir Horace, answering a hurry call from headquarters, drove post-haste to Superintendent Narkom's private room, and, passing in under a red and green lamp which burned over the doorway, met that surprise. Maverick Narkom was there alone, standing beside his desk. The curtains of his window were drawn and pinned together, and at his elbow was an unlighted lamp of violet-coloured glass. Narkom turned as his visitor entered, and made an open-handed gesture towards something which lay before him. "Look here," he said laconically. "What do you think of this?" Sir Horace moved forward and looked, then stopped and gave a sort of wondering cry. The electric bulbs overhead struck a glare of light on the surface of the desk, and there, spread out on the shining oak, lay a part of the royal jewels that had been stolen from Wyvern House last night.
"Narkom, you got him then? Got him after all?"
"No, I did not get him. I doubt if any man could, if he chose not to be found," said Narkom, bitterly. "I did not recover these jewels by any act of my own. He sent them to me, gave them up voluntarily."
"Gave them up? After he had risked so much to get them? God bless my soul, what a man! Why, there must be quite half here of what he took."
"There is half, an even half. He sent them tonight, and with them this letter. Look at it, and you will understand why I sent for you and asked you to come alone." Sir Horace read. "There's some good in even the devil, I suppose, if one but knows how to reach it and stir it up. I have lived a life of crime from my very boyhood, because I couldn't help it, because it appealed to me, because I glory in risks and revel in dangers. I never knew, I never thought, never cared where it would lead me, but I looked into the gateway of heaven last night, and I can't go down the path to hell any longer. Here is an even half of Miss Wyvern's jewels. If you and her father would have me hand over the other half to you, and would have the vanishing cracksman disappear forever, and a useless life converted into a useful one, you have only to say so to make it an accomplished thing. All I ask in return is your word of honour, to be given to me by signal, that you will send for Sir Horace Wyvern to be at your office at 11 o'clock tonight, and that you and he will grant me a private interview, unknown to any other living being. A red and green lantern hung over the doorway leading to your office will be the signal that you agree, and a violet light in your window will be the pledge of Sir Horace Wyvern. When these two signals, these two pledges, are given, I shall come in and hand over the remainder of the jewels, and you will have looked for the first time in your life upon the real face of the man who calls himself Hamilton Cleek."
"God bless my soul! What an amazing creature! What an astounding request!" exclaimed Sir Horace, as he laid the letter down. "Willing to give up £20,000 worth of jewels for the mere sake of a private interview. What on earth can be his object? And why should he include me?"
"I don't know," said Narkom in reply. "It's worth something, at all events, to be rid of the vanishing cracksman for good and all, and he says that it rests with us to do that. It's close to 11 now. Shall we give him the pledge he asks, Sir Horace? My signal is already hung out. Shall we agree to the conditions and give him yours?"
Yes, by all means," Sir Horace made answer.
And lighting the violet lamp, Narkom flicked open the pinned curtains and set it in the window. For 10 minutes nothing came of it, and the two men, talking in whispers while they waited, began to grow nervous. Then somewhere in the distance a clock started striking 11, and without so much as a warning sound, the door flashed open, flashed shut again. A voice that was undeniably the voice of breeding and refinement said quietly, "Gentlemen, my compliments. Here are the diamonds, and here am I." And the figure of a man, faultlessly dressed, faultlessly mannered, and with the clear-cut features of the born aristocrat, stood in the room. His age might lie anywhere between 25 and 35. His eyes were straight-looking and clear. His fresh, clean-shaven face was undeniably handsome, and whatever his origin, whatever his history, there was something about him, in look, in speech, in bearing, that mutely stood sponsor for the thing called birth.
"God bless my soul!"
exclaimed Sir Horace, amazed and appalled to find the reality so widely different from the image he had drawn.
"What monstrous juggle is this? Why, man alive, you're a gentleman. Who are you? What's driven you to a dog's life like this?"
"A natural bent, perhaps. A supernatural gift, certainly, Sir Horace," he made reply. "Look here. Could any man resist the temptation to use it when he was endowed by nature with the power to do this?" His features seemed to writhe and knot, and assume in as many moments a dozen different aspects. "I've had the knack of doing that since the hour I could breathe. Could any man go straight with a fateful gift like that, if the laws of nature said that he should not?"
"And do they say that?"
"That's what I want you to tell me. That's why I have requested this interview. I want you to examine me, Sir Horace, to put me through those tests you use to determine the state of mind of the mentally fit and mentally unfit. I want to know if it is my fault that I am what I am, and if it is myself I have to fight in future, or the devil that lives within me. I'm tired of wallowing in the mire. A woman's eyes have lit the way to heaven for me. I want to climb up to her, to win her, be worthy of her, and to stand beside her in the light." "Her? What her?" "That's my business, Mr. Narkom, and I'll take no man into my confidence regarding that." "Yes, my friend, but Margot." "I'm done with her," We broke last night when I returned, and she learned— well, never mind what she learned. I'm done with her, done with the lot of them. My life is changed forever." "In the name of heaven, man, who and what are you?" "Cleek. Just Cleek. Let it go at that," he made reply. "Whether it's my name or not is no man's business. Who I am, what I am, whence I came, is no man's business either. Cleek will do. Cleek of the 40 Faces. Never mind the past. My fight is with the future, and so examine me, Sir Horace, and let me know if I or fate's to blame for what I am." "Absolutely fate," Sir Horace said, when, after a long examination, the man put the question to him again. "It is the criminal brain fully developed, horribly pronounced. God help you, my poor fellow, but a man simply could not be other than a thief and a criminal with an organ like that. There's no hope for you to escape your natural bent, except by death. You can't be honest. You can't rise. You never will rise. It's useless to fight against it." "I will fight against it. I will rise. I will. I will. I will," he cried out vehemently. "There is a way to put such craft and cunning to account, a way to fight the devil with his own weapons and crush him under the weight of his own gifts, and that way I'll take. Mr. Narkom," he whirled and walked toward the superintendent, his hand outstretched, his eager face aglow. "Mr. Narkom, help me. Take me under your wing. Give me a start. Give me a chance. Give me a lift on the way up." "Good heaven, man! You don't mean—" "I do. So help me heaven, I do. All my life I fought against the law. Now let me switch over and fight with it. I'm tired of being Cleek the thief, Cleek the burglar. Make me Cleek the detective, and let us work together, hand in hand, for a common cause and for the public good. Will you, Mr. Narkom? Will you?" "Will I? Won't I?" said Narkom, springing forward and gripping his hand. "Jove, what a detective you will make! Bully boy! Bully boy!" "It's a compact, then?" "It's a compact, Cleek." "Thank you," he said in a choked voice. "You've given me my chance. Now watch me live up to it. The vanishing cracksman has vanished forever, Mr. Narkom, and it's Cleek the detective, Cleek of the 40 Faces from this time on. Now, give me your riddles. I'll solve them, one by one." You've been listening to a bite-sized audiobook, read by me, Simon Stanhope. If you enjoy these stories and would like to help me to keep producing new content, you can find links in the video description to my Patreon page or to buy me a coffee. Another way to support me is through my Bandcamp page, bitesizedaudio.bandcamp.com, where you can hear my narrations of many more classic short stories, as well as purchase and download them to keep. This recording is copyright Bitesized Audio 2025. Thank you for listening.